All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, July 22nd. It is 9:07 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order, back into order. Being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and Board Member Jared Blumenfeld. We're also joined this morning by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Karen Mogus, from the Office of Chief Counsel, Assistant Counsel Phil Wiles, and Andy Sawyer. We're also joined by our clerk, Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. So if you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through a traditional webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda on how to get onto that platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item today. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we so happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to the plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to sign up, and there is a QR code at the side of the room. There's also a laptop. If you're having any challenges, please do just speak to the board clerk. And once you're at the mic, please introduce yourself and any affiliation if you feel comfortable. And lastly, please do just silence our phones so that we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. Today's the second day of our two-day board meeting, and is focused, excuse me, on a workshop on the apologies, the draft guidance for designating tribal beneficial uses. And with that, I'll hand things over to Adriana Renteria to kick us off. Good to see you this morning, Ms. Renteria.
Good morning, board members. My name is Adriana Renteria. I'm the Director for the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. My pronouns are she and they. And I'm going to be providing a brief grounding on this project and the purpose of today's workshop. Awesome. All right. Well, just to provide a brief grounding on the history of today's project, which is the draft guidance on designating tribal beneficial uses, we want to begin with just a grounding on the Water Board's mission. And when we say the Water Boards, we're referring to 10 boards, 1 State Water Resources Control Board, and 9 Regional Water Quality Control Boards. And a really important element of the Water Board's mission statement is the protection of all beneficial uses for the benefit of present and future generations. This mission is guided through a combination of water quality frameworks and water rights frameworks. The water quality framework is guided by the Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act and the Federal Clean Water Act. But when these frameworks were first developed, they did not fully consider the unique needs and perspectives of Native American tribes and tribal communities. And this left a really big gap in state water quality decision-making. Native American tribes have stewarded California's water resources since time immemorial, and there is a plethora of diverse ways that Native communities engage with, relate with, and use water. Some examples include the building and navigation of tule boats, the gathering of aquatic species, basketry, and fishing, and many more examples. And for many years, tribal advocates and representatives told the water boards that the existing beneficial use categories did not fully protect the unique ways that tribal communities rely on water. The North Coast region created the first tribal beneficial use in 2003, and in the years that followed, tribes asked the water boards to develop statewide definitions to support statewide consistency. Collaboration formally began in 2014, and after tribal consultation and public engagement, the board adopted statewide tribal beneficial use definitions in 2017 into the Inland Surface Water Enclosed Bays and Estuaries Plan. When we say tribal beneficial uses, we're referring to two unique beneficial uses: tribal tradition and culture, which includes uses of water that support the cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, or traditional rights or lifeways of California Native American tribes. And then tribal subsistence fishing, which includes uses of water involving non-commercial catching or gathering of natural aquatic resources. And these definitions were established in 2017. Since then, the designation process to designate these beneficial uses to specific surface water bodies has been slow. And this has led to a lot of confusion and frustration as different water boards began taking different approaches to designate these uses. Tribal representatives asked the State Water Board to develop clear guidance to bring clarity and consistency across the state. So in response to these requests, over the last couple of years, we've been working to develop draft guidance to make the tribal beneficial use designation process clearer, more consistent, and more transparent. This draft guidance that was developed does not create new requirements, but it does describe the process, the information needed, and how tribes and supporters can participate in the designation process. The document covers the history of tribal beneficial uses, the water quality control planning process, what information is needed for designations, and how tribes and supporters can get involved, and much more. For over a year, the water boards have been meeting with the Tribal TBU Strategic Caucus, which is a tribal-led group coordinated by the California Indian Environmental Alliance. And throughout the course of the year, we met to discuss and understand their concerns and recommendations for the tribal beneficial use designation process and to receive feedback on the draft guidance document. These discussions were really helpful, and the input that was received was considered. Although not all of the input was able to be incorporated, the feedback did lead to meaningful change. One example that I want to highlight is at the beginning of this process, staff began with an understanding that the rate for tribal subsistence was 4.5 fish meals per week, and this is based on a study that was conducted to support the Mercury objectives. Tribal representatives explained to Water Board staff that this rate did not reflect tribal practices and encouraged us to consider factors beyond the amount of fish consumed, and encouraged us to consider the type of species consumed, the parts consumed, preparation methods, and seasonal consumption patterns. And the guidance was updated to reflect this important input. This is only one example, but I share this example to really emphasize that the Water Board's understanding of tribal beneficial uses is evolving directly because of tribal leadership. California is the only state in the nation that has developed tribal beneficial uses. So as a result, we are navigating this new path together. And the water boards really value tribal partnership to ensure that this path that we are developing is responsive to tribal feedback and protects tribal uses for generations to come. So we want to extend a deep gratitude to the tribal leaders that participate in the tribal TBU Strategic Caucus, as well as those that led in the development of the TBU definitions and in the draft guidance. Also, for those that are just joining the tribal beneficial use conversation now, we also welcome you because your leadership and your knowledge is really needed as we build this path together. And that's really the purpose of today's workshop. We have three main goals that we want to accomplish today. The first is we want to provide an overview of the draft guidance document. We want to then highlight a couple of examples of tribal beneficial use progress taking place across the state. And then the third goal is to really obtain feedback on the draft guidance so that the board can hear directly from tribal leaders feedback on how we can improve the guidance. Here's what you can expect for today's workshop. In a little bit, I will pass the mic to Sherry Norris with the California Indian Environmental Alliance, who's going to walk us through the history on tribal beneficial use definitions. We'll then go into the presentation on the draft guidance documents. We'll take a break. When we come back from the break, we will hear from 4 panel updates on TBU progress taking place across the state. Afterwards, we'll take a lunch break, and when we come back from lunch, we will hear feedback to the board on the draft guidance. And this includes a panel recommendation from the TBU Tribal Strategic Caucus, from tribal elected officials, and a public comment period. And with that, I will pass the mic over to Sherry Norris to talk through the history of tribal beneficial use definitions.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Norris. Yeah, I'm a member of the Osage Nation. I am the executive director of the California Indian Environmental Alliance. It's good to see familiar faces up here. Hello, everyone. Central Valley tribes, I wanted to let you know, are not here, in part because there's another meeting that they had to go to, and they're actually over by where I live. So we did meet, and I did get information in my slides and in my information from them. So we're good to go. I will go to my first slide. Advance. I'm not going to, you guys are very familiar with Port Cologne, but I did want to bring up this one piece, which is that anti-degradation policy applies even if a water body is not listed for use protection. We know that, you know that, but just a reminder is the underpinning of what we're discussing today. So we're asking for the transparency of having all of the uses in front of regional boards and yourselves so that everyone can see them, make decisions, and have all the information in front of them and not be missing pieces. That is one of the core reasons. And also that Rec 1 and COM were inherently different than the tribal uses, and so it wasn't familiar or it wasn't correct. And you didn't have that clear transparency and visibility of what uses were. So next slide. So then there's the legacy of the success. So we have to go back to the North Coast, as Adriana was talking about. The tribes in the North Coast started prior to 2003 when all of the State Water Board adopted it. They actually were working, the Karuk tribe, Yurok, Hupa, and Wiyot, and the Talawadi Nation were all working on tribal beneficial uses in order to put them into their basin plan. And they were successful, which is wonderful, and we were all able to point to that. And the success has carried forward. One thing to note is that it's understood that the statewide definitions do not supersede North Coast Basin Plan definitions, that they're existing simultaneously at this time. They have been very successful in designating coal in 28 water bodies. And in 2010, the Klamath River TMDL action plan did rely on the North Coast coal definition and the designation of that use for the protection of water quality. And staff did cite those uses as the basis to establish that target for ceremonies, fisheries, tribal fisheries, aquatic plants, and other ancestral practices. So it's been used successfully. And what's really nice in the basin plan for the North Coast is also that designations for TBUs were made in some broad categories that were outside of the named water bodies, recognizing that these uses would exist in minor coastal streams, bays, estuaries, freshwater, and saline wetlands and groundwater. So we appreciate that, and we looked at them and their successes as we roll forward to think about what they've done well and what we can learn from. Next slide. The SWRCB TBU provision history. In 2013, tribes and tribal organizations did send letter to the State Water Board in the Central Valley asking for definitions to be adopted. We did also have a meeting with 14 tribes from the region, and the Water Board agreed that such definitions would protect first uses in the state and that they could be adopted. The tribes that met in the Central Valley previous to that were told that they would not be able to, the Water Board would not be able to designate water bodies with TBU, so it would not go into the basin plan. So this is when we met into the SWRCB history. The Water Board did have a mandate from the federal EPA to establish water quality objectives for all the locations that did not have mercury TMDLs, and some of you will remember all of this because you were part of it. And we were very happy to have that as something to move us forward. And we all rose to the occasion. So we spent 4 years going with Clear Lake tribes, Mendocino tribes, and then we were joined by the Water Board staff to go throughout the state to talk about the definitions, see if they would work, see if they were too wide or too narrow. And this was starting with the North Coast language. And at the time, tribes really wanted to add more information because some of the regional boards could interpret things narrowly and some could interpret them widely, and it made sense to include some succinct details on what those uses were, especially for, for coal and also for fish, to talk about how it was different than COM. And the Water Board staff wanted that in there so that it could be clear. Staff recommended that T-sub and coal be developed separately at that time to allow for multiple water quality objectives. In the North Coast, they're coupled more closely, and perhaps that's something that we should look at because tribes continuously ask that both T-sub and coal be designated at the same time, because when you're out there fishing, you're also doing other cultural things at that time. So separating them out consistently, through regional boards and having to fight to keep them together has been very difficult. That's part of the guidelines comments later. Next slide, please. Tribal cultural uses. North Coast region was adopted in 2003, and the State Water Board adopted the definition for coal in 2017. And here they are so we could see the difference, but you can read that on your own. So for time, I'll move forward because we have two people coming after me in this panel. Go ahead. Tribal subsistence fishing. This is the Oh, somebody switched my slides. I'm so sorry. This was supposed to be the fish for definition, but I think it got moved to the other spot. But either way, we'll go past this slide because, again, you can see those definitions. The Central Valley, I spoke about that already when tribal organizations did send a letter, tried to get it to happen, but did move forward through the SWRCB. Next slide, please. So then in 2023, we created the Tribal Strategic Planning Caucus. What was happening at the time is that the regional boards were meeting and they were having a tribal advisory committee to coordinate themselves, which is great, but tribes weren't engaged in that process. So we were noticing that there was not consistency between the regions and we weren't in the room to discuss it. So the tribes would meet with their own regional boards, and so we would come together and compare notes and try to see how we can align things. The caucus does continue to compare notes on TBU processes. Tribal traditional territories overlap multiple regions, so it's important that some of those tribes that are in those areas don't have to do multiple different types of things, and there's some consistency between them. And we do value regional autonomy, and caucus members and regional board members did need some guidance. They were seeking this information that this guidance document created, so we're so happy to have it created. The caucus worked with water board staff to support that guideline development, and not all of our recommendations were in that document to date, so I'll be talking about some of them later. And also, we will be commenting collectively. And what we do with the ad hoc is all the tribes are invited, and we talk about the document, and then tribes can take it back to their councils and submit their own letters should they like, or sign on as appropriate. Each tribe is their own choice for that way, for respecting the sovereignty that each tribe has. And I think next slide. And that's all from me, but there's two people coming up after me. One is Sarah Ryan and the other is Javier Silva, and we'll let them introduce themselves, and each of them have time to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly, Ms. Norris.
You're welcome. Oh, yeah.
Yes, Board Member Blumenfeld.
Hi, Sherry. Great to see you.
Hi.
What would success look like for you just as we're going through the day? Just understand, because we get really far into the weeds and
Right. The underpinnings, the basic underpinnings that tribes were asking for TBUs and the understanding of lifeways, we still don't feel that they're reflected in the document. So when we get into that guideline piece, we'll be able to hit some of those. I mean, there's a lot of things that we discussed and that are in there, which is great. There's some things that we're very grateful for, but there is still some issues between the connectivity between commercial and sports fishing, Rec 1, tribal subsistence, and culture that are intermingled, and it has to do with water quality objectives because those objectives were created in the SWRCB. There's other toxins that we're considering, like arsenic, for example, would be completely different than mercury would be. So with that, if it's okay, does that help a little bit? Or
yeah, I thought, yeah.
We'd really like to do that.
Yeah, I get on the definitional level, I guess if there's any big emphasis or like as you're looking at this as an opportunity.
I think that the connectivity between the regional boards and having a tribal advisory committee in each of the regions to have correspondence, and then we understand the regional boards need to talk with you, but we also need to have the tribes be able to talk among themselves. So we created that, but I think having more dialogue with tribes and the regional boards and the state water boards to really understand it. This is an introduction today, but I think we could have some good conversations,
Cool.
If that helps.
I was interested in. Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Really appreciate that. Ms. Ryan, good to see you. Oh, you should be invited to unmute. There we are.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director and Emergency Management Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. Sherry did a great job talking about the history of tribal beneficial use work of the tribes in California. And I just wanted to add a couple of things to that. Because I work for a tribe that's on the largest freshwater natural lake in California, we have a program that really has to be focused in on water and the foods within that water and the uses within that water. And I think that's always been the challenge throughout the work of the tribes and tribal organizations with this project, and that is to identify the exposure scenarios, to really kind of hone in on the differences between the tribal uses and the existing beneficial uses that have been adopted by the state of California. You'll hear about some of our concerns about that as we move through the day. But in general, any support that we can have for not only testing traditional foods, because those are often not part of any county program or larger program. So testing those, such as what's in the tules that are on Clear Lake. We already know there's one of the herbicides that Department of Food and Agriculture uses. So we know that's in the tules in some locations. And it's just, being able to, instead of making assumptions about the, the exposures or the lack of contaminants in foods, we really want to, foods and medicines, we want to be able to have that data. And so there are some tribes that have developed programs to be able to do that. It's also, throughout the history of this movement of working on tribal beneficial use development, there's been a lot of tribes, like we're gaining, a lot more tribes that are participating in this. It started off kind of small. It's a heavy lift, to be able to not only, most of us are dealing with federal environmental laws and all of that, but to be just as, to be able to speak at the state level and understand the state standards and processes can be a lot, especially for small tribes or non-federally recognized tribes. So any amount of support and work that can be done to lighten that load is always appreciated, because it will move us along faster. I think we all want to move faster in this process, but accurately, thoroughly, but as quickly as possible, because as we can, as there continues to be things like cyanotoxins in water bodies, or various types of cleanups that have to happen. We want to make sure that tribal exposure rates are integrated into cleanup plans and permits and all those types of things. So that's really all I needed to say about the history of it. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ryan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
My turn. Javier Silva, member of the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo. I'm also of Noyo descent. And Sarah and Sherry did a great job summarizing the history. I think that, this in the slides, it shows the actual year it started that we requested this. So, and you know what year we're in now. And so I kind of wanted to really stress that the importance of establishing the tribal beneficial uses as soon as possible. These protections have been, on water bodies have gone un unprotected for tribal beneficial uses. So, it's been and meanwhile the tribes are out there, the tribal members are out there. We're harvesting and gathering and continue to subsist off our historical use areas, and really would appreciate, the expedition of, tribal beneficial uses and the water quality protections on our water bodies. And so I kind of wanted to really stress that it's beyond time. I know resources are limited, and even for the tribes. But meanwhile, I just wanted to let you know that yeah, we continue to use it. And, I really wanted to, you know, continue to stress the ocean as well, and continue and protecting the ocean, because that's a huge water body that we rely on subsistence for. Also did want to mention that I did watch the meeting yesterday, and it looks like the room's a lot clearer today than yesterday, so it's probably quieter. But I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Really appreciate your insights here and engagement on the project, and agree that we need a sense of urgency around the work, and glad that we are having this discussion and finalizing this guidance and really helping to accelerate the work. So thank you. Ms. Norris, anything further to close out?
No, we're ready to go forward. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you. We'll hand things back over to Ms. Renteria.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sherry, Sarah, and Javier. So for this next part of the presentation, we are going to be discussing elements of the draft guidance document. So you could download a copy using the QR code or the link in the slide to follow along as we go on. The PowerPoint presentation has a blue square at the bottom of each slide where you can learn more about that. So if there's anything that piques your interest, you can check out that page and learn more. So just regrounding, like we discussed a little bit ago, the authority to establish tribal beneficial uses comes from the Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act. So tribal beneficial uses are intended to protect water quality. When it comes to what are beneficial uses, under Porter Cologne, beneficial uses describe how the ways that water is used or may be used. There are many different beneficial use categories. Some examples include drinking water, recreation, agriculture, commercial fishing, aquatic habitat. And beneficial use designations are important because they help determine what level of water quality protection is needed. So for example, drinking water needs a stronger water quality protection than industrial supply because drinking water is ingested, so there's higher health risk associated with that beneficial use. Beneficial uses could either be existing beneficial uses, which means that the use is currently happening in a water body or has happened there anytime since 1968. Or a beneficial use could be a probable future beneficial use, meaning that the use is not currently happening or hasn't occurred since 1968, but it is expected to take place in the future through something like cultural revitalization efforts or planned restoration. What I want to highlight about this is that these descriptions of beneficial uses is not unique to tribal beneficial uses. This applies to all beneficial uses. And one of the questions that we get regularly is, can tribal beneficial uses be designated for practices that were interrupted due to forced dispossession and colonization and are not currently happening? And under Porter Cologne, we cannot designate a use that has not happened since 1968 or is not expected to happen in the future. However, in the guidance document, we do clarify that these historical uses can be included in the basin plan's background information. And in the future, if there are new efforts being done to revitalize practices, that designation could be considered at a future plan amendment. Water quality control plans, also known as basin plans at the regional water board level, are really important because they are the way that water quality decisions are guided and how beneficial uses are protected. So these plans include general information about the watershed characteristics. They include the definitions of beneficial uses, where those beneficial uses are designated to specific streams, rivers, and lakes, and what is the water quality needed to protect those uses. These plans also include programs of implementation with actions to improve water quality and then monitoring activities to track compliance. These are not static plans. These are plans that are reviewed regularly every few years and updated as needed. And the process to designate tribal beneficial uses means that a water quality control plan has to go through an amendment process to include those new tribal beneficial use designations. Here's an example of a a beneficial use table from the Central Valley Regional Water Board. I just want to share, what it looks like in the plan, and I encourage everybody to take a look at the water quality control plans of their area. And the blue box is the list of surface water bodies in this plan. And the purple box is a list of all of the beneficial use categories. Here is where tribal beneficial uses would be added as an additional column. And then the green box indicates whether that use is designated as an existing use or a probable future or potential use. So that's just an example of what a plan looks like for some grounding. Now I want to briefly talk about how tribal beneficial uses can affect water quality decisions. In the screen, there's a photo of Dixie Rogers, who is a Karuk basket weaver and who is demonstrating traditional basket weaving practices at Native American Day. And as you can see, she is using her mouth as a tool for basket weaving. And because many basket weavers use their mouths as part of their basket weaving techniques, this means that they could be exposed to the constituents that the plant has absorbed through the water. So a tribal beneficial use designation of a plant gathering area would mean that the water quality standards have to protect both the basket weaving plants and the people who handle them. And in order to meet those standards, different actions could be taken. So for example, discharge permits may require stricter limits or additional treatment to protect gathering areas. New, more protective water quality objectives may be developed based on tribal exposure or cultural practices. Permits may need to be revised under NPDES or 401 certification to protect the uses. Total maximum daily loads may be developed for waters that aren't meeting water quality standards. And in areas where there isn't enough information to make a decision, more monitoring and data collection may be needed to better understand impacts on tribal lifeways. The reason it's beneficial to formally designate a tribal beneficial use into a plan amendment is because it gets embedded into state decision-making, and the water boards have to consider those uses anytime that they are considering a new permit or other water quality decision. So there's a lot of benefit to protecting the use, not only for now, but for future generations. The guidance document outlines 10 steps for tribal beneficial use designation. I want to highlight that a water board may choose to combine certain steps depending on their process and depending on feedback from tribes. And the other thing I want to highlight about this 10-step process is that the first 2 steps of this process are unique to tribal beneficial uses, and the remaining steps generally describe the general basin plan amendment process. So the first step, diving into the first step to initiate this process, really begins with a tribe requesting to consult with the water board to discuss a potential designation request. After that initial meeting, a tribe would submit the written request. A water board cannot designate a tribal beneficial use without a tribe's consent and support. This is a requirement that came directly from tribal feedback gathered as part of the tribal beneficial use definition development and is a requirement that is embedded in the inland surface water, enclosed bays, and estuaries plan.
Board Member Blumenfeld.
So on that slide, just so the public understands, so because you distinguish in the second paragraph between the water board and the first one is the water board. So the first step, they'd actually consult, to Sherry's point, with the regional, one of the 9 regional boards, not with the water board, or would it be? Which would it be? Where would they go?
All 10 water boards can designate tribal beneficial uses. So for example, the state water board also has the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan that could also designate. So they could
Generally,
speak.
they go to the regional water board.
They would go to the regional water board, and the state water board also has an opportunity to designate in statewide water quality control plans.
This makes it sound like they only go to this water board, the state water board. I just want.
Thank you for clarifying. Yes. In the presentation, when I say water board, I'm referring to all 10. Thank
Then
you.
in the second paragraph, you say the water boards, which sounds like plural. Like
Multiple. Yeah. Thank you for flagging that S and the confusion there. Thank you. After that initial meeting with a water board, the tribe would then submit a written designation request. And in this designation request, it's really helpful to include the following information: whether the use is a use under the tribal culture and tradition or tribal subsistence beneficial use, the type of activities that occur, generally where those activities occur, exposure pathways, including frequency, duration, and seasonality of the use, whether the use is currently happening or planned in the future, and if there's any summary level data on consumption or cultural practices that the tribe would like to share. What we want to emphasize is that general information is sufficient. We do not need exact locations or sensitive cultural details as part of this process. We recognize that there may be some concerns with sharing information about tribal uses, so we're really committed to working with tribes to collect the minimum amount of information needed to protect the use. This type of information can be submitted in a variety of formats, including maps, oral histories, information about cultural revitalization, aggregate consumption surveys, traditional knowledge, and other ecological data. One of the questions that we have gotten regularly is, why do tribes have to submit any information at all? Is it possible for the water boards to designate all of California, since all of California waters are important to Native communities? And the reason we are respectfully requesting information is so that we can better understand the exposure pathways associated with that use, and that we can evaluate the potential health risks and make sure that we understand what level of water quality protection is needed for that specific practice. Exposure pathways describe how pollutants or harmful substances can enter the body, and some examples of pathways can include ingestion through eating, absorption through the skin or through the eyes, inhalation, or cuts and abrasion. And again, the reason this information is helpful is because it helps us evaluate the level of water quality protection needed. It can help adjust the timing of permits to prevent harm. So earlier you heard Sarah talk about aquatic pesticides applied to tules. So if we know that there's an aquatic pesticide applied to tules, maybe the timing of that application could be modified to limit exposure for gathering of tules. This information could also help us determine whether new water quality objectives are needed or if designation is feasible. And the last thing that I'll comment before I pass the mic to my colleague Phil is questions around tribal data sovereignty and confidentiality. So the Water Quality Control Plan amendment process is adopted through a public rulemaking process. What that means is the documents that are developed in support of this process are entered into the administrative record and become public. The water boards respect tribal data sovereignty, and we are seeking only the minimum amount of information needed to support the designations. And like mentioned, we do not require exact dates, locations, or sensitive information. And we really want to stress the importance of first meeting with the water board to verbally discuss what information the tribe intends to share before submitting anything in writing. That way, we can collaboratively discuss what information is needed and what should become part of the public record before it is submitted. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to my colleague Phil to walk us through the remaining 10 steps of the designation process.
Thank you, Adriana. Phil Wiles, Assistant Chief Counsel for the State Water Board. And before I start, I just wanted to say that I had the privilege of being one of the few water board staff who had the opportunity to meet with the TBU Tribal Caucus with Sherry and Sarah, and frankly, many, many other tribal representatives. We had over 20 representatives at some of these meetings, and we had many meetings. Those meetings were incredibly helpful in terms of helping us to better understand their perspectives and their views on the importance of water quality to their tribes and to their ways of life. And again, I just want to point out that we're still learning, and so part of this process in terms of putting out the draft guidance as it exists today is not the end of the road. It's really just the beginning of the discussion with all of the tribes to make sure that we're doing as good of a job as we can in terms of accommodating their different views within the regulatory structure of the Port of Cologne Act and the Clean Water Act. So Adrienne has asked me to sort of walk through the very basic steps of water quality control planning for beneficial uses and water quality objectives. As she said, this is not really distinct or different for tribal uses than it is for others, with one exception, and that is that we have not been designating very many beneficial uses or adopting very many water quality objectives in the last several decades. Most of this work occurred back in the 1970s and 80s. And so for both the water board staff and for the tribes, this is something that many of them have not gone through before. And so these are the sort of the basic steps. And then I'll go through it quickly because it's all mentioned in the guidance, but helpful to understand that there is a rulemaking process. And also wanted to point out that, frankly, one of the big challenges that I see going forward is that we don't have at the water boards a lot of resources available for this work. And the tribes also obviously are challenged in terms of finding resources to help us go through this work. So Adriana mentioned the first step, and I'll just jump in with step number two. The first step was, again, the tribe submits a request for a designation. Step two is, even though the State Water Board adopted standardized definitions in 2017 for both coal or culture and subsistence, that did not automatically include, it didn't put those definitions in the regional board's water quality control plans or basin plans. And so the regions do have that step. That's a relatively simple step. It doesn't have any regulatory effect just to add the definition. But it does need to happen through a formal water quality control plan amendment. It can happen at the same time as the first set of tribal beneficial use designations, or it can happen individually prior to designating any tribal beneficial uses for any specific water bodies. Next slide. Step three is when we start to get into the actual designations of uses. And with all of our water quality control plans, the designation process is assigning one or more specific uses, tribal beneficial uses in this case, to one or more water bodies. This is a rulemaking again, and essentially what we're doing here is, as Adriana put on the slides earlier, adding to our water quality control plan use designations to the table, if that's what the regional board uses, or in the form of the Bay Delta plan. It's more of a list of uses. The beginning step here is a designation request from the tribe. And at that point, our expectation is that the water boards, the relevant water board staff will work with the tribe to better understand which water body or water body segments, which tribal uses would apply, and also whether that use is one that we would say is currently existing. Again, that means it's been happening at some point in time since 1968, or it's a probable future use because it's not an existing use, but it's likely to occur in the future. And this is going to be based on information that we receive from the tribe. So we are really looking to the tribes to help us with the information that we need. Next step. So I just said that
Mr. Wiles, I'm trying to find the right time to ask this question, but I think I'll just go ahead and jump in. It's a very complicated planning process that we have at the water board. And so just, I think actually to tee off board member Blumenfeld's question, when it comes to where the TBU may be designated, and we have a proposal currently under consideration right now to designate coal in the Bay Delta plan.
Yes.
That overlaps substantially with one of the basin plans in the Central Valley region, as well as the Bay Area Regional Board. So with those regional boards, if the state board elects to adopt that designation for the Bay Delta plan, would the regional boards also need to take that action for the same water bodies, or would it automatically apply to those regional board basin plans?
Sure. Great question, Board Member McGuire. The answer is that if any one of the water boards designates for a particular water body, that designation applies to all water boards that might have jurisdiction for discharges that would affect that water body. And so I'll get to, actually, I'm getting to it right here, the possibility that the state board is currently considering, which is to designate an aspect of the coal tribal beneficial use throughout the Bay Delta watershed. If the state board does follow through with that, and as I explain a little bit later, it goes through all the approval steps, then that use would be designated for that activity throughout the watershed. The regional board would not have to do its own rulemaking to do the same thing. It would already be in a position to have to protect that use because it's been designated by the state board.
That's very helpful. I think it helps for tribes to understand too which board, whether it's the regional boards or the state board that they should turn to first when they have a designation request.
That's right. And just to kind of put a finer point on that question, in almost all cases, it will be the regional board that will be interacting with the tribes to do the designations. The exceptions are where there is a state water board water quality control plan, and frankly, there's just the ocean plan and the Bay Delta plan where we would expect that the request and the coordination would come directly to the state board. Moving on, so.
Board Member Blumenfeld.
Sorry.
Can you please use your mic? Thanks.
Could you go one slide back? So the last sentence, actually, the word consultation, just making sure really clear here. Obviously, it means different things in the tribal context with the sovereign tribal government. So on page 39 and then on 49, you talk about what consultation means. I think we should be really clear when it says water board staff continue consulting with tribe, like where it's at some point being and delineating very clearly what aspects of this should be through formal tribal consultation, which I would say is a very minor part of it, because those are formal government to government relationships as opposed to a more fluid discussion about the technical aspects, which can be between staff and not a formal government consultation. So we do talk on page 49 about, I think, the proper use of consultation sorry, on page 50 at the top, which is request government to government consultation. But just to delineate really, because I think often when tribes read the word always when they read the word consultation, it means something very particular and important to both of us. So just to be clear what we mean and when we mean it would be great.
Thank you, Board Member Blumenfeld. And completely agree. We need to be clear what form of consultation we're talking about. And unfortunately or fortunately, that word is being used in many different contexts. And we absolutely should be more careful about whether it's essentially a capital C formal consultation versus a more informal staff level consultation. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I said a minute ago was that we designate uses on a watershed a water body or water body segment basis. And in the guidance, we do identify one exception to that general rule that is specific to a tribal beneficial use. It's not something that we do for other uses, but it does seem to make sense. And so we identified it in the draft guidance as a watershed-wide designation for a limited set of activities under the cultural beneficial use. And what we identify in the draft guidance is that it can be appropriate for the water boards to designate throughout the entire watershed in the situation where it's related to a spiritual connection to a species that migrates throughout the entire watershed. Because the spiritual connection, by definition, is not limited to a particular water body or water body segment. It's to the species, and the species occurs throughout the entire watershed. So that's one essentially a new exception to our general rule that all of our designations are either water body specific or water body segment specific. Next slide. So getting into more of the sort of the staff level process here, one thing that the regional boards and the state board need to do is conduct a California Environmental Quality Act analysis. And we walk through a little bit what that means here. This is not different than any other beneficial use designation or water quality objective adoption, but what it essentially means is that we need to figure out on the front end what type of environmental review we need to do. There are special requirements under the California Environmental Quality Act, which we refer to on this slide as AB 52, which mandates that lead agencies do a particular type of consultation with tribes. And it doesn't really spell out which type of consultation, whether it's formal or not, but we tend to elevate the formality of that type of consultation. That would be for not just the tribe that requested the designation, but for other tribes that could be affected. We prepare an environmental review document. We have a special California Environmental Quality Act process for our water quality control plans that involves public review and comment. It involves analyzing the environmental effects and potential mitigation measures and alternatives that would avoid those effects. And then we take in those comments and consider whether we need to make changes before we take it to either the regional board in most cases, or in the case of the Bay Delta or the ocean, to the state board for it to decide whether to approve. Next slide, please. There's definitely some questions about why do we have to comply with the Environmental Quality Act if what we're doing is designed inherently to provide more protections, higher water quality issues, or higher water quality. And the answer is because when we adopt beneficial use or a water quality objective, there may be incidental impacts that occur to the environment as a result of the methods that people have to use to comply with the beneficial use or the water quality objective. So we have an example here of a type of obviously of protective beneficial use rulemaking, which would be to identify uses that might be affected by harmful algal blooms. And you can see from the box there that it's possible that in some cases, somebody upstream might need to do some work, and that work could have an environmental effect. And so we would need to analyze what that effect might be and look at whether there are alternatives and mitigation measures that might reduce those impacts, in this case, to the wetlands. Next slide. So we've identified as step 5, not just the designation of the beneficial use, but also the second step, which is adopting water quality objectives to protect that beneficial use. And these are the two pieces, these are the core pieces of our water quality control planning. So even though we're mostly speaking about this whole subject in the context of designating tribal beneficial uses, I think it's very important to recall that that's only the first of 2 steps. And the second step is adopting water quality objectives. And we don't have to adopt the water quality objectives at the same time that we designate the beneficial uses. It's up to the state board and the regional boards to determine whether it'd be more appropriate to adopt them at the same time or to adopt them separately. But essentially, water quality objectives are a form of a standard that is identified and adopted into the water quality control plan at a level that will protect any given use that we're talking about. So if we're talking about one of the tribal coal uses, the water quality objectives will vary depending on what activities it is that we're trying to protect. As we've talked about already, that's going to depend on things like exposure pathways, the frequency of the use, when the use occurs, what the water body itself looks like. And so in some cases, the regional board or the state board may determine that there are already existing water quality objectives that are adequate to protect the newly designated tribal beneficial use. That would be the situation where the tribal beneficial use, the specifics for how the water body is used by that tribe, are not more sensitive. That is, they're not entirely different from, and they're not at a higher rate or a higher exposure pathway than other uses that are already designated and already have existing water quality objectives to protect them. In other cases, and this is a really important reason for us to be going through these processes, is we may determine that the tribal use of the water is more sensitive. That is, that there are different or higher levels of exposures to the tribal members. And so in those cases, we would be evaluating what would the new water quality objectives look like to protect the beneficial uses that we're designating. And there are different types of water quality objectives, so the guidance gets a little bit into the differences, but really the water quality objective is the place where the rubber hits the road. That is what helps to dictate things like the permits limitations for discharges of pollutants that could affect those uses upstream. Next slide. So step 6 is an implementation plan that goes into the water quality control plan as well. In many cases, we don't necessarily need a water body specific or a beneficial use specific implementation plan because we use our standard approaches for implementing. But this is something that definitely the regional boards and the state board need to evaluate, is if there are any things about the beneficial use or the water quality objective that warrant a more precise or a more specific type of implementation plan. And that can include things like specific actions that the regional board or the state board will take. Might involve coordinating with the tribes in this case. We might be identifying timelines for achieving certain milestones, including things like monitoring and reporting that we were expecting to occur over the course of the next decades. And then, of course, the main way that we implement our water quality objectives and beneficial uses is by issuing waste discharge requirements and other types of permits and orders to ensure that discharges of waste are not interfering with the beneficial use. Next slide. So part of the process then is for the water board, either the regional board in most cases or the state board for the state board's water quality control plans. The staff will develop a staff report that analyzes all of the issues that I've just discussed and then some. And they'll circulate this staff report and it'll essentially provide sort of the proposal for the state board or the regional board to consider, plus all of the analyses that I've discussed, including not just the California Environmental Quality Analysis, but also other alternatives that the regional board or the state board might be considering to protect the tribal beneficial use. We then engage in a very formal public comment period, and we respond to the comments that we receive. Next slide. And then at either a regional water board meeting or a state water board meeting, we'll have a public hearing where we invite members of the public and certainly the tribes that are affected to come in and discuss the proposed amendment. That amendment, again, just to recap, can include any or all of the items in the bullets. That would be the adoption of the definitions in the first instance, the designations of the uses for specific water bodies, or the watershed-wide designation I mentioned for the spiritual connection to species. It can include water quality objectives, and it can include implementation measures. And again, we receive comments and oral testimony at the hearing. Next slide. And then assuming that the regional board, or in the other cases, the state board actually does adopt the basin plan amendment, that's not the end of the story. There are additional approvals that are necessary. If the water quality control plan amendment is adopted by a regional board, it must come to the state water board for the state water board to approve as well before it can take effect. And if it's adopted initially by the state water board, then of course that doesn't have to occur. But there are two additional steps that have to occur, and those are approval by the California Office of Administrative Law. And because these are beneficial uses that affect surface water bodies, at least the way that we're envisioning it for now, they're also submitted by water board staff to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for U.S. EPA's approval. Next slide. And that's not the end, because then the real work begins. And that's the work of actually implementing the designations and water quality objectives. And so you can see that the way we do that again is we will update our permits to the extent that we need to recognize beneficial uses that we've adopted or new water quality objectives. That may require dischargers that are upstream to implement new controls on their discharges of waste. We certainly will include monitoring to go along with all of the permits. There may well be the need to initiate a new action to restore a water body or develop cleanup plans. We generally refer to those as total maximum daily loads. And then really importantly, the expectation is that we would definitely continue to collaborate with the affected tribes. They know what's happening on their water bodies. They're the ones who can inform us about how things are going, and we can continue to assess and make changes as we need to along in the future. Next slide. Just a couple of notes. Those are the general steps, but there are two other things I wanted to mention because they definitely come up. The first one is, what do we do with a tribal use that we know is either an existing use or a probable future use, but we have not yet amended a water quality control plan, either a regional board's basin plan or a state board water quality control plan, to designate that use or to adopt water quality objectives that would protect that use? And the answer is that we are obligated to protect tribal beneficial uses, even if they're not designated, as long as we have sufficient evidence to understand that the use is either occurring or a probable future use. The real value, though, in going through this process is that, number one, it puts the public on notice. Number two is it's respectful and it acknowledges the use in a much more formal way, but also it avoids the need for the tribes to come to the water board on each and every potential proceeding where we might be issuing permits or waste discharge requirements or taking other actions that could affect the use. And so while we do have this sort of obligation that's always with us to protect all uses when we issue our waste discharge requirements, and the tribes definitely should be coming to us if they think that we're going to be doing something that could adversely affect one of their uses that's not designated. The designation process is really the right way to formalize those uses so that the tribes don't have to keep coming back to the water boards on each and every potential action that could affect their use. Next slide. And the reality is, for all of our beneficial uses, not just tribal beneficial uses, but for all uses, there are certain circumstances where it may not really be possible for us to designate a use. And this is recognized by the Clean Water Act. Essentially, if it's not an attainable use, and that's a word of art that's used by the Clean Water Act. If we cannot attain the use, then we generally will not designate that use. But one of the things that came up in our discussions with the TBU Strategic Caucus was, well, does that mean we just walk away from it? And the answer is no. The regional boards or the state board absolutely can identify that use as something that might have occurred in the past, and conditions currently don't allow that use to be attained. But we can certainly identify it as a historic use or a priority for a future designation once the water body conditions are improved to the point where we can attain that use. What I'm speaking about here about unattainable uses is different than uses that are impaired. We have plenty of beneficial uses that we've designated where the water body isn't quite attaining them. The water body is impaired, and for that we actually come up with a restoration plan or some other type of plan, generally again referred to as a total maximum daily load. What I'm talking about in this slide is really where it's even the use of a total maximum daily load, we would have no way to restore the use and attain the use. So just want to flag that there are some situations where we'll have to have a real conversation with either a tribe or any other proponent for a beneficial use designation to talk about whether that use is actually feasible for attainment purposes.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Wiles, just because this is so complex, and I know we have folks watching, and even though I've heard this several times, I am still confused on this point. So could you give an example?
Sure. Thank you. So one fairly important use that's, we are still evaluating whether it's attainable, and frankly, in many cases, probably is not attainable, is the consumption of certain types of fish that bioaccumulate mercury. We have very high levels of mercury in some of our water bodies, both from naturally occurring mercury or from uses during gold mining and other historic activities on water bodies, where the mercury is bioaccumulating to a level in particular species of fish and other aquatic species where it is just simply not safe to consume those fish at any reasonable level. In those situations, or in that situation, that would be a possibility where we would just say the consumption use, both the tribal consumption use, but also just our regular, what we use as COM as our beneficial use for the general population's consumption of fish. It would not be attainable for us to make that a safe use of the water to consume those particular fish. And so there's a different process that we would use to identify that as not attainable. And that is essentially the opposite of designating the use.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then just to complete the hypothetical, if you could give an example on an impaired water body, a listing that would not prevent a TBU designation.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So we have many water bodies, unfortunately, in California that are, we refer to them as impaired, and that's where we're not currently seeing water quality conditions throughout the water body that are meeting the water quality objectives that are designated to protect the beneficial use. So an example might be a water body segment where there's for example, a recreational beneficial use for swimming, for wading, for even aesthetic uses to viewing the water body, but the nutrient levels are too high. And so we might see harmful algal blooms, we might see other issues that are currently impairing those beneficial uses, but there's a solution. And the solution might be that we have grazing, or we might have septic systems in that watershed where there's a path forward where we can actually solve the problem. And if we can identify a solution to the problem, we could still identify the use as an appropriate use. We can designate the use. We can identify the water quality objectives, and we would come up with something called a total maximum daily load, where we can actually solve the problem over time. And that's a great distinction, really, whether there's a solution that we can see versus we really don't see a feasible solution, at least with the tools that we have today. That in the latter case, it would be not attainable. In the former case, it would be something we can designate and we can work on repairing.
Thank you. Board Member Blumenfeld.
Thank you for that. And I know how deeply all the staff care about these issues and making them accessible to the public that we care about. If you just listen to the presentation of the 10 steps, it sounds like we don't ever want this to happen. Each of these steps is incredibly complicated and takes a long time. So I know that isn't our intention, and I want to be really clear, because if you just listened to it and saw these 10 steps, you'd be like, wow. I mean, if someone said buying your house or insuring your car or any government process took this long, and we didn't talk about how long this takes, but when you add that on, I mean, those 10 steps would be very unlikely to happen in less than 5 years.
I guess part of our objective is to be realistic and to make sure that folks understand what the steps are, what the process is. And to your point, it does take a while. And one of the real impediments I mentioned before is we just don't have that many resources available to do these steps. And so as a result, it is true that it takes at least several years to get through the process. I think 5 is not unrealistic. In some cases, we can certainly do it faster. But I would say it would be very unusual to see us go through all of the steps in less than a couple of years.
Getting to a suggestion. So, because if you're a tribal member and following this process, you know, North Coast develops this process in 2003. We come up with a definition in 2017, and it's taken from that point to now, so 9 years, to get from the definition to the process by which that definition can be effectively implemented. So what I would love to consider is a deadline from beginning to end of the process that we set for ourselves for this to happen, namely from step 1 to step 10, or this might be 11, that we set some guidelines for ourselves, because otherwise we're saying, we care about this priority. We spent an enormous amount of community and tribal time reviewing this, looking at this, listening to this, and then we set up all these gauntlets and hoops and hurdles to jump through. But I think we owe it to the process to have a really clear set of expectations around when we think we will do our part of the bargain to get it done. So I don't know what exactly that looks like, but my suggestion would be, if we don't do that, it basically becomes an open-ended, never-ending process for those tribes that also have, I mean, I also want to be clear, I think it's difficult for us to say, as a group of people that have 2,800 staff between the 10 boards, that we don't have a lot of resources, and literally probably more than $1 billion of money. So it's a question about prioritizing those resources. If you talk to most of the tribes, they have 3-1 staff people. They really have very few resources. So there's an asymmetry in resources. I want to make sure that we have clarity around the time that we will get it done, and that within the 2,800 people that we have, that we prioritize this to get done, because otherwise this whole thing is for naught. So I know that this is not a critique of intention, skill, expertise. You all bring passion and commitment to this issue. This is just in the raw mechanics of implementation, having some commitment on our side to show that it will get done.
Yeah, I appreciate the thoughts, board member. And also what I think will be helpful is to hear later in the afternoon from, say, the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board that is further along on the path, is, you know, close, and we'll hear from them to actually then designating, and a lot of work has been done there. So I think hearing from the regions what it you know, being, and I think we're trying to be honest and open as to what it does take, and it does take a significant resource. I appreciate the thought about putting timelines necessarily on our components so that folks understand how long that might take, but also want to give, because a lot of this work is at the regional boards, a lot of respect and deference as well. They're balancing a lot. You well know they do have a lot on their plates, but I think it is why we're having this conversation. It is why the guidance was developed, so that we are being clear, open, and transparent. And to the extent of putting timelines on ourselves, I think we should definitely be communicating what those timelines can look like. But I don't want to further set up our false expectations as to how quickly we can get things done, and then further kind of erode the trust that we're trying to build with tribes to begin with. And so I agree that sending strong signals from us that it is a priority, which I think this guidance has done and the development is attempting to do, is important. And then otherwise, better hearing from the regions as to what realistically this could look like and what we could accelerate into, I think is good, and we should be very focused on. So appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'll say, very much appreciate the comments. There are some things that we're doing internally that don't show up in the guidance necessarily about streamlining and trying to do some approaches that regional boards can borrow from so that they're not recreating the wheel on each and every designation. One of those things that you'll be hearing a little bit about later today is for the state board's tribal beneficial use designation in the Bay Delta plan. The environmental analysis actually covers more than just the designation for the spiritual connection. It's intended to help to streamline future designations of other coal activities by the Central Valley Regional Board, so that they don't have to redo the entire environmental analysis for those different activities. So we are absolutely looking for streamlining and expediting this as much as we can. This really is just to help kind of create a common starting place so that people understand what the process looks like in abstract.
And if I can add, I think what's contributed to a lot of the challenges currently and the lag in time is what that level of information is really needed to go through that process. And this was a question that I was going to save a bit for later, but I think it's a good moment. And again, appreciate the comments and points here, board member, is asking kind of what the coordination is with, say, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. I think of like the basket making, and ultimately, when we think of the real work here, actually getting specific protections in place that are acknowledging of again the ways that tribes experience the waterways and can be protected. But it's, I think what can help get us through the processes at the regional boards quicker is having that data and having that specific data that then lets us then follow on to the specific protections that folks are looking for. So whether that's basket weaving, whether it's, ceremonies, and wondering what our coordination is with our sister agencies that are a real important component of developing that data, because it's not just on the tribes or the boards. It is, I think of the fish consumption work that we do on, fish tissue samples, et cetera. Is there a way to ensure that the resources of our sister agencies are also aligned with then, the effort that we're doing here, and a better opportunity to coordinate with them so that we can get quicker to protections by developing the data gaps or filling in the data gaps that currently just leave big question marks, and I think are in part what draws out this whole process of actually designating and providing the protections at the regional boards.
Thank you, Board Chair. Yes, there's definitely an opportunity and a need for us to better coordinate with the Office of Health Hazard and Assessment. And then I also want to circle back to a comment that Sarah Ryan mentioned in terms of a really big need for resources for tribal data collection and this process. Many tribes, and maybe you'll hear about it this afternoon, but many tribes have received grants and are starting to do this type of data analysis because the water boards haven't dedicated resources to this type of data collection and monitoring. So that is a really big gap, and many tribes are stepping in to fill in that gap. But it's a big need and an opportunity for the water boards boards to put dedicated resources to work with tribes to develop that local exposure risk assessment and that data. So you're highlighting a really big gap and feedback that we have consistently heard from tribes.
Yeah, and I think to board members' point, when it comes to how we think of the resources and ensuring that we have, dedicated resources to that work, an opportunity for us to have that conversation with sister agencies, importantly, have that conversation with the legislature as well, ultimately, insofar as their interest in seeing this work accelerated as well with us. I appreciate your point, board member. It's not that we don't have people and we don't have resources, but we are a fee-based organization and we're not over-resourced. Otherwise, it'd simply be a lack of desire on our part that we haven't necessarily accelerated as we'd like here. So I think focusing in on the resources, being deliberate there, I agree, thinking the timelines and being deliberate on what we can deliver and being clear there and developing the data, I think can all go a long way to help accelerate this. And I really appreciate this discussion and again, the guidance, because I think this is, again, as Mr. Wiles said, our first attempt at really trying to do this and synthesize this and know that we still have a lot of learning and work to do ahead of us.
And I would just add, and I know in the interest of time, the presentation, we can't go through the entire history, but what this solves for. And I think we spent some time as water boards, plural, trying to sort through, what would be the best approach in order to, as Mr. Wiles says, we're attempting to streamline as best we can. But there was a fair amount of time discussed, whether it was through the annual water quality coordinating committees that we had, or through communication with the regional boards, what's the best approach? I think what we'll hear later this afternoon, I think from Region 6, about some of the challenges that they had. And I think that, what I like about this approach is that we're not making these decisions from the top down. The regional boards they're the ones making these decisions, but this guidance is really going to help them, because imagine if this were done at 9 different regional boards. They're all so unique, but their unique characteristics can easily be fed into this process that now more clearly lays out what needs to be done. So I appreciate Board Member Blumenfeld, the concern about, the lengthy steps. But I think that especially with the communication and ongoing dialogue with the tribes directly, sorting through what really needs to be done in order to expedite what was just a lingering process, for those many years.
Thank you all very much. Great points. And again, this is like you just said, Board Member Diadama, this is our effort to put everything in writing so that we're starting from a common place of common understanding. And as I said at the beginning, we are still learning, and so we are expecting to make some changes to the draft guidance as we go, based on the feedback that we continue to receive from the tribes and others. That's the end of my presentation. If you could hit the next slide, I'm going to hand it over to Andy Sawyer to talk about the interaction between what we've been talking about so far, which is a water quality-based approach under the Port of Cologne Act, and to talk about the interaction between that and the state water boards, water rights authorities.
The short answer is, or short summary is, that tribal beneficial uses interact with water right administration in the same way as other beneficial uses, which is something we've been doing for some time. But I would like to provide a little further explanation, starting with the next slide. The concept of beneficial use, maybe a second click will bring up the full slide. The concept of beneficial use is very important in both water rights and water quality, but it has a different impact. The foundations, the historic foundations, and an important continuing aspect of water rights administration is a system of property rights for allocation of a scarce resource. And those property rights are determined by setting a diversionary entitlement in terms of amount, who can divert it, at what point of diversion, what place of use, and for what purpose of use. In that context, a beneficial use is consistent with what is the purpose of use. And a fundamental principle of appropriative water rights is the right is limited by the amount of water put to beneficial use. In the water quality framework, on the other hand, instead of a system of property rights, you have a regulatory system that sets conditions for what we want to protect. And a foundation of that is your designation of beneficial uses. Then you set your objectives to protect those designated beneficial uses, and you issue regulatory orders or take other actions to implement those beneficial uses and protect and implement those water quality objectives. Next slide, please. So a key thing to understand is the designation of a beneficial use, a tribal beneficial use, or any other beneficial use, does not create a water right. It sets a condition, a use that you want to protect in the water body. So setting a beneficial use doesn't depend on finding that anybody has a water right, does not create a water right, does not guarantee a specific amount of water for any particular use. It does, however, implement our water right decisions. Next slide, please. Because the water right system is not just a system of proprietary water rights, of property rights. There's a regulatory overlay where in certain contexts, the boards apply the public interest. In a very broad, almost all contexts, the board applies the constitutional requirement of prevention of waste and unreasonable use, and in most surface water contexts applies the public trust doctrine. Perhaps even more importantly, the board was created through 1956 legislation combining the water quality and water right functions of state government with specific direction to coordinate those activities and consider water quality in our water right decisions. So they are integrated. The water quality control plans can include a program of implementation, especially in the Bay Delta Plan, maybe uniquely in the Bay Delta Plan. There are directions for water right administration to help implement the water quality objectives and protect the beneficial uses in the plan. The Water Code specifically provides that in issuing water right permits for new appropriations, we consider the water needed to remain in stream to protect the beneficial uses. And there are many statutory provisions dealing with requirements to set bypass or other in-stream flow requirements when we deal with changes in water rights, including changes that involve transfer of water. Next slide, please. An important consideration is that many tribal beneficial uses depend on water remaining in stream. That is very important because state law limitations make it very difficult to obtain a water right for in-stream uses. Similarly, although federal reserved rights can be and have been established for protection of in-stream beneficial uses, most of those that have been identified so far in this state are for irrigation uses, and in many cases, there has been no judicial quantification or designation of a Federal Reserve right. Of course, we will protect reserve rights just as we protect beneficial uses, whether or not they're been designated. But having the beneficial use designated helps alert us to the need and helps assure protection of those beneficial uses in our water right decisions, just as it does in our water quality decisions. Next slide, please. So this is not just a water rights function, but the tribal beneficial uses are important for both health purposes and for ecosystem protection. As has been discussed earlier, the objectives have to take into account protection of the uses for subsistence. Similarly, the objectives and regulatory orders need to take into account the designated uses for protection of habitat or species, and similarly would have to protect the cultural uses that depend on those habitats and species. In general, perhaps always there are already designations for habitat protection, such as cold water fishery, that are in the existing water quality control plans. That does not mean that designation of a tribal cultural use involving the in-stream flow habitat is meaningless, because there's a range of what's reasonable protection for example, a cold water fishery. And by having a tribal beneficial use designation, you emphasize the need that the level of protection provided has to be consistent with that cultural use. Next slide, please. Again, getting back to areas where tribal beneficial uses will be considered if designated, once designated, in water right decision making. When there is a new water right application, we are directed by statute to consider how much water is available, considering what would need to be left in stream. If there's a tribal beneficial use that would only be protected by providing adequate water in stream, we'd have to consider that. When there are petitions for change, also, we have to consider the public interest in most cases, certainly the public trust in all cases, and again, have to consider how much water should be left in stream. Water transfers are actually, when they come to us, a form of change petition, so that applies to water transfers. And of course, we have continuing authority under the public trust doctrine and the waste and unreasonable use doctrine to reopen even existing water rights, to require compliance with or in protection of beneficial uses and the objectives that have been set to protect those beneficial uses. That's what's happened historically with with Bay Delta orders. That's what we did in the Mono Lake order. And therefore, if there's a designated beneficial use or an objective implementing that use that's not protected, we may use our public trust and reasonable use authority to reopen an existing water right and determine what changes are appropriate. So tribal beneficial uses are considered along with water quality objectives and beneficial uses in the water quality control plans in influence on our use of our water right authority. Next slide, please. I think I've already covered this slide. We will consider tribal beneficial uses, all beneficial uses, as we do now, in our water right decisions, determining when water can be diverted, what in-stream flow requirements are, placing appropriate conditions on water rights. It probably should be emphasized, however, although Phil already covered it, tribal beneficial use designations, just like all beneficial use designations, are not self-implementing. There are further steps available that have to be followed, leading to a regulation or regulatory order that actually is enforceable. There has been some concern among water diverters, water right holders, that somehow they will not be allowed due process before the beneficial uses are applied. But just as with any other water quality objective or beneficial use, there will be due process applied before they are implemented through a regulatory decision. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Andy, for that view on water rights. Good morning, Chair, board members. We've just heard about tribal beneficial uses from a water rights perspective. I'd like to shift our focus to how tribes, partners, and members of the public can participate in the broader tribal beneficial uses process and the resources available to support that engagement. Next slide, please. Tribal beneficial uses are intended to be developed in partnership with California Native American tribes. There's no single point of entry to this process. Tribes can engage through government-to-government consultation by working with the regional water board staff, participating in tribal working groups, submitting designation requests, or providing comments through the public processes. We encourage tribes to engage in a way that best reflects their priorities, timelines, and governance. Next slide, please. While tribal beneficial use designation requests must come from a California Native American tribe, there are many meaningful ways others can support this work. Community organizations, partners, local agencies, researchers, and members of the public can stay informed, participate in workshops, submit comments, and provide letters of support for tribal priorities. Strong partnerships help build understanding and strengthen implementation of the program. Next slide, please. So looking at the Tribal Affairs website, the webpage serves as a central hub for these efforts. Here you'll find the draft guidance, links, tribal consultation information, progress updates, resources, and links to regional water board history, current efforts, and engagement opportunities. As this work continues, this website will be updated to provide tribes and the public with the most current information related to this program. Next slide, please. The guidance is supported by a growing collection of maps, data sets, and planning resources designed to help tribes identify waters that may support beneficial uses. These tools are intended to support planning and collaboration and should complement, not replace, tribal knowledge, lived experience, and cultural expertise. The tribal data mapping tool was created in response to requests from tribal partners for a centralized planning resource. It includes numerous data layers that can support tribal beneficial use planning and related environmental work. We encourage users to begin with the user guide and the layer guide, especially if they're new to ISRI maps, and to visit the resource page for demonstrations, videos, and additional training resources. Next slide, please. Throughout this process, we wanted to ensure that tribes and the public know where to find information and who to contact. The following resources provide access to the Tribal Affairs website, the draft Tribal Beneficial Uses webpage, Regional Tribal Coordinator contact page, and the Tribal Liaison. Whether you are looking for information, have questions, or want to engage, please reach out using these resources. Next slide, please. So how to provide feedback. Meaningful feedback is an essential part of developing this guidance. In this section, we'll walk through the opportunities available to submit comments, request tribal consultation, and participate in today's workshop so your perspectives can inform the next draft. Next slide, please. We welcome both public comments and requests for tribal consultation on the draft guidance during the comment period. Please submit comments to the tribal liaison email or address listed on the slide. This information is also available on our TBU webpage on the homepage under Provide Feedback on the draft guidance icon. If you're interested in requesting tribal consultation, please do so as soon as possible, as the comment period ends promptly on August 31st, 2026. Next slide, please. After this, this afternoon, we'll begin by hearing comments on the draft guidance from tribal elected officials, followed by the public comment. If you'd like to speak, please complete a virtual blue speaker card using the link provided. When your name is called, you'll have 3 minutes to share your comments with the board. Next slide, please. At this point, we'd like to open the floor for questions and dialogue with the board.
Thank you incredibly, Mr. Blacksmith, Ms. Renteria, Mr. Sawyer, Mr. Wiles. Really appreciate the work I know that has gone into this. Again, it is a draft, and we are looking for folks' feedback. I also want to just highlight and call out all the data work that has been done. really appreciative of that. As you know, I said earlier, I feel part of the hurdle has been in the data gaps that don't let us get to then the processing of requests, and importantly, the designation and then protections that are needed out there. So those data maps and providing a resource for folks so that they aren't starting from scratch, are able to accelerate into the work, and look forward to seeing those resources continue to expand and grow, so as to, again, make sure we're supporting tribes, especially those that aren't very well resourced in this work, and being able to really provide a bridge then to the regulatory decision-making that goes on at the regional boards around this. So much appreciation for those tools. I can't help but feel that it can really help accelerate a lot of our discussions. You know, one of my big questions was just going to be around sister agency coordination. We touched on that a bit, but just wondering if there's any further thought on how we engage the other boards, departments, and organizations that are part of Cal EPA, let alone those outside of Cal EPA as well. You know, I think of the Department of Public Health, other agencies that could have expertise when it comes to understanding the exposure pathways, and ultimately, again, the standards that are then can be protective of tribes and their uses in our watersheds. And don't know if there's any existing interagency coordination meetings that we're setting up around TBUs, but yeah, just open to further thought or discussion around what that might look like moving forward, especially as we finalize the guidance, and even engaging sister agencies on the guidance as we, you know, kind of move forward to kind of really better map out those places that we can lean on the resources and expertise of our sister agencies to help accelerate the work.
Thank you so much, Board Chair. That's really helpful feedback. We're not currently engaging with other state agencies, but we agree with you that there's a lot of value. And so we'll definitely have that as a next step for us to get feedback and engage in that dialogue.
Really appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues for additional questions or dialogue they'd like to have at this point. Seeing none right now, let's go ahead and give ourselves the scheduled 10-minute break. We are at 10:48. Let's give ourselves a little under 10 minutes, give ourselves, say, 7 minutes. We'll come back at 10:55 and continue on to hear from the regional boards, which will, again, will be very, I think, helpful in us understanding what they have done, where they're finding the data gaps or the challenges, and where it's extending timelines for folks. So look forward to hearing from folks. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back, like I said, around 10:55. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're at 10:58. We can go ahead and get ourselves started back here. Really appreciate the quick break. And now we'll move on to hearing from our regional folks. And we'll start with the North Coast region, but hand it off to Adriana or Nate.
Yeah, before we jump there, we'd like to provide a brief statewide snapshot of where tribal beneficial uses stand today. While each regional water board follows its own basin planning schedule, there has been meaningful progress across California. The next slide highlights that work and demonstrates how the guidance intended to support and promote a more consistent statewide approach while recognizing each region's unique priorities and partnerships with tribes. This table highlights where each regional water board currently stands in evaluating or adopting tribal beneficial uses through their basin planning processes. Progress varies across the state because each region has a different planning schedule, priorities, and level of tribal engagement. This guidance is intended to provide a consistent statewide framework that supports those ongoing regional efforts. This and additional information on each water board can be found on our website. Next, we'll hear from the tribal partners and 4 water boards on the efforts they have been leading, beginning with the North Coast region. Next slide, please.
All right. Good morning. My name is Lisa Bernard. I'm with the Planning Unit Supervisor with the North Coast Water Board, and I just want to thank you for inviting our team to join you today. I'm going to get us started with our portion of the presentation by giving you a brief overview. As mentioned earlier by Sherry Norris, in 2003, the North Coast Water Board adopted a Native American culture beneficial use definition into our basin plan and also made several designations in the North Coast region. More recently, our board prioritized the Native American Culture Beneficial Use Project during our triennial review process as an actively staffed project. The goal of our current project work is to work with tribes to develop and receive documentation that could be used in the expansion of North Coast Cull beneficial use designations as appropriate beyond those that we established in 2003. The goal, as part of this project, staff are cultivating new and existing relationships with tribes across the North Coast. And as you'll hear later in the presentation, we're also initiating work to develop tools that we hope will be useful to tribes as they seek to document waters appropriate for designation. During our presentation today, you'll hear first from Cody Walker, our North Coast Tribal Coordinator, who will ground us in the region's tribal history and share about the North Coast's dedication to tribal coordination and how that is shaping our outreach, consultation, and trust building. Next, Michelle Fuller, our Planning Unit Lead for the Native American Culture Beneficial Use Project, will cover the North Coast's Native American Culture Beneficial Use definition, our current designations in the North Coast Basin Plan, examples of how our existing cull designations influence our ongoing protection in our region, and a bit about our plan for moving forward with this project. Then I'll return to highlight some opportunities for tribal and public engagement as our staff proceed through this basin planning project. And now we'll turn it over to Cody. Next slide, please.
And Cody, you should be invited to unmute here.
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Lisa. I'm Cody Walker, an engineering geologist and tribal engagement coordinator for the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. To begin with, the North Coast region is just under 20,000 square miles of land, extending from a small portion of northern Marin County and most of Sonoma County, and extends north to the Oregon border. The region includes all watersheds that drain directly into the Pacific Ocean. By measure along the coast, the region has 340 miles of scenic coastline and contains over 67,000 miles of streams. The North Coast region is abundant in surface water and groundwater resources, which is fed by about 41% of the state's total annual precipitation. The North Coast region is home to numerous Native American tribes, diverse communities, and critical fish, wildlife, and botanical resources. On the left side of this slide is a map of the general areas of California tribes. And focusing on the North Coast region, this equates to the northern area of the Coast Miwok and Pomo territories, extending up north to the Tolowa Dene Nation and inland to the east where the Karuk, Shasta, and Modoc nations are shown. Another point I want to make is regarding the tribal territories, such as the Pomo territory shown here, is that these areas can and do include numerous individual tribes. While some similarities can be found, each tribe has their own diverse culture, language, ceremony, and way of interacting with the earth and water. Additionally, tribal communities are located in urban and rural areas. Since time immemorial, Native American tribes in the area we call the North Coast region have maintained relationships with the water bodies, cultural significant fisheries, animals, and native plants. This includes maintaining a balance with available resources for food, basketry, and other culturally significant aspects of daily life. Not only did the tribal nations survive on the North Coast, they thrived. There are more than 50 individual tribes that have ancestral connections to the North Coast region. However, because of colonization, indigenous cultural rights and practices were suppressed, including by direct actions of the state of California. The North Coast Water Board has been working on building trust and relationships with tribal nations, as exemplified by the development of the Native American Cultural Beneficial Use in the North Coast Basin Plan that was adopted in 2003, as mentioned earlier today, and collaboration in the Klamath River Basin on TMDL development. This work includes meetings and formal government-to-government consultations with tribal councils, engagement and outreach work. Work with tribal staff, such as environmental directors, tribal historic preservation officers, and tribal citizens. Next slide, please. A moment ago, I mentioned that as a result of colonization, including actions by the state of California, the cultures and ways of life of the state's native peoples were significantly harmed. More recently, the state of California government has recognized these harms and made changes, such as in 2011, Governor Brown signed Executive Order B-10-11, which established, among other things, a policy that encouraged all state agencies, departments, and boards to communicate and consult with California Native American tribes and provide the opportunity for meaningful input into the development of legislation, regulations, rules, and policies on matters that may impact tribal communities. In 2014, the California legislature passed Assembly Bill 52, which aims to address the potential significant and detrimental impacts to tribal cultural resources and sacred places both on and off tribal lands. In June of 2019, Governor Newsom, with Executive Order N-15-19, reaffirmed and elaborated upon the findings and declarations of Order B-10-11 by recognizing the legacy of state actions as it relates to tribes and tribal communities across the state. This order marks the first formal apology by the state of California. And in 2013, Assembly Bill 2108 went into effect, which requires the state water board and regional water boards to engage in equitable and culturally relevant community outreach and engagement to meaningfully involve potentially impacted, underrepresented, vulnerable, and disadvantaged communities throughout the review and permitting process for projects. Thus, the role of tribal coordinator at the regional water quality control boards. The tribal coordinator supports tribal consultation and engagement efforts across all programs of the North Coast region. This can include, for instance, outreach on other collaborative projects such as water quality sampling, or providing support for respectful outreach letters for engagement and consultation opportunities, and supporting project lead staff with their communications. In addition, tribal coordinators meet with other statewide tribal coordinators to share best practices, lessons learned, and coordinate with the State Water Board tribal liaison. For the Native American Culture Beneficial Use Project in the North Coast region, the Basin Planning Team recognized the value that the tribal coordinator could bring to this important project and that the time needs were greater than what was available with the tribal coordinator position. So management made the decision to increase and dedicate tribal coordinator time to support the basin planning project. The tribal coordinator is a key part of the basin planning team, supporting the project staff in developing content and supporting presentations, listening to tribal perspectives, assisting with project-related research, and supporting outreach, consultation, and relationship building. The tribal coordinator role is critical for building trust and long-term partnerships, ensuring culturally relevant decisions, and supporting tribal sovereignty. I will now hand over the presentation to Michelle. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Lisa and Cody, for setting that context. Get the next slide, please. Thanks. I'm Michelle Fuller, an environmental scientist in the planning unit at the North Coast Water Board and the lead staff for the Native American Culture Beneficial Uses Project. As everyone has heard a few times today, in 2003, the North Coast Basin Plan was the first of the regional water boards to include a beneficial use to recognize and protect the unique relationships between California Native American tribes and water. This new beneficial use was initiated by tribes in the North Coast region, some of whom were developing their own water quality control plans with defined cultural beneficial uses. At that time, North Coast Water Board staff worked with several tribes in the region on the wording of the definition and in determining which water bodies to designate with the new Native American culture beneficial use. Next slide. The North Coast Basin Plan's Native American Culture, or CUL, beneficial use definition, adopted in 2003, is intended to broadly cover tribal cultural activities, with the list of cultural activities preceded by such as to indicate this is an example subset of cultural activities covered by this definition and not an exhaustive list. Note that the North Coast CUL definition includes tribal subsistence fishing in its list of cultural activities protected with this beneficial use. Next slide. In the 2003 Basin Plan Amendment, when the North Coast Water Board adopted the new North Coast CUL beneficial use definition, staff worked with tribes in the region to designate appropriate water bodies in the Basin Plan. As a result, 28 named water body segments in Table 2-1 of the North Coast Basin Plan are designated with CUL, as well as the general water body categories of minor coastal streams, bays, estuaries, freshwater wetlands, saline wetlands, and groundwater. Next slide. The small inset map in the corner shows the North Coast region in blue relative to the rest of the state. The larger map image zooms in to a portion of the region to show some of the water bodies currently designated with the CUL beneficial use in the North Coast Basin Plan. Teal polygons are designations for Native American culture as an existing use, and purple lines and polygons are designations for CUL as a potential use. Several of the general water body categories are not shown on this map, like groundwater and wetlands. Groundwater would cover the entire region, and wetlands are mapped on a smaller scale we would need to zoom in further to see. Next slide. Here I want to briefly highlight some examples of the ongoing protection of the Native American culture beneficial use in the North Coast region. The first example is the implementation of the Klamath River TMDLs. The problem statement identified CUL as a beneficial use not being fully supported as reported by Klamath River area tribes, and was one of the interrelated beneficial uses most sensitive to the water quality impairments being addressed by the TMDLs. North Coast Water Board staff worked with tribes in the Klamath River area to learn more about exposure scenarios for various cultural activities to support the establishment of water quality targets in the action plan. Similarly, the lily bulb order, currently under development, focuses on CUL as one of the most sensitive beneficial uses in the Smith River Plain and proposes water quality benchmarks intended to protect these uses and other beneficial uses. Ongoing protection of CUL can also include permitting and enforcement staff identifying CUL as an existing use where appropriate in their work, whether or not it is designated in the Basin Plan. Next slide. The State Water Board's development of statewide tribal beneficial uses of CUL and TSUB in 2017 did not supersede or replace the earlier definition of CUL in the North Coast Basin Plan. Despite minor differences between the language of the North Coast CUL and statewide CUL and TSUB definitions, each provides specific examples of tribal uses that fit within the broader definition. The State Water Board separates activities between cultural and tribal subsistence uses, while the North Coast Basin Plan includes both broader categories within one Native American culture or the North Coast CUL definition. Therefore, the North Coast CUL beneficial use reasonably contains all activities within the State Water Board's CUL and TSUB combined. I will note that not all current designations of general water body categories with the North Coast CUL in the Basin Plan include tribal subsistence fishing. Part of this Basin Plan amendment project will clarify where CUL includes tribal subsistence fishing in the North Coast Basin Plan. Next slide. The North Coast Basin Plan does not currently include water quality objectives specific to the North Coast CUL beneficial use. So staff looked to similar exposure scenarios and guidance used in those contexts to protect similar activities under the CUL beneficial use. Narrative water quality objectives that apply to beneficial uses more broadly may provide reasonable protection of cultural activities. For example, the narrative toxicity water quality objective could apply to protect cultural uses involving gathering and preparing basketry materials. Numeric water quality objectives applicable to uses with similar exposure pathways may indirectly protect cultural activities. For example, where the water contact recreation or REC 1 beneficial use is designated, water quality objectives applicable to the REC 1 beneficial use may also serve to protect cultural uses involving water contact. The North Coast Water Board will continue to use existing water quality objectives for the protection of tribal cultural uses of water while working with tribes to understand exposure scenarios for cultural activities to evaluate the need for any new water quality objectives. Next slide. The objectives of the current Native American Culture Beneficial Uses project in the North Coast region are to designate water bodies with the North Coast CUL beneficial use where appropriate and supported by tribes, to specify which CUL designations include tribal subsistence fishing, and to clarify the applicability of mercury objectives to the North Coast CUL. To do this, staff are developing a draft designation template for tribes, reviewing the State Water Board's TBU guidance to ensure that the North Coast tribes' requests for new CUL designations will be successful. We are meeting with tribal advisors for input and guidance on the draft designation template, staff report language, and outreach materials. We are securing contractor support for tribes so that they can receive travel support for meetings and technical support and stipends for work to complete designation requests. This will all come together in the Basin Plan amendment and supporting documents. Throughout the project, there are various opportunities for tribal-specific consultation and engagement and public input on the proposed project. Next slide. The project team worked together to consider how best to approach tribal engagement for this important project. One of the first decisions we made was to send invitations for formal tribal consultation as early as possible to allow for a large window of time during project development for formal consultation to occur. We've held one formal consultation meeting and do not currently have a date when consultation will close. We've also reached out through email and phone calls to tribal staff to share project information and invite participation. We're trying to meet with as many of the 50+ tribes with ancestral connections to the North Coast region as possible. We've learned we need to be patient and open to allow time for both organizations to find the time to meet and to reach out repeatedly to offer meetings and information. We have scheduled staff-level information sharing meetings in person whenever possible, traveling to tribal offices when we are invited. In these meetings, we build in time for introductions and trust building, including holding space to hear about any water quality concerns or issues the tribe is facing that may fall outside of our specific project. We make our best efforts to follow up with contacts and information about the issues identified. We appreciate all of the tribes who have welcomed us in these meetings so far. What we've heard in some of these meetings are questions about what designations of Native American culture would do and how water quality regulation works through the regional boards. We've also heard some frustration about the challenges dealing with multiple state agencies for environmental protection and even multiple departments within an agency, depending on the project, who are not necessarily in communication with each other. And we've heard significant feedback about the lack of trust tribes have sharing any cultural information with the state agency. We will continue to reach out to tribal leadership and staff in the hopes we can connect about the Native American Culture Beneficial Uses Project. Please sign up for our email subscription list on the North Coast Water Board's project website to receive project updates. And now we'll go back to Lisa for a window on our future engagement work. Next slide.
Thank you, Michelle. This slide walks through the major milestones of our project. But the most important thing that I want to highlight are the many points where tribes and the public can actively participate. This project process is designed to be collaborative, and involvement is essential at every step. As mentioned, right now, we're in the early phases of engagement. We've invited consultation, both formal and informal, for this project, and we're asking for tribal advisors to provide input and on the development of our North Coast designation template. This is the foundational moment for shaping how designations will be requested, so early tribal perspectives are incredibly valuable. This fall, we'll continue working closely with our tribal advisors to refine the template, and this is another focused opportunity for tribes to influence the structure of designation requests before formal process begins. Next spring, tribes will have the opportunity to submit designation requests. To support this effort, we'll hold staff-led tribal workshops specifically focused on helping tribes to prepare those requests. And importantly, we have a contractor to support us, including technical assistance, travel funding, and stipends to help ensure that tribes have what they need to fully participate in this process. Next summer, we'll move into this public CEQA scoping phase, and this is our first major public-facing milestone. We'll hold public workshops, both online and in person, where tribes and community members and other interested parties can share their perspectives on potential environmental impacts that may result from this project. This is the earliest and one of the most open opportunities for broad public input. We then hope to bring this project in front of our board later in the spring of 2028. And after that, we'll come in front of the State Water Board, potentially in spring of 2029. Steps 8 and 9 from the guidance that Phil has already gone over with you. But across this entire timeline, our goal is to ensure opportunities for meaningful involvement, especially from tribes at every phase, from consultation and template development to designation requests, multiple public workshops and hearings. We are committed to respectful engagement, transparency, and accessible participation throughout this entire process. Next slide, please. So I just want to thank you again for inviting our team to share with you about the North Coast Native American Culture Beneficial Use Project. And I'll leave you with our team's contact information, and again, invite you to visit our website and sign up for our email subscription if you would like to have timely updates for this project. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly. Really appreciate the leadership of the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board here. As we've heard, you all were early adopters here of definitions of tribal beneficial uses, and appreciate that although still a few years out here before it coming back to this state board, know that you're at the further tail end, if you will, of the designation process. And so just really looking forward to that work unfolding at the regional board. And again, really appreciative of your leadership and work here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think next, please, Board Member Blumenfeld, any
I
questions?
just wanted to add my thanks to you guys. You're doing an amazing job. I guess the one question that I'd love to hear comments on is about the document that we have in front of us today, the tribal beneficial uses. You've been doing this since 2003. You're way ahead of the game and led it. So again, a lot of kudos and appreciation for the way you've done it. Are there specific, at a very high level, 10,000 foot, not the details of it, but are there aspects of the document that particularly strike you as positive, or things that we could perhaps fix?
Well, I think that having the steps laid out in a really clear fashion is very helpful. I think it might be a little bit challenging for us to identify every potential exposure pathway. For human health, we have 4 or 5 exposure pathways, and some of that work is probably going to take additional outreach with OEHA and public health, as has been mentioned before. So, I think that moving forward, it's our intention to make the best use we can of our narrative objectives and the existing numeric objectives that we have. But the most challenging thing, I think, is going to be determining, where there are additional sensitivities for tribal uses that we need to pursue new objectives for. That could be a really lengthy process.
Thank you. That was super helpful.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Great question. And again, appreciate the highlight. I feel that, the hurdle we have here is on the information, the specific exposure pathways, and really getting to, definitive understanding of how to be protective so that it can go through our process. And so appreciate, I think we have a real important opportunity to make sure we're coordinating our resources and this discussion with our sister agencies that have better expertise in that, so as to help better get to that endpoint quicker, as opposed to just kind of churning on it on our side without, the ultimate technical expertise or resources to do so. So thank you. Looking to the board in case there's any further questions for North Coast. All right, thank you again.
Thank you.
Much appreciation. Next, I believe we'll pivot to the Central Valley Regional Board and its tribal partners.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sajjan Fagura, a senior environmental scientist, and I'm the lead for the TBU designation project at Central Valley Water Board. Co-presenting with me today will be Sarah Ryan, environmental director at Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and Michael Preston, dance captain at Winnemem-Wintu Tribe. Next slide, please. Before I start on the Tribal Beneficial Uses Project update, a quick overview of the Central Valley Water Boards for those who are not familiar. The Central Valley Water Board's geographical jurisdiction, highlighted in blue in the map, covers the Sacramento and San Joaquin River watershed, the water quality plan for which is contained in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Basin Plan, and the Tulare Lake watershed, the water quality plan of which is contained in the Tulare Lake Basin Plan. Central Valley Water Board is accepting requests to designate TBUs in water bodies that fall in this jurisdiction on a rolling basis. Next slide, please. In response to numerous comment letters, the Central Valley Water Board added the TBU project in its 2018 triennial review. The TBUs are designated via Basin Plan amendments, which first require adding TBU definitions to both basin plans. The Central Valley Water Board's TBU project involved 2 concurrent components, one to add TBU definitions to the basin plan, and another to designate them in the regional water bodies. The Basin Plan amendment to add TBU definitions to both Basin Plan was adopted by the Central Valley Water Board in February of 2022, and staff are working in collaboration with tribes on the second component. Next slide, please. In 2018, requests were submitted by tribes to designate water bodies with TBUs through comment letters for the triennial review. In 2019, staff held 2 tribal summits, and a TBU item was presented at a Central Valley Water Board meeting. Additionally, formal invitations were sent out by the executive officer inviting designation requests. In 2021, staff began meeting with tribes that submitted designation requests. In 2022, staff began providing updates on the TBU designation project via semi-annual update meetings and developed outreach material. In 2023, staff continued hosting semi-annual update meetings and meeting with tribe that submitted designation requests or had questions regarding the process to request designations. In 2024, staff continued with the same, and the Central Valley Water Board included and elevated the Tribal Beneficial Uses Project to its highest priority rank in the 2024 Triennial Review. Next slide, please. We have received a variety of designation requests containing a variety of information. Through both the Triennial Review process and separate letters, Central Valley Water Board has received requests to designate water bodies with TBUs from 13 tribes and intend to submit or interest in submitting requests from 5 additional tribes. The map depicts the geographical area requested, some region-wide, some for whole watersheds, and some for specific extents of water bodies. As this project is ongoing, it is never too late to get involved. Designation requests for both the tribal tradition and culture and tribal subsistence beneficial uses are being accepted on a rolling basis, and staff are always available to meet with tribes and their representatives. I also want to clarify that water bodies used by that tribe for cultural and traditional use can be requested for TBU designation and not just those that fall in tribal ancestral lands. Next slide, please. Staff developed a strategy to first designate coal beneficial uses and focus on human health risk, such as water contact and consumption exposure. First, we identified COM, REC 1, and REC 2 as existing beneficial uses with similar exposure as the activities protected under coal beneficial use. Next, we used the 2024 303D list to evaluate if any impairment exists for those beneficial uses. Finally, water bodies were grouped in different categories based on impairment listings. Next slide, please. Staff have initiated a basin plan amendment to designate coal in water bodies where no water quality impairments were listed in the 2024 303D report for REC 1, REC 2, and COM beneficial use. Designation of coal beneficial use will be proposed in water bodies where tribes confirm that the currently designated beneficial uses are protective of tribal use. Next slide, please. The project is also proposing to amend the basin plans to designate COM beneficial uses in waters proposed to be designated with coal beneficial uses, as both beneficial uses cover similar activities. Next slide, please. The blue lines and shapes shown on the map identify the water body segments being proposed for coal and COM designation. The project area covers both basin plans as the water body segments are present throughout Sacramento, San Joaquin, and Tulare Lake watershed. The list of water bodies proposed for designation of coal and COM are posted on the project's website, which will be shared in the final slide of the presentation. Next slide, please. Due to confidentiality issues, we are requesting general information from tribes to support designation request. We request tribes to identify the specific activity for each water body segment at the level described in the basin plans. We will need to know how long and how often the activity is performed and how tribal members are being exposed, such as water contact, water ingestion, or consumption of aquatic species. We need confirmation that the activity has happened since 1968 and or will happen in future. We are unfortunately unable to protect for activities that were performed before 1968 and can no longer be supported. Staff have developed a template letter that has been posted on the project webpage and will happily meet with to answer any questions tribes may have. Next slide, please. As part of the process to amend the basin plan to designate coal in certain waters in Central Valley, we sent out AB 52 consultation letters to tribes in February of this year and hosted CEQA public scoping meeting in May of this year. The CEQA public comment period ended on June 15th. Currently, we are reviewing designation requests, meeting with tribes planning to submit requests or additional materials, and collecting and compiling supporting information for coal designations. Next, we will host another tribal update meeting in the fall of this year. By then, we will hopefully have a more final version of the list of water bodies being proposed for coal designation. We are establishing a deadline of December of this year for tribes to submit supporting information for designation for this specific BPA so that we can develop a staff report by the next year. Only water bodies with supporting information from tribes by December of this year will be included in this first BPA. Water bodies not without supporting information by December 26 will be removed from the list and will be reconsidered in subsequent BPAs. Next slide, please. This slide contains my contact information, the project email, and the TBU project website. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Bakura.
Hello, everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.
Metoyeb Pompahatot, Ni Wenamenen Boss. Good morning, board members, water board staff, and relatives from tribes across the state. My name is Michael Preston. I'm from the Winnemem Wintu tribe, and I'm here today under the authority of our Tlahi and spiritual leader, Kalin Sisk. I want to begin by acknowledging her and by acknowledging the Miwok and Nisenan peoples whose lands we are gathered on today in person and virtually. I also want to thank Sajleen Fagura and the Central Valley Water Board for the invitation, and Sarah Ryan and Big Valley Rancheria. It's an honor to present alongside tribes doing this work across the state. Next slide, please. The Winnemem Wintu people are the people of the colonially named McCloud River. We call it the Winnemem Waiwakit. Our people have lived along this river since time immemorial. Our village sites are there, countless sacred sites, and much of our ceremonies are there as well. The one I especially want the board to hear about is our coming of age ceremony. We hold coming of age ceremonies for both young women and young men on the McCloud River, and they have been held there since time immemorial. They have never stopped. They are happening in our generation, as they happened for every generation of Winnemem before us. When a young person becomes an adult in our tribe, it happens on that river, at places our people have always used. This is current, living, and in active use. We swim in that water, we gather from it, we fish, we hold ceremony on its banks. The McCloud is not a place we visit. It is the center of our lifeway. Next slide, please. Woven through this relationship is the Nur, the winter run Chinook salmon. For our people, the salmon is part of our creation, a connector of life. Our ceremonies have always been tied to the health of that river and the life in it. When Shasta Dam went up in the 1940s, it cut the salmon off from the McCloud and flooded many of our village sites, sacred sites, and gathering places. But it did not end our relationship to the river, and it did not end our ceremonies. Today, we are working through our own prayer work and on the ground through our political and scientific work alongside state and federal agencies to bring the Winter Run Chinook home. Since 2016, we have held this Run for Salmon, a prayer journey that follows the salmon's historic path from the bay up toward the McCloud. I want to be clear with the board about why we are here. We are not here only because of the salmon, and we are not here because of any recent effort alone. We are here because of the ceremonies and sacred sites that we have always been working to maintain and to protect. One of the first among them is the coming of age ceremonies I described. The return of the salmon is another ceremony as well for us, and we work for their return. The cultural use we are asking you to help to protect is already here and always has been, and it will also continue into the future. Next slide, please. Today, on behalf of the Winnemem Wintu tribe and under Chief Sisk authority, I want to share the tribe's request for tribal tradition and culture, cold designation on two water bodies. First, the McCloud River Basin Plan Map Number 1, Hydrologic Unit 505 in Siskiyou and Shasta counties. The McCloud is already the first water body on the board's considered list for cold designation. A cold designation must be confirmed by a tribe, and the Winnemem Wintu tribe is the confirming tribe for the McCloud. It is our river, our ceremonies, our songs, our sacred sites, our gathering places. Much of them come from that river, and it's all ongoing, and it reaches back to the first creation from the volcano, Mount Shasta. Second, Cow Creek Basin Plan Map Number 16, Hydrologic Unit 507.3 in Shasta County. Also on the board's considered list. At the mouth of the Cow Creek, where it meets the Sacramento River, our tribe holds ceremony and prayer there for the salmon's return. Cow Creek is also part of the proposed path for returning winter run salmon around Shasta Dam and back to the McCloud. So the cultural use there carries both a present ceremony and a forward-looking connection tied to restoration. We are submitting our formal designation request with supporting information to the board. Next slide. Why does this designation matter? Because everything I've described depends on clean, cold water. Our ceremonies put our people in that water. Our gathering comes from that water and its banks, and the Newer and the Winter Run Chinook is a temperature-sensitive salmon run. When water quality degrades, it isn't one activity that's harmed. It affects the whole ecosystem and cosmogenealogical order. The cold designation gives the board what it needs to see and protect those uses when it sets objectives and makes decisions. That protection isn't just for us. Cold, clean water on the McCloud and in these tributaries benefits everyone and everything downstream and every generation after us on a spiritual level. Next slide, please. I want the board to know this request doesn't stand alone. It aligns with work already underway. The tribe has held co-management frameworks with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and with NOAA Fisheries for the reintroduction of winter run Chinook to the McCloud River. Agreement signed in 2023, and under the recent water quality certification for the McCloud Pit Hydroelectric Project, the tribe is a named consulting party across multiple license conditions. So state and federal agencies are already recognizing the work and working with the tribe's relationship to these waters. A cold designation brings the basin plan into alignment with what is already happening on the ground. Next slide, please. And one more thing, and it matters to every tribe in this room and on this call. Our tribe is requesting a designation at the water body level. Some of our sites and practices are sacred and they will not appear in any public filing. We appreciate that the draft guidance says clearly that exact locations and sensitive cultural details are not required and that general information is sufficient. That principle is what makes it possible for tribes to participate in this process without giving up what we are trying to protect. We ask the board to hold to it. Next slide, please. Our request is simple. Include the McCloud River and Cow Creek in the upcoming basin plan amendment with cold designation with the Winnemem Wintu tribe as the confirming tribe. We're committed to continuing consultation with Sajleen and the Central Valley Water Board team throughout, providing supporting information, staying at the table, and doing this in a good way. And next slide, please. And our contact information is on the screen. On behalf of Chief Kalisisk and the Winnemem Wintu tribe, thank you to the board, to staff, to the tribes carrying this work all over California. Water knows us, and we know the water. Thank you.
Many, many thanks.
Good morning,
Ms. Ryan,
everybody.
good to see you.
Good to see you as well. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director and Emergency Management Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And thank you for the time to speak about tribal beneficial use development on Clear Lake and the watershed around it. So I'll be talking a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing at Big Valley, as well as the reasons why we're doing it. Next slide, please. So Habatan or Clear Lake is the largest natural freshwater lake in California. It's very shallow, which means that we are often dealing with a warmer water, which can't always support the beneficial uses of fisheries. We have cyanobacteria blooms that happen. I'll be getting into that a little bit later, but it is also very lush and very fertile because of the tribe's continued stewardship of the land or the waters and the land for many thousands of years. It has been a source of all types of foods, ceremonies, recreation, and pretty much anything under the sun. It's the part of the tribal history and future that is so critical to protect. Next slide, please. These definitions have already been spoken about earlier today, but they are the ones that are in have been adopted at the state level, and took a number of years and many tribes weighing in on the definitions for broad enough to be able to fit all sorts of tribal uses underneath them. So I know people are aware of these uses. Next slide, please. But here is a graphic of those uses. We did create this graphic for the freshwater harmful algal bloom program for the state of California. In the center, you could put any contamination. This is a freshwater hab event, basically cyanotoxins and cyanobacteria. But you can see that there's a number of activities excuse me, that are being conducted by Native peoples on a regular basis. And also it's happening, it's not like somebody is signing up to go do them. They're just happening. So as a staff person for a tribal government, I don't necessarily know when and where people are doing these activities. They are going on as they always have in the ways that they've always done it. And so in that sense, it's not something that we can always quantify for the state, but we know that these activities are happening, and also that there are many routes of exposure in terms of coming into contact with pollution. Next slide, please. Over here at Big Valley Rancheria, we have federal Clean Water Act grants, and one of the things that we have to do with those grants is to assess the water quality. And this is a table of some of the parameters that we're looking at with our, it's basically all, this is just water chemistry readings, but at each of the sites that we have on Clear Lake, we're looking at what the water quality control plans of the state say about the maximum or minimum numbers or the appropriate ranges to protect the various existing uses on Clear Lake and other Central Valley water bodies. And one of the things that we do, and we monitor a number of times, like many times over the year at various locations. And so one of the things that we do is we look at the criteria that are or the parameters that are not the criteria is not being met. So this is just an example of this might have been a year or two ago, but looking at, like, for example, the pH is supposed to be between 6.5 and 8.5. That's what the water quality control plan says, and that's for various uses on the lake and in other California or Central Valley water bodies. And so when we see over and over and over again that the pH is 10.3, which is what we see a lot in the summertime because of cyanobacteria blooms, we know that this is an impairment not only for fish, but also for humans. And because of the sensitivity of tribal uses, when we consistently see water quality parameters that are outside of the numeric range that's been set by the regional board, these are the types of things that we call attention to. So just in looking at a few parameters within our monitoring on Clear Lake, we see a number of problems, basically impairments on these different beneficial uses. Next slide, please. Part of our program is to do a lot of environmental monitoring, again, because we want to see how protected the uses are, and also be able to submit that information to the state and to US EPA, and to get some action on it. So we have some time series sondes, continuous loggers that are in multiple places, 2 places on Clear Lake right now. And I want to have a few slides to go into how we've used it this last year. There are multiple parameters that these sondes measure for, and both of these are installed on public water drinking surface water companies that are on Clear Lake. They've allowed us to, we're partnering with them to collect this data, and they also have access to the real-time data, and that helps them, from what we've been told, for their own water quality monitoring and treatment. Next slide, please. So, for example, there was a big fish die-off last summer, and in multiple locations, millions of fish, and there was a cyanobacteria bloom right before the die-off started. But here is looking at on the left side, on the left axis, is the temperature. Now, our understanding of the temperature standards for Clear Lake is that it shouldn't be above 21 degrees Celsius. Now, it is a warm water lake, and that seems kind of low, but that's what I've been told multiple times. There is particular language in the water quality control plan about receiving waters, but that the acting temperature that's being used is 21 degrees. So you can see Celsius. So you can see already from the temperature, which is the light blue color, that it is often in ranges that are well above the 21 degrees. And also you can see on the right side the dissolved oxygen. So during this massive fish die-off that was happening all over the lake, our lower arm, one spot on the lake, was showing that the dissolved oxygen was well below 5 milligrams per liter, and the temperature was well above the 21 degrees Celsius. And, you know, we have data, a lot of data that, that we're collecting to look at what's happening on the lake, and to be able to show that there's impairments on Clear Lake that are impacting the fisheries and impacting other beneficial uses of the tribe. Next slide, please. We also maintain a lot of communication with the public, and so these are pictures. We asked people for pictures of dead fish, so you could see all the white that you see in each of those pictures are dead fish on the lake, and also some comments from the local public. In Clear Lake area, a lot of people use Facebook, so so we asked for documentation, of pictures and details and stuff from fishermen and people who live there, so we can show like what's going on and document it. Next slide, please. So one of our HAB cyanobacteria monitoring sites, so you can see both before the fish die-off and after the fish die-off, we had a cyanobacteria bloom that isn't like the typical kind where it's like pea soup, but it was a cyanobacteria genus called Synechocystis. And that's kind of what it looks like. It gives a green tint. We looked at it under the microscope. That was the dominant genus. And before the die-off, it looked the left side. After the die-off, it was the right side. And so from what I understand, it's being determined that fish die-off with a low dissolved oxygen levels was caused by a lake-wide cyanobacteria bloom that died off. So, you have all of the details there that we're having a fish die off because of ongoing cyanobacteria bloom. And that's just one thing. It can be affected by cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. Next slide, please. And this is information that we share with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our program for cyanotoxins did start in 2014. There's more info on the page about that. We do microscopy with it, as well as send off for toxin analysis. Next slide, please. And have been documenting its impacts on beneficial uses, particularly cultural use, Rec 1 and Rec 2. The safe recreating value that OEHA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, has recommended is a 0.8 micrograms per liter. We've had over 160,000 micrograms per liter for microcystin in Clear Lake, as well as some, we're often in the many thousands, which is definitely an impact to human exposure. Next slide, please. And so we do outreach that shows kind of most frequent toxin level in multiple locations. This is definitely, US EPA has set an 8 micrograms per liter for recreating. And if it's impacting a certain portion of the summertime season or the recreational season, then it's considered impaired. That's my understanding. And so we have a lot of data that shows that just for recreation. Next slide, please. It's also affecting fish consumption. OEHA has set a recommendation of 10 nanograms per gram for one fish meal a week. And in this table, because we send off for toxin analysis in the fish in shellfish tissue. We can show that there's many fish and shellfish that are above the 10 nanograms per gram. And then when you look at subsistence consumption, which is more than one fish meal a week, we definitely have more species that are being impacted by cyanotoxins in specifically microcystin in the tissue. Not talking about the liver. We are testing the liver as well, but we're now just testing the tissue just because that's the part that most people are eating. Next slide, please. And we have a couple of fish studies that we did with multiple species of fish over multiple years. And one of them was a Cal EPA EJ grant, and the data can be found in Seedon on this. And we looked at basically species, spatial, like which parts of the lake, seasonal, which season were these caught in, and also year for a number of fish in 2018. And next slide, please. I think there's a slide for the second study that we did. The toxin levels are going down, which is the good news. From our second study, we're seeing fewer or lower toxin levels in multiple species, which is great. Next slide, please. We're also looking at, there's a number of self-supplied homes that pull their water directly from Clear Lake. None of them are tribal, just FYI, as far as we know. They are all in places around the shoreline of Clear Lake, and with a CDC grant, the Public Health Institute partnered with Big Valley to do water quality testing in the tap water. And we know that these homes are vulnerable. Next slide, please. And basically looking at kind of the bottom right, 60% had water samples with contaminants, including one or more contaminants. And these are not homes that have to meet the Safe Drinking Water Act, but it does show the vulnerability of these multiple homes, potentially thousands of people who are getting their drinking water directly from the lake instead of public water systems. Next slide, please. And there's very little oversight. What we found because we did a thorough questionnaire with each of them, is that there's all these different water uses where they are and then the contaminants that we are testing for, they are being all these different water uses with these self-supplied systems are being impacted by these different contaminants of nitrates, coliform, and cyanotoxin. And coliform includes the E. coli. Next slide, please. And so finally, this is just a snapshot into some of the stuff that we're doing, that Big Valley Rancheria is doing on Clear Lake. And if you look at other tribal water programs throughout the state, you'll see a deep dive into doing environmental monitoring to have a really good idea of what's happening so that tribal uses can be protected. But we do, not only want the data to be used, but also to change policies so that cleanup levels and standards and numeric criteria and all these things are being protective of tribal uses, and not just tribal uses, but everybody's uses. When it's impaired, then the Clean Water Act is not being met. So we don't want tribal traditional uses to continue at these exposures that are just not acceptable. And knowing that this has taken a long time to get to this point, we have many more years ahead of us probably. We've got to move efficiently and quickly to be protective of the uses. Next slide, please. And there's my contact info. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly, Ms. Ryan, for your longtime leadership in this space. When I think of the work around Clear Lake with Big Valley Band of Pomo and the other tribes around Clear Lake, I see it as a model for the type of engagement that we need to be leaning into and doing a lot more. But because of your leadership, and to your point, the work of the tribes here around HABs, around exposure, and just getting the data to better understand the impact on the communities around Clear Lake isn't just about the tribes, but importantly is about our collective health as a community. And I feel have really accelerated and supported the ongoing work, even just around harmful algal blooms generally in the state. We've learned so much, and it's because of your leadership, the tribe's leadership, and again, the other tribes around Clear Lake. So just an incredible amount of thanks and appreciation to you. And I don't know if there was anything further. Mr. Palupa, I appreciate you being here with us in person, Executive Officer here of the Region 5. if you wanted to add anything further. I did want to say, we've heard clearly from tribes that tribal beneficial uses and tribal uses are distinct and different from the other beneficial uses, but there is overlap, and I think that would be helpful maybe to hear as you reflect here, Mr. Palupa, where you see examples. And again, I think of Clear Lake, I think of the work Ms. Ryan has done, and Big Valley Pomo, where we don't necessarily have to, and we know we have the obligation to protect, even if the beneficial uses aren't designating, but there are already ongoing efforts around many similar water quality issues that tribes can step into and accelerate the work of being protective sooner, as we as well designate and again understand where we need to be more protective than our current contact standards or fisheries standards that are out there, but not wait for that, and again have a seat at tables that are already set with dischargers, with communities around some of the protections out there. And just wondering if you have any other examples of where maybe you've seen tribes be able to accelerate into the work, even as we do the work of designation and again figuring out how to be more protective, but not wait for that essentially in further engaging our tribal partners and making meaningful the work of the protections that are already ongoing. And again, I think of Clear Lake as maybe one of the shining examples of where that's happened, and we have a lot of work that's been done. We still have more work to do, but feel the tribes are in a leadership position around so many of those issues. And yeah, wonder if you have examples of further as you reflect on things you heard here.
And I just came as support for the team, certainly. And I could certainly share some comments on that. But first and foremost, I do really want to give my gratitude to Adriana, to Nathan, to the team at the State Water Board, to all the folks that worked on this guidance document. It's come so far. And the tribal input and the way that this team has been interfacing with the tribal communities throughout the state of California, it's truly extraordinary. Because as you've noted from looking through that guide, our processes are incredibly complex and cumbersome. And I speak that as an attorney who's worked through those processes for years. And explaining them to set very clear expectations and to gather input about where we can have a shared vision for streamlining with paying due deference and cultural humility at every step of the way is a tight path to walk. And your team here at the State Water Board, and frankly, the board's investment in creating these positions and continuing to support these positions is really meaningful. They're really meaningful to our team, really meaningful for the engagement region-wide. I think some of the conversations that we've had with the tribal communities have been helped tremendously by the fact that we now have a more organized tribal communication strategy at the water boards, and that Adriana and her team interface with other state agencies, Resources Agency primarily, but also other Cal EPA agencies, and all of the independent agencies that the tribes have throughout our region, throughout other regions. I think, and on our end, resources, absolutely. It's something that we look at very closely. I really, again, want to express my appreciation for Sagilin. When we look at the tribal beneficial use efforts in our region, it's mostly her. We have about 63,000 miles of waterways in the Central Valley, by far bigger than any other of the regional boards, and a little over a dozen staff to work on these types of issues. And of those staff, many of them are committed to prior phases of longstanding programs, right? So we have pesticide TMDLs and methylmercury TMDLs that we have decades-long commitments to. And I think our focus and frankly, my gratitude to the engagement that we've had with the tribes is to understand that, and to try and find ways of saying, okay, we just have Sagilin today. We are planning on trying to wrap up some of these longstanding projects as quickly as possible. Mercury is probably one of the big ones that we can wrap up and dedicate more staff, invest more time into these tribal beneficial use projects. And as we do that, let's try and find those opportunities for partnership. You know, Sarah and Clear Lake, it's a prime example. The monitoring that they have done and the information that they have provided to us and the issues that they have and have talked about really inform statewide decisions, even long before it was the attention of kind of the water rights program. They set the foundation decades ago. It is I always, you know, it's worth it digesting that number, that is the oldest lake in North America. It is truly extraordinary. It's survived glacial ages. There's really, really interesting geologic reasons for that I could elaborate on for a long time, but continuously inhabited by those tribes for over 11,000 years. And we approach that with cultural humility, right? You know, initially you have Espots, and you could not have been continuously inhabiting this particular. There's no other place in California. Well, subsequent archaeological research says no. These tribes, what they've been telling you for decades, is absolutely true. This is one of the oldest continuous inhabited places in North America, and I think we want to approach all these projects with that level of humility. And then kind of going into the details of where we can capitalize off of kind of shared values and do things in the near term. I think Sajlin's project, that blue line map that was shown a little earlier during her presentation, represents that. You know, we have requests for designation on virtually all the waterways in our region. We've had a lot of conversations with different tribal leaders throughout the region as well, saying maybe we can't get to that today, but these projects right here, we can, at a minimum, adopt tribal cultural use designations. We can use that as a platform for future actions, and we can absolutely highlight the work that you're doing in these watersheds and spotlight the issues that we need to address in these watersheds to make meaningful improvements in water quality, and perhaps even more importantly, not let anything backslide into worse conditions. The challenges are huge, right? You know, even in a lot of these watersheds, we are already finding them to be profoundly impacted by climate change. And so even maintaining steady progress becomes a challenge in watersheds where you have a different hydrologic profile, different rainfall profile, bigger wildfires. And so, you know, our commitment to imposing those tribal beneficial uses, to establishing them in those watersheds, you know, at times it seems, well, can't you do more? I do think it's a very significant step forward. And again, maintaining those protections, doubling down on those areas where we can, and looking for future opportunities is something our board is committed to, and we frankly recommit to at every triennial review, you know, that we've done since the Tribal Beneficial Use Project has started.
Really appreciate those comments. Much appreciation, Mr. Palupa. Anything for Central Valley Regional Board from folks before we transition to the Lahontan region? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lenton, great to see you.
Good to see you guys. Good afternoon, Board Chair Escobar and other members of the State Water Board. It's really a pleasure to join you here. My name is Ben Letton. I'm the Executive Officer for the Lahontan Water Board, and I'm joined by Dan Sussman. He's the Senior over our Planning and Assessment Unit, and also by Dean Tonina, Tribal Elder of Mono Lake Kutsetica Tribe. And we're going to provide this presentation to you in that order. I'd really like to start by thanking the Mono Lake Kutsetica Tribe, and especially Tribal Chair Charlotte Lang, for the honor and the privilege of being able to work alongside the tribe on this important tribal beneficial work. Also, thanks to Adriana Renteria, Nathan Blacksmith, and other members of the PETA team. This guidance and tribal beneficial use work in general would not be where it is today without your great work. Next slide. All right, so the Lahontan region covers the area east of the Sierra Crest. Most of the water in the Lahontan region drains to Nevada and to terminal basins, meaning they drain to a lake with no outlet or a sink. You can see that represented here on this map of the northern part of the Lahontan region. It's a big region. It's 25% of the state of California. It's 33,000 square miles. It's snowy and cold in some places, and it's really hot and arid in others. It has the highest point and the lowest point in the continental United States, only a matter of miles apart. And it has 53 tribes with historical affiliation. Depicted here are some of the major watersheds of the North where we have had some conversation with tribes about tribal beneficial uses or have had specific requests from those tribes for designations. Next slide. Here's a similar map for the southern portion of the region. More of that hot and arid portion. Again, the watersheds shown here are the major watersheds of the South, where we have had some communication with the tribe about tribal beneficial uses or a specific request from those tribes for designations. We are currently in discussions with several tribes within the Owens Valley watershed about water body specific designations, although no formal projects are underway yet. And of course, we've been working quite extensively with the Coot-Seneca tribe of the Mono Lake Basin. Next slide. So this slide gives a snapshot of where we've been with our tribal beneficial use work from 2018 until 2022. In 2018, our board prioritized tribal beneficial use designation work as one of our triennial review priority projects. We had a lot of support at that time from tribes and tribal organizations. In 2021, we officially added tribal beneficial uses definitions to the basin plan, that being the tribal tradition and culture and tribal subsistence fishing. We held a tribal summit in 2022 with several dozen tribes and organizations represented. The majority of the attendees at that time at the summit favored starting our TBU work in the Mono Lake Basin with the Coot-Seneca, partly because of the nexus with water rights at Mono Lake. We started working directly with the tribe later that year. Next slide, please. And here's a little bit more in terms of timeline for the project. We began work again in earnest with the Coot-Seneca in 2022, focusing on Mono Lake Basin, the tribal tradition and culture, and the tribal subsistence fishing designations. We released a draft staff report supporting these designations in March 2024. Around that same time, we also had a public hearing in Barstow, California, to gather more information to support both the coal designation and inform and specifically to support the tribal subsistence designation for tributary streams to Mono Lake. Later that spring and summer, we updated our draft amendment document with a focus on fully supporting tribal tradition and culture designation for Mono Lake and all of its tributaries. And in addition to that, a tribal subsistence fishing designation for Mono Lake, but not for the tributaries. Our position at that time was there was not sufficient information in the record to support an existing tribal subsistence fishing beneficial use for tributary streams to Mono Lake. Our staff were ready to bring the proposed amendment to our board in fall 2024. However, after many discussions with the tribe about the proposed amendment, we elected to postpone the item at the request of the tribe to work on certain elements of it more. Next slide, please. So that essentially brings us to present. We have worked steadily with the Coot-Seneca since the fall of 2024 and are developing a draft amendment that would do the following. It would designate both coal and tribal subsistence fishing as existing beneficial uses occurring at Mono Lake. It would also designate coal as an existing use occurring at the tributary lakes and streams, and designate tribal subsistence fishing as a probable future use for the tributary streams and lakes to Mono Lake as outlined in the guidance document. And so now, well, next slide, and I'll pass it to Dan Sussman.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. So starting back in last fall, I want to say, we began meeting monthly with the Kitsetica. As Ben mentioned, after postponing our original project proposal, we took a little time to regroup and to see what would come of the guidance that we are here today to discuss and reflect upon. And so we started meeting with Kitsetica on a monthly basis, both on tribal beneficial uses and on some other concerns, just to see what was going on in our respective spheres that was related. And along the way, as the guidance was being developed, we realized for this probable future that we needed to have some sort of something to justify those designations, something that would show us that those probable future uses would actually happen probably in the future. And so we put together a rough outline of what might be included in a tribal revitalization plan. The tribe had already developed one, mostly about land ownership and bringing their people more back to the area. And from this, they have been working on a Kitsetica Fish and Water Plan, upon which we will be able to update our staff report and our basin plan amendment. So one of the other big factors is the water quality data that we need to show to see that these are supported uses. And so there are several places that we need to get water quality data from, and that we have been working on. The tribe took ownership of a plot of land in the basin called Tupenobe on Bear Track Creek. And we worked with them and have been collecting water quality data, just an initial screening, because it is in the area of an old mine. And so that has shown that there are some hits for mercury, arsenic, and some other things, and that we need to consider. We've also been looking forward to seeing the results out of a FERC relicensing in the area in Mill Creek and Lundy Lake area, where there were some data taken for fish tissue for mercury. And then finally, the tribe had also expressed concern, which we treated as a complaint to investigate, about potential radioactivity in Mono Lake. And so our staff worked with the California Department of Public Health's radiological health branch to sample and have analyzed water samples, sediment samples, as well as samples of the kusabe, the pupa of the alkali fly food source there, and have that analyzed. So all those things are needed, and our next steps are then to update the staff report. Now that we have this guidance and seeing how it might stay the same or might change, we will incorporate what it is requiring or advising into the staff report, update our basin plan amendment document, and then go out to public comment. So that's where we are with Mono Lake and the designations there. Next slide, please. But as Ben mentioned, we have a big region, and there's a lot of other tribes and watersheds and water bodies where there is interest or maybe interest with designation. So in the Tahoe, Truckee, and Carson River watersheds, there's the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California. Back in 2022, they had actually sent us a letter requesting designations, and we at the time had just been focused on Mono Lake. So we're re-engaging with these other tribes and these other water bodies, and actually the release of this guidance has been a great opportunity or a trigger to really re-engage with these tribes and start to meet with them. And then in the Owens Valley watershed, the Owens River, here are a couple of tribes that we have begun to re-engage with that have expressed interest in designation. We also sent out a couple of letters, some to those tribes that had already expressed designation interest, and then others that either hadn't participated in that 2022 tribal summit or had participated and not really followed up. So we sent out some letters in these past 6-8 months, and are reaching out to other potentially interested tribes from Bridgeport, just to the north of Mono, and then those other tribes are from the watersheds way up north with the Cedarville area, all the way down to the San Manuel Nation, who has an interest in the Mojave River. So, next slide, please. So in doing that, as I mentioned, we're meeting with the interested tribal governments and representatives, and we're really, one of the main things is to discuss and understand the guidance documents and what those guidance documents, what they are asking for, and how we can work with the tribes to get the information to support their designation requests and our standards actions. And really also to discuss on a tribe by tribe basis what the scope of those efforts are. Are we talking about these water bodies, all water bodies? Are we speaking about one beneficial use, both beneficial uses? And then what sort of documentation and water quality data do we need to support them? From there, we develop project documents. So while we've initiated these other projects, that's pretty much where we are, just right at the beginning, starting to have those conversations. Next slide, please. So as been mentioned, I supervise the planning and assessment unit, which includes basin planning actions. And I have a couple of my team members listed here who are leading the charge with reaching out to the other tribes and engaging. Danny McClure, who's our tribal coordinator, he's a water resources control engineer, and Jacqueline Royer, an environmental scientist on the staff as well. These are their contact and my contact information, email and phone. And then we do have a project website as well for all our tribal beneficial use efforts. And on that website, there is a listserv, an email sign up. And with that, I conclude my slides and invite Dean Tonena to take the rest of the time.
Thank you both. Mr. Tonena, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
It's good to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dean Tonena. I'm tribal elder with the Kutsatkata tribe. And I wanted just to share some of the tribal perspectives that kind of guided our tribe as we've moved through this process, which is entirely new for us. So we really appreciate this opportunity to share that. And going to my first slide, which was the next slide, there is a photo of Mono Lake, the region. It's part of our homeland. It's the spiritual center of our traditional area, and it is a place that's highly important to the tribe. And as we learned about the tribal beneficial uses designation process, we wanted to engage our neighboring tribes as early as we could. So even before the process really started with the Lahontan Water Board, we had convened a series of meetings with our neighboring tribes, not the entire region, but with our neighbors, and really talked about that, wanting to inform our neighbors of this opportunity, but also to discuss internally what we would want to share and maybe not share with Lahontan Water Board. So those meetings were really productive in helping us figure out amongst ourselves how we would want to engage and so forth. And if we go to the next slide, it's a slide of the map of the region. We've seen this a number of times today, but the Lahontan region is geographically large, and we as the Eastern tribes were talking about that, and we were also considering things like capacity to engage on such a large scale, capacity, for our regional tribes with limited resources, but also we were wondering about the capacity of the Lahontan to engage in this process. And so we just thought a region-wide approach just might be too much for all of us. And so we, talked about narrowing the scope of how we wanted to go forward with this. And if we go to the next slide, there's a slide there of Owens Lake to the south of us. And so the tribes in our region said, we really want you to, as Mono Lake, to go forward first, because we have the experience in the Owens Valley of the water exports that have just drained Owen Lake to basically an exposed alkaline playa. And they said, this is what happens when there's no protections in place for water bodies. So we know that, Mono Lake also is experiencing water exports to Los Angeles. And so we don't want Owens Lake to be the future for Mono Lake. So we want to start with Mono Lake because it needs that extra voice, that extra attention to avoid what happened at Owens Lake. So we all agreed that that would be a good approach to take. And because it was so new, it would help us to see what the process was and kind of be that first test case in Lahontan to understand the process and to move forward, so that as we expand in whatever way that expansion will mean, that we have this as an experience, as a first try in moving forward with TBUs for our region. So if we go to the next slide, I got a series of slides that really talk about the importance of the Mono Lake to our tribe here. And, one of that is the kutsawi. Kutsawi is an insect food found in Mono Lake, and it's a very important food source for our people, but it's also very closely connected with our identity as a people, an indigenous people of the Mono Lake area. And the ecology of the fly is really interesting, where the female fly will deposit eggs onto the column of the tufa, and the next stage after the eggs hatch, you have the larvae, which feed on the algae found in the water on the tufa columns, and then the next stage would be the pupa, and that's right before the adult stage of the fly. And so the pupa attaches to the substrate in the water, and it's that wave action, that wind action, that dislodges the pupa, and it floats to the surface of the water. And that's when our people would come in and collect the pupa, the kutsawi, and dry it, and then rub off the shell. And then it's available to us as a protein-rich food source to it. And then if we go on to the next slide, we'll see that there is a shot of the northern part of Mono Lake, which was a very important harvesting area. It's on the north shore. And as a result of water diversions, you can see in the photo that, those tufa columns are exposed. And so the water exports from the tributary streams that feed Mono Lake have resulted in a lowering of the lake elevation, and that's caused a number of problems for our traditional uses, but also for our wildlife relatives who share the same resource with us, where the lake bed is exposed in large areas, and that exposed lake bed creates intense dust storms during windy events, and that those alkaline particulates are harmful to human health. And so, that's one aspect of exports, water exports, but also just the tufa columns no longer in the water. And so that has reduced the area available to the alkali fly for reproduction. And that translates into less food in the forms of that kutsabi pupa that I mentioned earlier. At the bottom of that slide, you can also see just the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of flies that are there at the lake shore. And you can only imagine just how much more that would have been if the lake in its hydrology and ecosystem were what it used to be, but currently impacted by water diversions. And if we go to the next slide, we can see just how the process of harvesting kutsabi. So our people would go wade into the water, and Mono Lake is shallow in many areas, so you can wade into the water and harvest the kutsabi using baskets to scoop up the floating pupa. And then once your flat basket or a winnowing basket is full, then you empty it into that larger conical basket shown there in the middle. And so that was the process for harvesting kutsabi. It was dried, and I said the skin was rubbed off and it was ready as a food source. But what this really highlights for us is that in light of hazards to our health, there's a number of pathways where if the water quality is degraded, then we're being exposed by just entering into the water for hours at a time, on a day-to-day basis for several weeks, for months. And that dermal exposure is real. And if the water quality is insufficient, then we're being impacted in that way. And then we also drink the water medicinally. So we're ingesting the water directly from the lake. So that's another pathway for hazardous substances in the water to enter into our bodies. And then if the kutsabi themselves are contaminated by being in the water itself, then we're ingesting this food source that has contaminants. So there's at least three forms of pathways that degraded water quality could impact our health. And there's another hazard that's we've identified to the water board is that with the exposed lake beds, and when that wind picks up, we're breathing that really harmful PM10 sized particles that, so it's not necessarily in the water, but it's an air quality that's directly connected to the water in the form that, with the exporting of water and the greater exposed lake bed, it's just increased that air quality hazard to us. So we have multiple hazards now, both water and airborne hazards that we risk as we go out to engage in our culture and to subsist on a food source that's very important to us. And we wanted to highlight that because that does speak to what's been discussed earlier in this meeting about the relationship between water being in the water bodies and the need to think of that because degraded water quality isn't just about, pollutants entering into a water body, but it's also the lack of clean water in lakes and streams that can degrade the water quality to the point where it is hazardous. And we've noticed that, just being in the lake itself, people are getting rashes because the chemistry is concentrated, more concentrated than it's been before. So we're seeing the impacts of degraded water quality and health impacts to our people currently. And then also to the point that was made earlier about engaging with agencies within California, and this is, I think, a great example of, needing to address the water quality, but simultaneously addressing the air quality as it impacts our cultural heritage and practices and subsistences on these food sources. So it's a larger package than just water or just air. It's both, and they're both connected in this sense by the water exporting that is happening. And we do acknowledge that, there is just this natural evaporation of the water, but this combination of water exports is substantially increasing those impacts than just natural methods alone. So we'd like to go on to the next slide. And Dan Sussman mentioned this earlier about working with the Lahontan water boards to address some concerns that the tribe had with our food source, Kutsabi. In the early 1960s, there was military testing done in the lake itself where explosions were set off in the water. And, our tribe was not informed that this was happening, but we certainly, back then, our parents and grandparents, they recall hearing these explosions in the lake. And this was following, World War II and just all of the common knowledge that the public had about the impacts of atomic bombs. And so when bombs are going off in Mono Lake, with no explanation, the tribe was really concerned about the hazards of harvesting and eating kutsabi in a lake where there's been detonations and who knows what is in the lake at this point. And so the use of kutsabi was curtailed. People were afraid to use it and to eat it in the same way as we've always done. It didn't stop altogether, but people were just really concerned because the choice was, continue with your culture and risk ingesting who knows what that came from these bombs, or just postpone and see what happens. And so this was an opportunity for our tribe to work with the Lahontan board to utilize their expertise, their ability to do sampling, things that we don't, as a tribe, have the capability to currently do. So it's really great as part of this TBU process to address some uncertainties and some concerns that the tribe had with those past experiments, which I think today there's still some uncertainty as to what impacts may still be present as a result of those actions back then. We also think that this example provides another way to frame probable future use, because probable future use is something that we're moving towards. But if we're not assured that the water quality is what it needs to be now, then it's hard to move towards a probable future use, because if we were to risk our cultural uses, our subsistence uses to water that we suspect or we fear is contaminated in some way, then we may have second thoughts about continuing with our cultural uses and subsistence uses if it's going to harm our health right now. So it could be a real setback to a probable future use if we are fearful that the water quality is dangerous at this present time. So that's why it's important in thinking of probable future use to get those water quality standards in place now, so that we can feel more secure in moving towards that probable future use. So this example of the detonations in Mono Lake is a good thing to consider in probable future use planning. Next slide. I've got 3 slides that just show some of the other resources besides Kutsabi. We've got the saline meadows along Mono Lake, which we harvested plants, consumed plants in that area, all connected to the water quality from Mono Lake. And next slide, we've got a picture of Lower Rush Creek. These are buffalo berries here that we would harvest. And so, water quality, degraded water quality getting into plant tissues, and then we and our wildlife relatives are consuming these, does represent a potential hazard that we would want to consider. So, there's talk about segmented reaches, but these plants, these animal species, they're throughout the streams. So it's a very difficult concept for us as tribal people to think about segmentation when it's so connected. It would be really difficult to think about segmentation. And then if we move to the next slide, we see the upper reaches of the Rush Creek area above 9,000 feet. And so the plant communities are somewhat different there. There's certainly overlap and transition between plant communities, but these are resources. The onions in the foreground, the purple flowers, they grow in the water. And so they're an important subsistence resource that we have for our region. And it's important to remember that subsistence isn't just on one organism. Subsistence for our native people is often consuming multiple species in one meal. And so it doesn't mean that we're subsisting entirely on one particular species for a duration of time. We're often subsisting on smaller quantities of many species as part of our subsistence ways of living. And so it's important to think about that as we move forward with designating cultural and subsistence uses for our tribal peoples. And as part of the TBU process, as Ben mentioned, the tribe, when told that we weren't going to be granted or considered subsistence, we really felt that that was just not right, because the standards, the definitions that we were working on at the time were this, 4.5 meals per week, and we felt that that was an error. That was a false way of looking at it, because it was a blanket standard that was applied throughout all of California. Despite the diverse geographies and the diverse cultures, native cultures in California, to have this standard that applied to everyone equally throughout California was just fundamentally not right and unfair. And so we didn't want to go through with the process until more discussion and dialogue happened around that, what we felt was a false way to categorize or to define how we subsisted within our region. And that's just simply not possible in our region. We can't get to our streams under 5 feet of snow to harvest 4.5 meals per week. And our fisheries wouldn't allow that level of harvesting. So we felt that to go with what we could get and accept this rejection based on this definition was just not the right path. And we were also concerned about the precedent that it might set of going along with a definition that we did not agree with. And so we chose to postpone it until we could talk more about just the unfairness of that standard. So that allowed us then to engage more with developing the draft guidelines, which has been really important. And we as a collective caucus, and you'll hear more from the caucus, have just really had to grapple with a lot of these things. It's just apparent to us that, the water boards collectively don't truly understand the tribes and the tribal needs, the way that tribes subsisted and operated within our heritage. And so it's an important discussion, but it's a discussion that needs to continue to happen, because there's still really problematic things that we're seeing, even in the guidelines as they exist right now. And going on to the next slide. So this is where we're at today with our tribe. We've developed this plan. We're calling it the Kutsad Karpa Mabitsiana Tagun Netusuntanaga, which is translated as the Kutsat Kara water, care for the water and fisheries plan. And in this, we are documenting our existing use. And I would say that all of our uses are existing. It's just that this probable future use is asking for an elevated degree of consumption and so forth. And so that's something that we're still working with and working on, but it's a path forward. We know that there's still things to work through, but it's something that we can be developing simultaneously as these other efforts are underway on the water board side. So that's all I have to share with the group at this time. Thank you.
Really appreciate that sharing of your knowledge, your information here, Mr. Tonena. Really appreciated the relationship over these last years, better understanding the tribe, and appreciate your leadership across all this and working with us, and to be able to better understand the uses that the tribe has around Mono and its tributaries. And I feel it has greatly influenced here, obviously, the development of the guidance, and looking forward to hearing from the caucus after lunch to hear what still yet folks are finding problematic. I have a quick question, or perhaps not so quick, but wondering when it comes to the data that was developed in order to support, the designation and the discussions you've had, how much of that was really the tribe needing to develop that information and provide it to the regional board versus being able to use other readily available sources of data to support the designation work?
Well, I think part of it is understanding the process of when that would happen. So, if the first step is to identify and the water bodies themselves, and then to talk about how we're using that, we saw that as the first step. But any additional data that would be needed to be collected is something that our tribe isn't capable, and we don't have that capacity to do it. So we'd be looking to other sources for that. And we do understand also that there is quite a bit of data within the Mono Basin itself, but it could be reams and reams of data that first of all, accessing it and then wading through it is not something that we have the capacity to do. So we would certainly need assistance with extracting that data and then moving it forward. So there's more work to be done. We do acknowledge that, but we're doing and we're working on what we know to do at this time.
Really appreciate that, and wondering if the regional board has any insight there, and also then just any lessons learned, I guess, as this project has unfolded for Mono. If there are things that would have been helpful to have kind of worked out sooner, or at the front end of some of the discussions, or just anything that we could glean ultimately for how we really accelerate the work. Oh, yeah. Folks need to be invited to, I think, unmute. Apologies, Mr. Letton.
Okay, I can talk now. Thank you. Yeah, I think in terms of the first part of the question, what the data gaps and information that we were missing at the time to be able to designate into the tribal subsistence fishing for the tributary streams was for the existing beneficial use. So consumption rates specifically of fish at the time was what we were focusing on for many of those tributary streams. Now that we've switched to more of a probable future approach, that has opened up some doors in terms of not having that level of quantification of consumption initially, but perhaps as another phase in developing water quality objectives and standards would be able to obtain that, from the tribe moving forward. So that was one at the time informational gap that we struggled with. But again, we were very deferential to the tribe at the time, not wanting to move forward with the proposed action. And like Dean said, there has been a lot of great work subsequent to that and development of the guidance. He's been intricately involved in its development and feedback. We've, been involved with Adriana and others as well, in terms of the state that it's in now. Dan Sussman's on the line. Dan, what do you think about the second part of the question with respect to lessons learned?
Okay, I've been unmuted. Thank you. Yeah, I think what, when we came into this, we had a lot of emphasis on the rate on our pace, right? There was the probability of a water rights hearing moving forward a little bit earlier, and we really wanted to focus on getting these designations done so they could be considered in that forum. And I think taking a little bit more time at the beginning to understand everything and understand better the tribe's perspective and priorities and how they viewed these things, I think would have been a benefit. I also think that there was no guidance, and so we were sort of to use the imperfect analogy, flying the plane while building it, sort of thing. It seemed like we had a good grasp at the time, I think, on the culture and tradition use, but we did have questions, and we're still learning at the time about the tribal subsistence fishing use and what that meant, both in terms of the consumption rate and how that could be applied for a tribe here on the east side of the Sierra, which differs from the maybe the aquatic resources on the coast, as well as what level of specificity and information about the tribe's practices that we could use to inform our staff report and support those designations. So I think the guidance is I'm glad we have it now as a draft. I would have loved it earlier, but so that's definitely an improvement. And then, there were some conversations earlier between Andy Sawyer and Phil Wiles, speaking about the different uses and what aspects of the environment and of human interaction with the environment as foodstuffs there were. And there are some challenges that we're still, I think, working through in terms of some of the language in the preamble to the beneficial uses, speaking to the interaction with those beneficial uses of human health versus if they can be used to address anything related to the habitat, right? So I think this speaks a little bit to what Elder Tanino was saying. The Kusabe is a revered food source for them and more. And its ability to thrive, I think, is also dependent on, the salinity situation. So really trying to tease out how we can play with those different those different worlds of water quality, beneficial uses, human health, and that sort of thing, and trying to work in a way that is clearly articulated to understand what is part of those uses and can be described in the staff report and subsequent implementation, and what might be less so.
Thank you. Yeah, really appreciate those responses and insight here. Looking to fellow board colleagues, question and comment. Board Member McGuire and then Board Member Morgan.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question about timeline. This came up earlier as we were talking about the designation process timeline, and it sounds like, as you acknowledge, you're learning the process. A lot of this is new, doing it for the first time. So it's been a process to get to this point. But looking from here on forward, you laid out the next steps for the Basin Plan Amendment process. Was wondering what the timeline is. You're probably familiar. We have a water right matter kind of in the works as it relates to Mono Lake as well. We had an informational item workshop and some staff workshops this year on that. And so you mentioned earlier the overlap with water rights and the Basin Plan. And so not to get into that any further here, but I'm just curious about the regional board's anticipated timeline for the TBU designation.
Yeah, it's been sort of fluid, and we were able to put pause as we tried to figure this out. And so we have not started. Our starting point is our existing staff report that we decided not to go forward in 2024, and the hope is that we can keep that so far as the cultural use and the subsistence for the lake itself. We have not started expanding that for probable future subsistence use and any potential CEQA write-up that we need to expand on there. So, I'd like to say that we would be able to bring something forward in at least for public sometime in mid to late 2027. But I'll be honest that in updating the plans and policies permit, I put this as a 2028 project, just because I'd rather do that than keep pushing something back.
That's helpful. Thank you, just for awareness. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and if I may, I know that this guidance, looking at its timeline, has the comment period in August 31st, and then my understanding is that there's going to be a period of months with potential for revision, and so how that might affect what we can put into our documents and bring forward, is a consideration, as well as progress on the tribe's development of this plan, who I won't attempt to pronounce, but is on the present slide.
Thank you. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Just first, I'd like to thank all of the regions for their ongoing work in this area. And, Region 6, thank you. You guys, you really have been leaders in this area and really have put a lot of work into moving forward this particular destination. Just a couple of comments. I really want to thank Dean for his patience and continued, continuing to be here to educate us on the tribe's uses, and also just communication, because I believe that this communication is just really key, especially in this particular area. And, one thing that I want to make sure that, I note, that was brought up here is that the Kazinika's tribe, their use is existing. And it was, from what I'm gathering through the workshops and from here, it's one of those, it's an existing use that where, due to communication, it was being tried to put into a box that it just did not fit because of the area of the state where the tribe is. And so that is really stopping to listen to the individual tribe and their history. And also, what I also heard through this is, written documentation. Again, listening to tribes, because sitting here, we have heard tribes' history is passed down orally. It's not written. And so it really is a learning experience and something for our staff to really stop, listen, and have those conversations. And, that was also brought up, I believe, by Dan, that just to have those conversations up front to learn and to gain that trust with the tribe that you're working with to understand what is being asked and what is that history of where and the point in that viewpoint to where the tribe is coming from. And then to take a look at our regulatory framework and then ask those questions of how does that fit within and how do we work with the tribe to integrate it. And so that's, just something that I just want, just listening to the conversation, I just, wanted to express. And, thank you, Adriana and Nathan, for your work on this draft. I also want to thank Phil Wiles for your work because you have spent a lot of time also on this of really, just that of, okay, how do we get to that yes? How do we work with our regulatory framework, but then speak to what it is that we're trying to do. And we're hearing that there's going to be comments, which is wonderful to receive these comments so that we can continue to improve, because that's, for me, is what this is about, is to continue to listen and improve. And so, I ask that, we continue to do that. We continue to listen and to improve on, what we're hearing. I've had some wonderful conversations with Dean where I have learned a lot about the kids in the code. And, the history and what their, the subsistence fishing and just the movement within the area and, the streams. And, I just say, just with any tribal member to sit down, be open-minded, and, we're there to listen, learn, and gain from those conversations. And so just again, thank everyone who has come today to, impart knowledge onto us and to share, because it's not easy to come and to share. And so just much gratitude and, happy to see, we have much more to go. Just wanted to express my appreciation for us getting to a draft that we can have something to sit down and to continue to improve upon. So just, wanted to say thank you while we were still at the regional boards and the tribal members coming to weigh in.
Much appreciation. Here, here. Thank you, Board Member Blumenfeld.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that presentation, and actually building on Board Member Morgan's comments. I've been thinking as we've been hearing this, and I'm looking at council as we say it, but it feels like a lot of this discussion is about tribes having to carry the evidentiary burden. And I'd love to think about a way, and it probably has already happened, or you might have thought about it. So this is kind of like, as we're thinking about the next draft, I want to get to a place that tribes aren't having to prove their culture, traditions, and relationship to the water in what can often feel like a very adversarial fashion. So I was just kind of sketching what that could look like. But if a tribe comes in and basically identifies a water body as supporting a TBU related use, the board would presumptively accept that identification unless there's some substantial evidence to the contrary. So the whole burden would be shifted away from the tribe having to constantly prove. We would accept as fact if a tribe comes in and says, these are our cultural uses, these are our subsistence uses, we would just accept it. And then it would be up to the board to develop the technical record, not the staff. So we'd be there in support of that record. And then the burden would actually be, the rebuttal of that presumption would be on folks that didn't think that was true. They'd have to come in and show, actually, this isn't true, which is, I think, giving more credence to the fact that the way that it's kind of being framed right now is that the tribal input is like stakeholder input. It really isn't, right? It's very different from that. So their traditional ecological knowledge and oral histories and declarations and cultural practices should be treated as evidence without requiring this very kind of Western scientific corroboration for inherently cultural aspects. Like, I think we're taking the wrong aspects of culture, which is respect and sovereignty, and taking it as fact, and then trying to apply this very numeric system to that doesn't feel right to me. And so I don't know if there's a way to shift some of those burdens and frameworks so that we take as fact what the tribes tell us. There's no reason there's no reason we shouldn't. They've been here. They have, that's what traditional ecological, we say a lot, we pay a lot of lip service to traditional ecological knowledge. What that actually means is we rank it in a ranking sense at the top of this evidentiary pyramid, and we take it as what it is, which is their knowledge, and then we build the rest of it underneath it, as opposed to kind of at the moment it feels at the bottom of an inverted pyramid. So just a way of thinking about changing some of this, because hearing the struggle in Mono, like all those things that you were saying resonated, obviously, because they're simply true. If the food is under 5 feet of snow, it's really difficult to show that you eat it 4 times a week. So that's really not what once you get, I felt like we're trying to extricate ourselves from really complicated, messy problem of how we get the data and evidence. And if this just becomes about data and evidence, we're not honoring the process of which led us to come up with tribal beneficial uses in the first place. So it's just kind of, if we could infuse some rethinking into how we rank the information that we get in, and put primacy and more credence and weight to the tribal attestation that this is a beneficial use, I think we'd start from a better place.
If I can, board member, I really appreciate that point. And what we're dealing with, and board member Morgan touched on this, is that fundamental tension between our Western regulatory processes and laws and everything that this board has contributed and been part of these last decades, and a holistic approach to the watersheds and the way of life of the tribes prior. And so much of this work, I feel, especially in the guidance document, is trying to reconcile that. And to your point, making clear that the oral histories, the testimony, and the information from the tribe, different though it may be from the Western side, is being brought up to a more equal level. I think what it rubs up against, though, as well, though, is the fundamental tension of basically the difference between a narrative objective and a numeric one. And if we're going to make real the protections of the tribal beneficial uses and the uses we're looking to protect, we need to be able to incorporate them into permits, and that translates into the numbers. And I think, again, that's where we find this fundamental tension of the level of information being asked or developed, and how we translate ultimately two different approaches and ways of viewing our watersheds, and not burden tribes, overburden tribes that are already burdened in that process, but try to get them to more equal footing. But I think it does still continue to touch to this fundamental tension of how we get to the specific information that translates itself into permits that actually then become protective of the standards that are protective of the uses. But that's for us, I think, to more figure out, to your point, less ultimately on the tribes and the indigenous communities up and down the state, and hoping that this guidance is doing just to what your point is, which is not confusing those and then putting all these Western burdens, basically, of our regulatory process onto tribes to somehow figure out unto themselves, but let them give us the information they best have and provide that as equal footing. But again, when it starts to kind of drill down into the specificity of how we are actually protective, that's where we get into these kind of spaces. And we need to figure out how we unpack ourselves from them, I think. I don't know if there's anything Mr. Wiles or Ms. Renteria would like to add.
No, I don't think I could say it any better, but I do appreciate the point that in some places in the guidance document, we do talk about just receiving oral statements from the tribes as that being sufficient to establish that there is a tribal use. But then what Chair Esquivel is talking about, the details for what we need to make sure that we're protecting the exposure pathways. What are those exposure pathways? Are we protecting the frequency, the duration of the use? Those details are things that I think we could be more clear that that's something that the water board staff can help the tribe explicate so that we can fit it within our framework. And that's a really good point. I think there are some places where we can improve the draft where it suggests that all of that information really is on the shoulders of the tribes to provide in the first instance, and it doesn't have to be that way.
Really appreciate it. Vice Chair.
Well, and I think you have sought out ways, where maybe initially it looked like things were set in stone on fish consumption rates, and then looking for areas where our view could be more flexible. So hoping that there's, going to be other opportunities along those lines. Kind of on a different subject, I've been thinking about, where to bring this up, and just want to use this as an opportunity also to thank everyone for their involvement and their just really thoughtful input that's gone into this document. I think it was helpful to take a little more time and spend more time with the tribes, but then also, Ms. Renteria, thank you for putting together that meeting with the regulated community several months back. I do think that if we look at, how do we develop a process that's more smooth, starting with making things more clear with this guidance document, but I think also looking for opportunities to bring together tribes, our staff, regional boards, and the regulated community, getting them more comfortable because there is a full-blown public process, whether it's a basin plan or objectives or whatever actions would be taken in order to provide for implementation. That's that whole other process that Mr. Blumenfeld, you keep bringing up, that that's going to take time. And so I think strengthening those relationships, it will be helpful. I don't want to make it sound like it's going to be easy and things will go, at rapid speed, but the stronger the relationships are, I think the better those, a lot of times the regulated community comes to increased regulation with this sort of this instinctual reaction of fear and opposition. And so looking for ways to kind of tamp that down a bit and get the comments to be more focused on issues of impact, ways that things can be mitigated, and creative solutions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you all. Again, it's been a fantastic morning, a lot of great discussion here at the dais and here with our partners, tribes, and regional board members or regional boards. Let's go ahead. I know we have still one more presentation as part of the TBU work now here reflecting on what the State Water Board is doing in the Bay Delta Plan. But let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch, and Rob will go to you first after lunch and then continue on from there. Let's go ahead and give ourselves about an hour. So we'll go ahead and start at 2:10, if that's okay. It pushes us back a little, but the space has been needed, and really appreciate the discussions we've been able to have so far. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back then. Like I said, at 2:10, we're in recess until then. Thank you everyone for the incredible morning so far. Really looking forward to the afternoon's further discussion. All right, everyone. We're at about 2:15. We should go ahead and bring ourselves back here. Thanks, everyone, for the lunch break. Hope you had a great lunch. We are now starting back off where we left off in our agenda, which is a presentation by Rob McCarthy on the State Water Board's work and Bay Delta Plan update and how it relates to tribal beneficial uses. Really great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Oh, happy to be here. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Robert McCarthy. I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights and tribal coordinator for the State Water Board's Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. Today, I'll provide a presentation on the State Water Board's current efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan, Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan, focusing on the board's incorporation of tribal beneficial uses and designation of the tribal tradition and culture beneficial use as a part of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. I'll also discuss the proposed Bay Delta Plan provisions that encourage continuous input from and accountability to California Native American tribes. Next slide, please. So the Bay Delta watershed includes the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, the Delta, Sassoon Marsh, and San Francisco Bay. The Bay Delta watershed is one of the most important ecosystems in California. Many native aquatic species such as Chinook salmon, white sturgeon, longfin smelt, and Delta smelt reside in or migrate through the Bay Delta watershed. The Bay Delta watershed is also an integral component of California's water supply system for people and farms, as well as a vital part of the culture, religion, and way of life of numerous California Native American tribes. Next slide, please. The State Water Board protects beneficial uses in the Bay Delta watershed in part through its Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected, including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife uses. 2, flow-related water quality objectives to reasonably protect those beneficial uses. 3, a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, including actions the State Water Board will take, such as implementing flow requirements and actions the State Water Board will take with others, or recommendations to others for actions they should take, such as habitat restoration. And 4, monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions. The Bay Delta Plan is required to be reviewed periodically and updated as needed to provide for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses of water. Next slide, please. So the State Water Board has been engaged in processes to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan for a number of years. The start of that effort was focused on updates to the lower San Joaquin River flow and southern Delta salinity provisions of the plan that were completed in 2018. The State Water Board is also considering updates to the Bay Delta Plan focused on the Sacramento River and its tributaries, Delta Eastside tributaries, including the Calaveras, Cosumnes, and McCollum rivers, and the Delta, referred to as the Sacramento Delta Update to the Bay Delta Plan. The Sacramento Delta Update to the Bay Delta Plan is intended to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses in the Sacramento River and Delta watershed. In December 2025, the State Water Board released a draft of updates to the Bay Delta Plan for public review and comment that I will discuss further in later slides. Earlier drafts of updates to the Bay Delta Plan were released in October 2024 and July of 2025. Consistent with the prior drafts of updates to the plan, the revised proposed plan amendments would incorporate tribal beneficial uses, TBUs, and designate the tribal tradition and culture, or CUL, beneficial use throughout the Bay Delta watershed. Next slide, please. This slide provides a timeline of the most recent actions to update the Bay Delta Plan relevant to tribal beneficial uses. As others have mentioned, after collaboration with tribes, the State Water Board issued a resolution in 2017 that adopted the tribal beneficial use provisions in the inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries plan. During the summer of 2023, the State Water Board engaged with California Native American tribes through listening sessions, meetings, and individual discussions to understand tribal perspectives and interests in the board's effort to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan, including an informational item before the State Water Board on TBUs. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released for public review and comment a draft staff report documenting the potential environmental and economic effects of possible alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including regulatory provisions and voluntary agreements, or VAs, proposed by water users and state and federal agencies, later referred to as Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, or HRL. The draft staff report for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan also discussed the possibility of incorporating the definitions of tribal beneficial uses in the Bay Delta Plan. In December of 2025, the State Water Board released for public review and comment a December 2025 revised draft of updates to the Bay Delta Plan and a new Chapter 13 of the staff report for a limited recirculation of the draft staff report. Both of these documents reflect the updated proposed project, which brings together in the Bay Delta Plan program of implementation a VA pathway that incorporates HRL commitments and would apply to HRL water rights, and a regulatory pathway that would apply to other water rights and to HRL water rights in the event the VA pathway is discontinued. Based on the extensive public comments and feedback from tribes and others, the December 2025 draft of updates to the Bay Delta Plan incorporated TBUs and designated tribal tradition culture, CAL, beneficial use for the Bay Delta watershed. The December 2025 revised draft plan also includes provisions for a tribal advisory group and other provisions to facilitate tribal participation and feedback in the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation efforts, which I'll discuss further in later slides. The State Water Board is currently preparing a final staff report and final draft of the plan, which will be available for public review and comment before being considered for adoption by the State Water Board at a future board meeting. Next slide, please. Consistent with previous drafts of updates to the Bay Delta Plan, the December 2025 revised draft Bay Delta Plan incorporates TBUs as they relate to the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. The December 2025 revised draft Bay Delta Plan also designates tribal tradition and culture beneficial use for the Bay Delta watershed. Chapter 13 of the draft staff report includes an environmental analysis supporting the designation of CAL beneficial use. Chapter 13 describes activities associated with TBUs, water quality objectives, and implementation measures to protect the uses, and reasonably foreseeable non-flow compliance measures and response actions that may result from the designation. Next slide, please. At the request of tribes, the revised proposed plan amendments described in the December 2025 revised draft plan designate CAL specifically due to the cultural and spiritual importance of water and native fish and wildlife, particularly salmon, to tribes. The designation of CAL within the Bay Delta watershed is based on substantial evidence provided to the State Water Board through tribal outreach and engagement efforts. Tribal representatives shared through written and verbal testimony the significance of salmon within tribal culture, including in creation stories, as a centerpiece of traditional ceremonies and feasts, such as traditional salmon bakes, and the general correlation of Native American lifeways with the timing and locations of Northern California salmon runs. The State Water Board recognizes the centrality that vital fish populations have for cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, and traditional rights and lifeways of tribes in the Bay Delta watershed. Salmonids utilize the watershed both temporally and spatially at various life stages, and the tribe's cultural and spiritual use is centered on the connectivity between themselves and their ancestors with these species and the ecosystem that supports them. Throughout the scoping period for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, tribal representatives shared the prominent role salmon hold within tribal culture. Through the submission of comments and input delivered at State Water Board workshops, hearings, and other meetings, tribal representatives have offered numerous examples of tribal uses of water within the watershed and the significance of salmon in water, including a healthy ecosystem that supports salmon populations have to tribal culture. The significance of salmon was conveyed through the sharing of relationships between Native American lifeways, salmon, and the streams and watersheds that support them. The CAL designation recognizes the centrality that vital fish populations and aquatic life have for cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, and traditional rights and lifeways. Next slide, please. Excuse me. While not designed to directly protect fish populations and aquatic life, the reasonable protection of CAL, as it relates to tribal cultural ceremonies and spiritual lifeways that are connected to salmon, overlaps with the reasonable protection of the aquatic life beneficial uses identified in the Bay Delta Plan or designated in the applicable regional water boards' water quality control plans, including the fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Implementation actions taken to protect aquatic life beneficial uses related to flow, water project operations, and physical habitat restoration support healthy fish populations upon which tribal cultural uses depend. Therefore, the objectives needed to protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses and tribal beneficial uses overlap and are addressed by the objectives and program of implementation in the Bay Delta Plan. Call uses may be adequately protected by water quality control measures, also needed to reasonably protect Rec 1 or CALM. However, new water quality control measures could include new water quality objectives or site-specific discharge requirements. Other tribal uses and activities encompassed within call, such as navigation, gathering and consumption of natural resources, and immersion ceremonies, may also be supported by actions to protect other designated uses. However, water quality objectives or site-specific water quality or water rights requirements may be considered in the future if it is determined that additional actions are needed to reasonably protect other tribal uses and activities encompassed within call. Next slide, please. Tribal subsistence fishing, or TSUB, beneficial use is not designated by the December 2025 revised draft plan for any water bodies in the Bay Delta watershed. However, while TSUB relates to the risk to human health from consumption of non-commercial fish or shellfish at higher rates, and was not developed to in and of itself protect aquatic life, a thriving fish population, especially salmon, which are a key sensitive species in the Bay Delta Plan, could support fishing at higher consumptive rates. Therefore, flow actions for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife are related to the TSUB beneficial use on the same waters. Implementation measures for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife also will inure to the benefit of subsistence fishing by tribes and non-tribal communities. Individual stream segments could also be designated for TSUB beneficial uses as appropriate by regional water boards. Next slide, please. This slide describes provisions in the 2025 revised draft Bay Delta Plan for tribal input and incorporation of TEK in implementation of the Bay Delta Plan. First, the December 2025 revised draft Bay Delta Plan includes provisions for annual and periodic reviews to assess and report on progress on implementation of the Bay Delta Plan and any needed changes to the plan or its implementation to provide for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses. The State Water Board will hold tribal listening sessions with interested California Native American tribes at least once per year in conjunction with annual and periodic reviews to hear feedback from tribes on the Bay Delta Plan, its implementation, and any needed updates. The December 2025 revised draft Bay Delta Plan also contains specific provisions for tribal outreach and engagement and incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK. These provisions were developed in response to substantial comments received from tribes and are the result of engagement between tribes and board staff. The State Water Board will consider and incorporate TEK, tribal feedback, and perspectives shared by California Native American tribes to inform efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. TEK should be considered a full, equal, and complementary knowledge system alongside non-Indigenous knowledge. To facilitate incorporation of TEK, State Water Board will develop and regularly update a tribal engagement plan in coordination with California Native American tribes for consultation, outreach, and engagement. Any use of TEK would follow the CARE principles for Indigenous data governance. CARE stands for collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics. Further, the revised draft plan proposes that the State Water Board will form a Bay Delta Tribal Advisory Group in coordination with tribes to provide input to the board on its Bay Delta Plan update and implementation efforts. And with respect to the VA pathway, the revised draft plan requires that HRL participants engage with California Native American tribes and consider their input in decision-making affecting HRL governance, including but not limited to tribal participation in the HRL Science Committee. HRL participants will be required to develop a tribal engagement plan in coordination with tribes describing specific tribal engagement opportunities related to HRL milestones that would require approval by the Executive Director of the State Water Board prior to year 1 of the initial 8-year term of the VA pathway. The tribal engagement plan must also designate a tribal coordinator responsible for engaging with tribes and liaising between the HRL participants and the State Water Board. Next slide, please. This slide includes some contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan, update and implementation processes. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta watershed. Questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov, or you can reach out to me directly. My email is here on the slide. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. Just subscribe, visit the main Bay Delta program page, scroll to the bottom where you see that box shown on the slide, enter your name and email address. And that concludes my presentation.
Really appreciate that presentation, Rob, and for your leadership and work in helping us better bridge to common understanding with our tribes that are engaged in the Bay Delta Plan. It is obvious that there's been a lot of frustration from the tribes, obviously, in the length of time it's taken the board to update the Bay Delta Plan, and their feeling of a lack of equitable engagement. But really appreciate these last years, the continued efforts that nonetheless we've emphasized and continued to have with our tribal partners, the many conversations I know that we've had, and that the incorporation of tribal beneficial uses here, the TCOL tribal beneficial use, is a direct reflection of those conversations we've had and the continued evolution of this board and its need to do better by the relationship and the actual outcomes and work. And so just a lot of appreciation for, I know, the many hours and continued engagement that we have. And again, appreciate here that we had an opportunity in the Bay Delta Plan to reflect that continued learning and engagement and do our best to ensure that as we move to potentially adopt that Bay Delta Plan, that we have a space and an implementation to, again, strengthen those relationships and do better by, I know, the frustration that many tribes have felt throughout the process. So just thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say I'm the only one up here, but there's a big team behind me. A lot of people involved with this, some great leadership, great mission belief, I think. So I want to recognize the team behind this as well.
I really appreciate that recognition, and know, Ms. Renteria and Mr. Blacksmith and others, have also been just a critical part in strengthening, again, the relationship and the trust and the faith between us and our tribal partners, who are a critical component of the Bay Delta Plan update, let alone so much of our work. So thank you. Thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues, I know this isn't a Bay Delta discussion, and so it's there may be some aspects of this that start to bleed a little into that, but if there is any discussion here or remarks at the dais, glad to hear any from folks right now. And hearing none, really appreciate. So, Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, and I'm not specific to the Bay Delta, but I think this acknowledges the flexibility in the guidance that allows for consideration of watershed scale tribal beneficial uses. And I was really heartened to hear the presentation from the North Coast Regional Board this morning about the approach that they've taken, decades ago. And so just the proof of concept is that there is a path here to look at designating beneficial uses where we can show that connection, in this case to salmon, throughout the entire Bay Delta watershed. So it's a significant, I think, recognition and demonstration of the process that, yeah, it's involved, it's complex, it's 10 steps long, there's a lot of steps, but I think we're at step 8 or step 9 on the Bay Delta Plan already. So, and that's only been a couple of years, I think, since we've initiated this effort. So I really think in as much as this is our attempt to put some sideboards on this process and what it looks like and help streamline and accelerate these types of decision making, I think it's giving us all a little bit of peace of mind and confidence that we're on the right track with the way we go about this. So thank you, Rob and the team.
Really appreciate that acknowledgement, Board Member. Yes, I think we've said several times here, we are still learning, and it is draft guidance. And I think there's ways that we've evolved in these last years, even in the approach, to your point, when it comes to designating at a watershed scale and figuring out how we do that, how we justify it, and how we make it meaningful. So thank you. Thank you again, Rob. Really appreciate the presentation. All right, that wraps up the kind of TBU overview for different parts of the state and the various regional boards and even the state board's efforts, and really, again, appreciate all the work that is going on at the regional level. We aren't at step 0, to the points that have been made. We're in some cases further along, in other cases not. And so I think this has been a great overview, and really hope others have found it useful to be able to hear where the regions are and where the state board now is. We will now transition to the feedback to the state board component of today's discussions. We'll start with the Tribal Beneficial Use Strategic Caucus recommendations, and really appreciate Ms. Norris, you being here and continuing to be able to communicate what I know is a number of tribes' engagement on this. Just for sake of scheduling here for folks, we'll hear from the Strategic Caucus and the recommendations. We'll then transition to some instructions for public comment, hear from tribal elected officials, and then have general public comment. So for those of you joining us virtually and here in the room that are preparing to give comment, thank you. I think we're, if we're kind of looking at the timelines here, maybe about 40 or so minutes out from beginning to hear from folks. So with that, really such an honor and pleasure to hand things back to Ms. Norris. Good to see you.
Hello all. Okay, I'm going to, recognizing the time, we want to move quickly, but at the same time.
This is the meat of it, so
This is
no
the meat.
worry. Yeah,
Okay.
no worry on timelines. We're
For
still.
me, 4 of my colleagues will be speaking. That includes Sarah Ryan, who you heard from today, the Environmental Director and Emergency Management Director of Big Valley Rancheria. And then Julina Acosta, who you haven't heard from yet today. She's a Yokeo tribal member. And Matthew Teotimes, he's a biologist, and he's with the Laboratory for Indigenous Knowledge Systems. He's in Southern California working with tribes that are working in that water with that regional board. And then Javier Silva, who is a Yokeo lineal descendant and also a member of the Sherwood Band of Pomo Indians. And so he's going to come on and give some words as well. So, but I will start us out, and then they're going to come up behind me and say more important things than myself, probably. I'm going to, this is from the Strategic Planning Caucus, our initial comments. We are, of course, going to be submitting full comments, but this is just what we're seeing in our first view. Some of which starts out with, framing. So there's some good framing going on in there, and we do want to notice that there's this connectivity between the healing that is taking place at the Truth and Healing Council, the goal of the state, and the ability to continue eating traditional foods and practicing place-based cultures is part of the healing from injustices committed upon tribes and tribal families of California. So keeping this history in mind, beneficial uses should not be viewed as solely as documenting our current conditions or existing levels of use. Historical and ongoing loss of access to traditional waters, fish, plants, and cultural practices has resulted from pollution, habitat degradation, water development, and other factors, which are a historical and a contemporary continued assault on California tribal peoples. So for tribal communities that we work with at the CIA and that are part of the caucus, they're looking at this long-term TBUs as being an effort towards the long-term recovery of tribal cultural practices and subsistence activities and the physical health of tribal communities and where the water quality and other conditions have been impaired. So I'm really liking this future use talk that we've been hearing today, because that's really what the crux of what tribes are trying to get to. It's where are we moving towards? So in that, in the document, there'll be a few things we discuss, one of which is process. Consultation is there. We had some conversation about consultation, and we could use some stronger language in there around that and some big C, little c moments, right? But it's not, the fact that consultation is not a discrete procedural step associated with CEQA or AB 52. We'd like to see it earlier in the document. It doesn't show up, this understanding that it can happen anytime during the process isn't stated until page 78. So we can move that up, those kinds of things, just so that it's real clear to regional boards what's going on and how they can be supported and be encouraged. And then we have that the state water boards should interpret applicable statutes, regulations, and basin plans consistent with California's government-to-government relationship with California Native American tribes. Now, I've heard there's interest in that and care for that, so that's really good. We'd like to see that strengthened as well, and we'll provide information on how that can happen. So what we are saying is that we know that Port of Cologne and the guidance affords discretion and that discretion should be exercised in a manner that advances the identification, protection, restoration, and continued exercise of tribal beneficial uses, and respects tribal sovereignty and tribal expertise regarding tribal cultural, ceremonial, subsistence, and spiritual practices. So try to defer towards being supportive of that wherever possible. And we want looking for places where we can elevate that. Now, to some of the pieces that are problematic still. The water quality objectives pieces and the assumptions behind them are still problematic. We know that numerical objectives are ideal, but we also know that we don't have all of the information in all cases. So, and we know where we got these numbers from. So, some of these things. The guideline states that T-sub requires 4.5 meals per week to meet a threshold in order to be considered for that designation, or that a consumption rate of 50% more, substantially statistically higher, is the standard to meet that designation. What was spoke to by Dean in the Elder talking about Mono Lake is evidence of what we are thinking of when we have made the recommendation before, and we're going to make again, that it doesn't say substantially statistically higher. Instead, we prefer that it said higher or differing health risk, because there's a difference of the health risk. It may not mean that it's more a consumption rate, and that number might not be what it is, but it's a different consumption pattern, and I'll go into some of the whys for that. The continued assertion that coal could not be protected under existing could be protected under existing protective consumption rates of 1 meal per week or 1.5 meal per week, thinking that if there is if someone's eating that those would be equivalent, and I'll go into why that's not a useful way to think of it. These repeated assumptions are daylighting a misunderstanding of the tribal lifeways, exposure routes, and the very reasons why tribes asked for TBUs in the first place. So this is like the core of it. It's not appropriate to assume that just because a rate of consumption is not more than 1.5 meals per week, that coal is the appropriate beneficial use to protect consumption, and that if it is less, that is not T-sub. And so we heard examples of that today. If a water body is already designated with a beneficial use, it's not appropriate to automatically assume that a coal designation would have the same water quality objectives as It is appropriate for tribes to identify whether uses are coal or subsistence or both, and to affirm what that associated water quality would be. If there's a number being recommended by a regional board, that would be affirmed by the tribe. So not just an assumption of flat rate. And the why is what's important. Tribes have repeatedly expressed that coal and T-sub often take place simultaneously and should not be required to be designated separately. They are interconnected. And in the North Coast, these definitions are coupled because it was understood that way. And we did separate it out because we were advised to do that, but we are seeing more and more, like was just happening in the Bay Delta plan, that they come back together, because when tribes start to talk about those uses, they're not happening by themselves. We're not just going to go fishing. We're going to go fishing, and we're going to do several other things while we're there. In the development of water quality for those two, for T-sub or coal, the relative source contribution that you can see in the SWRCB is 0. And for either of those uses, it would be 0, because we're talking about place-based cultures. So individuals are not going to go to another water body to do that, or they should not need to supplement by going grocery shopping or eating from another watershed. The goal is to try to get back to subsistence where you're at. And for tribes, there are many that are still very rural and that are living that way, or are going back to living that way. So that's why we bring that to be kind of daylighted there. And we were saying that tribes could be allies in that need for getting numbers. And you saw that through what Sarah's doing. And you saw that through the tribes are all gathering information. And we would like to talk about more deeply with staff about how we can, and your legal counsel, about how we can protect tribal data better. Because some of the tribes that want to provide data are uncomfortable doing so, because we are talking about individuals and community members of the tribe. So if we daylight that tribal members are eating a certain types of food that might put them at risk, and an insurance company was to look at that, an individual could be targeted in the future, per se. But it does, so there's a HIPAA connectivity to this. And we haven't fully looked into that, and I really think a conversation about tribal data is really important. Also, there's always the issue we've mentioned before, and I know that you guys have heard this before. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of people out there that are interested in tribal culture to the point where they want to emulate it, and they may not know how to do it well. And in their use of those materials, they will destroy those materials and they will no longer be there. So tribes are very cautious and protective of where they're doing these things. So I wanted to bring that forward. In the guideline, it does state that the SWRCB assumes that tribal consumption rates under coal are similar to the general population's consumption practices as are COM, unless site-specific studies conclude otherwise. This is in the SWRCB. It's Part 2, Chapter 3. And I would say, we need to make it clear that that assumption was not discussed with tribes. It showed up at the final document. It was in the footnote. We didn't see it. We didn't review it, and we didn't approve it. Because I was there, and I remember we never, and I've asked everyone, and everyone says, I don't remember having that conversation. So it's being pointed to as a water quality objective that we should adhere to, and it was never vetted. So tribes are over and over again saying, please don't use that. We are going to be working as soon as there's another review of the SWRCB to have that removed. So that's just kicking the can down the road if you put it into a guideline document, because we're going to be fighting on that one all the time. The numerical values in the SWRCB were for mercury specifically, and other toxins have different thresholds. And for example, arsenic, bacteria, cyanide, lead, dioxins, they all have different objectives, and we don't know what plants take up those toxins. And I would love to point to you to something that's exciting, that's happening, that's positive, is the tribes in San Diego did receive a grant, and they are working with a college there to try to find out about the uptake of plants that they use traditionally, to find out what those will do and what toxins they will take up and how we can try to move those into some numerical values. That's one example of the kind of study we really need, and that's one region. So there's different plants in different areas. We would really love to know that, and I'm sure the regional boards would love to know those kinds of things too. So that's the kind of study that tribes can partner with. And we're really looking forward to hearing the results. Whether it be coal or T-sub, eating fish includes unique exposures. So to the point of it not being true that activities under coal automatically result in lower exposures. I'll just bring these points forward, which is during a ceremony, the rates of consumption can be much higher, potentially 3 to 5 times of what's eaten during the rest of the year. So given that, coal would not be applicable, right? But also, it's not just fish that are eaten, as we heard from Dean. But I did want to also bring up some of the types of consumption practices that are not similar to the general population that would skew the idea of what a meal is. One meal of traditionally dried canned fish contains a higher concentration of nutrients and toxins if they are present. So you'll take a big piece of salmon, and once it has been in the jar for a while, it sinks down and it's much smaller. So the size of one meal becomes a very teeny little piece. So then very quickly you can eat a ton of meals in one sitting, just knowing that type of a practice of storage of fish. Also, sturgeon, for example, their collagen-rich fat and lipids that are underneath the skin is very high in mercury. And it's used it's removed often. You do see it in some sushi, to be honest, right? But by the general population, it's removed. But for some tribes, it's used as both a food source and also by an adhesive that's used for regalia and boat making. So while you're touching that, you can be getting toxins into your body. So it's not just, and it's because it's eaten and it's used it's against your skin while you're using it, in addition to being eaten. Cultural exposure may include more than one type of exposure. It's not solely fish. We've already covered that. And then I wanted to talk about the narrative water quality objectives. We recommend designating water bodies with both T-sub and COM, and with narrative water quality objectives in interim, like Region 1 did, where possible. We know that there's some issues with CEQA. We would like to work through those, because it makes sense to designate water bodies with the use so that it can be seen, and it has been used successfully in the North Coast multiple times, and it hasn't torn apart the entirety of their basin plan. So if we can find ways for that to be there in the interim, while tribes work in partnership to gather data, to then be comfortable about putting that data forward and being able to provide water quality objectives, we will win across the state. And that will go to Board Member Blumenfeld's thoughts of how long this takes. Because when the North Coast, in 2000, it was 2003 that they designated water, or they brought in those definitions. And it was only a couple years later that it was adopted. So there could be a potential for us to move more quickly if we could find ways to get through that. And we would love to work with you guys on that.
Can I ask Ms. Norris, when it comes to those narrative objectives in the North Coast, have they translated to protections, say, in permits or, follow on, work at the regional board, or just, wanting to understand if they are adequate enough ultimately to then result in the protections that the tribes are really looking for?
Well, there's the one example that you've heard before, I'm sure, that is about the Klamath, where there was going to spray pesticides upriver, and it was very easy for them to then say, well, there's a beneficial use downriver, so we're going to not put the pesticides in the water during this time. So that's a use. Now, how that went into regulation, I'm so sorry, I don't have that answer
okay.
for you today.
No, that's okay. I appreciate
let's
that
find out.
example, and that's something, I can follow up with the regional board on.
Would love to find out about that, because that's something that we keep looking at. Is why can't we just do narratives for now? We're going to work really hard on getting those numbers for later, but putting in arbitrary numbers from the SWRCB may not work for. I mean, if a tribe looks at them and says, "Yeah, that works for us," then okay, they're accepting that. But for many, they want to gather the data to confirm that, and that might take some time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Then we talked about designation and col and T-sub simultaneously. That's very important. We did see in the guidelines that there's a nod towards identifying subcategories, so that there would be col with potentially subcategories beneath. We do not think that's appropriate, because there's not another comparable beneficial use that requires this kind of subcategory. It makes sense it makes sense to say that your exposure route and your duration is X, and for those to gather that. But if we're actually going to start digging in, then it would be like col is approved, but only for these subtasks. That sounds like if you were to do Rec 1 and try to tell someone you can wade but not swim, or your swimming activity can only have head above water, and that you can't ingest a certain amount. I mean, we're going to start parsing this into a lot of little small details, and it could get extremely messy. Plus, it just isn't, nowhere else is this being asked. So it does start to nod towards discrimination, and that is something that we're worried about. So we would prefer that we did not start parsing this into little pieces, please. I think that it could be a nightmare for the regional boards to have to navigate that as well. We would like to see the probable use piece strengthened. I'm really loving the conversations that we're having today and the examples of that. We'd like to see that. And we'd also like to see adaptive management strengthened with tribal participation in gathering information in order to be ready for making adjustments when we know more information. And then we are liking that we're talking about watersheds versus segments of water. And in particular, I know that we've talked about the holisticness of a watershed related to spiritual, but it's not just spiritual. It's also, if you just think about the fish that are traveling throughout the watershed, if they go into a toxic area and come back, they're bringing that toxin with them. So there's multiple reasons. So I feel like we're all kind of getting that now, and I appreciate that. And then back to that tribal cultural information, we'd like to work on that. It's been something that's across multiple agencies as well. It's not just here with the Water Board. So it would be a good idea for us to dig down into that. And then the last thing I will bring up, timelines has been brought up. We agree. We would like to work on the timelines. And the last piece has to do with voluntary agreements. The Strategic Planning Caucus has expressed concern and remains concerned that voluntary agreements undermine the beneficial use process, and not just for tribal beneficial uses, for all of them. And the oversight mandate of regional boards is eroded because of handing this over and the long time periods that they have to kind of play with the watershed instead we would prefer that the water boards refrain from using voluntary agreements and instead strengthen clear oversight roles in establishing water quality objectives. And that's all that I have. So that's kind of the overview of what you're going to see in our comments, but more details.
That was fantastic. I really appreciate the overview there. I'm looking forward to the written comments as well and digesting them, but took a lot of notes here and just really appreciate the clear clear engagement and feedback here, Ms. Norris. Really, really appreciative.
No problem. Let's turn over to Sarah Ryan.
Great.
Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director and Emergency Management Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I'm here just to speak a little bit about our involvement with the Tribal Strategic Planning Caucus and for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, the thoughts regarding the draft guidance for tribal beneficial use development. As Sherry said, there are some components of this that we feel like we have not really been heard regarding the way that the regional boards in the state are thinking about the overall pollution in the area and how tribal uses are the exposure doesn't seem to be as great in terms of water quality objectives already being met in these areas. We know that we have a lot of work ahead of us to be able to really show the exposure scenarios and the health impacts for the tribes, and it's a heavy lift, as I mentioned earlier today. We need you might be aware, but there are not tribal health data of a lot of tribal members go into local tribal health consortiums, and the local tribal health consortiums don't necessarily put their data into any state databases that can then track illnesses that are happening due to exposures and traditional lifeways. And so there's a lack of health data coming out of that, that is accessible. And so I know we're very interested in coordinating with the state and also with like the Tribal Epidemiology Center and the Public Health Institute, OEHA, and others who are looking at community health and being able to, really determine where we're seeing some trends in terms of health problems. So, but without having, we have a lot of anecdotal information and observations about the health impacts in tribal communities as they are conducting tribal traditional activities, but it's hard to, we have to, in order for us to have stricter standards than Rec 1, it seems like we are being asked to prove that the impacts are even greater than what Rec 1 is being exposed to. And so it's a heavy lift. So it was mentioned earlier today that I believe by the chair that it would be helpful to potentially do some coordination with Department of Public Health and other like across agency, throughout California, working on those types of issues. And I know, just speaking from the environmental health work we're doing at Big Valley, like it would be welcomed to have that support. Other than that, I do want to make a comment that looking at the Central Valley presentation today and the point that was made in there that from the 2024 303D listing or documentation that there were no additional impairments of water bodies, and I find that really difficult to understand with the cyanotoxin issues that we're having on Clear Lake. Maybe it was just referring to there's no new ones, but all the time we're showing that there are, because of climate change and just other cumulative impacts of poor land use management, that there are ongoing water quality issues in many water bodies in California, and that is impacting tribal traditional activities. So other than that, I know that we get a lot out of participating in the Tribal Strategic Planning Caucus, and hope that will continue. We really appreciate Sia for leading that. It's been an extremely helpful resource for us. And we also, I just want to thank the work that the board is doing, and the State Water Resources Control Board staff. We really appreciate these efforts being made so that we can, work on protecting tribal uses in all waters in California. Thank you.
Gratitude is shared with you there, Ms. Ryan. Really appreciate your engagement. And the LTAC as well, and other forums here. Your consistent leadership has been really critical to us doing better by this work. So thank you.
And then Julina Acosta is next.
Hello. So first I want to thank you, Sherry, for inviting me to speak here, because you know the importance, and thank you, Sarah, for all the work that you do, Javier as well. So my name is Julina Acosta, and I'm the descendant of the Yokaia people in Mendocino County. My work focuses on educating youth and the public about traditional ecological knowledge, our cultural practices, and environmental stewardship. Though my family is in the Ukiah Valley, I have gathered in different areas. For example, salmon in the Klamath, abalone in my youth, of course, along the coast, tule along Clear Lake, willow and basket root along the Russian River, and teas and medicines in numerous creeks. So I'm here supporting tribal beneficial uses because everything, especially our waterways, are interconnected. For us, water is simply not a resource. It's connected to our food, our medicine, our ceremonies, and most importantly, the health and well-being of our people. So one thing I believe these draft guidelines should continue to recognize is that tribes are simply not stakeholders. We are knowledge carriers and practitioners. Many of us are already doing on-the-ground work in California. We gather traditional foods, monitor waterways through lived experience, restore habitat, and teach the next generation to do the same. Because we've gathered foods over generations, we notice changes that are difficult to capture through monitoring alone. We notice when salmon are different. We notice changes in abalone, kelp, shellfish, aquatic plants, and traditional foods. We recognize differences in texture, abundance, condition, and overall ecosystem health because we have a relationship with these places that have existed for generations. When water quality declines, it doesn't just stop at the water's edge. It affects traditional foods we harvest, the medicines we gather, and ultimately the health of the people who consume them. Human health and ecological health cannot or should not be separated. I do appreciate that these guidelines recognize watershed-wide approaches. However, from a tribal perspective, protecting one stream segment is often not enough, because our ceremonies, our gatherings, and our food systems depend on the health and connectivity of the entire watershed. So I encourage the board to continue strengthening language that recognizes tribes as collaborative partners in developing, implementing, and refining these water quality objectives. Our expertise should be valued alongside scientific monitoring because the strongest decisions come when Western science and traditional ecological knowledge work together. And as someone who has participated in discussions surrounding California's ocean plan, I encourage the board to continue recognizing that tribal beneficial uses apply not only in inland waters, but along coastal ecosystems. Species such as the abalone, the kelp, and other traditional marine foods are inseparable from our culture, our ceremonies, and our health. Protecting water quality means protecting these relationships now and for future generations. So lastly, I'd just like to acknowledge that tribal beneficial uses extend beyond tribal communities. We invite our neighbors to our ceremonies, to our dances, and share traditional foods with them. So protecting the water protects everyone who depends on it, whether they're a tribal member or not. And with all that being said, I just want to thank you guys for this time and again for this opportunity to provide input and for your continued work on these guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Acosta. Really appreciate you contributing here to the effort and joining us here for today's discussion and sharing your work in leadership. It's really appreciated and look forward to further learning from you and engagement here. So thank you.
And next we have Matthew Tutimas.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Matt Tutimas. I'm the biologist for the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Keech Nation. I also am the co-founder of the Laboratory for Indigenous Knowledge Systems, which is intended to produce proof of concept projects for the data gathering that's needed in scenarios such as what we're discussing today. I also am currently sitting as the chairman of the Cal EPA's Tribal Advisory Committee that I sit alongside Sarah Ryan in that capacity. And so these opportunities to engage in the, I guess, government sector has provided me some different observations that I just want to share right now in terms of how, I guess, the TBU process is I guess thought of or presumed to be, and one of those presumptions that I've noticed is that the tribal beneficial, and thank you, Jules, for mentioning this at the end of what you just said, that the beneficial uses are simply intended for tribes and for benefits of tribes. And that's one thing that our tribe wants to make very clear is that our intention is not to create some sort of regulatory, component that will just make life hard for everyone. Our intention is to re-engage in our cultural activities, because that re-engagement is actually our access to the memories of yesteryear. And what I mean by that is that prior to the contamination that our generation is experiencing as humans living on our landscape right now, the earth was providing for the human. And this was in a relational capacity. And so these activities that we're describing as part of these tribal beneficial uses are not just novelties that we want to re-engage in and be able to make baskets again or things of that sort. That will be a component, yes. However, what we're truly interested in, or at least our tribe, I can only speak on behalf of us, is the re-engagement in the nutrients and all the medicines and all the renewable fibers that used to be part of the standard sustenance that was provided to the human. And what I'm getting at is, let's just discuss real quick basket weaving. With basket weaving, now we're saying, hey, we want some standards so that we can attain these materials that we can reuse basket weaving. Now folks are saying, well, okay, me as a non-tribal person, how is basket weaving going to affect me? Well, check it out. That basket weaving activity engages in this memory concept that tribes have with the land, because the tribes are the only ones that have been here for thousands of years. So their memories of the activities engage in the gifts that our Creator has been providing us through the landscape for eons and eons. And here's one of the gifts. When you're basket weaving, and this has already been explained, how you put it in your mouth. Well, what science has found is that in that middle pith of the juncus species, in all juncus, which is majority of the plants used for baskets, but there's also other species used. But within juncus, in that middle pith, you have phenanthrines. You also have monoterpenoids, you have sesquiterpenes, you have all these scientific names for compounds that are working at the cellular level to help alleviate these symptoms, these medical symptoms that we're alleviating. So what do phenanthrines help with? Phenanthrine spelled Phenantrenes. I suggest you guys look up these compounds because this is what science is showing that are found within our native plants. And guess what these help with? They help with anxiety and depression. So check it out. During the time when you're basket weaving, you're actually pressing down, you're activating that inner pith, which is now releasing these anti-anxiety compounds as you're doing the process of basket weaving, which also relieves anxiety. So our creator, and through the gifts from our creator, was providing us these therapeutic compounds that help us in our daily life. These are the activities that show. So now people are saying, okay, well, I'm not going to be making baskets. How am I going to get that compound? Well, check it out. If we have more of these plants in our system, we have to manage those plants through managing it like a garden. Our landscape is not wildlands. It's a garden. Through this management, we would have to thin out those areas. Through thinning, we would receive those materials, and then we can process those materials into these therapeutic products that the whole community can be using through our stewardship of that land base, because we now have standards that allow us to have these plants that were identified prior to, through relationships of the human, as being beneficial, not just for tribes, for humans. And that reality, we want to return to be getting the sesquiterpenes. We want the flavonoids and all of these compounds that are readily being trashed from our area, as even one of the components was speaking about our water as wastewater. Utilizing these terms of waste for handling our biomass, or our what I don't even want to refer to them as biomass, handling our relatives as waste materials, is the conceptual change we're trying to show you in this tribal beneficial use designation. Is that a different management strategy that is led by the tribes in this effort? Because I'm hearing that, the state doesn't have the resources. We'll bring on 2 staff to help with this, but that staff has all these other responsibilities. All of these scenarios lead to a perfect opportunity right now for the state to invest in workforce management to the tribes and let us lead the way in this effort. Because as you see, what Sarah's been saying, what the other tribal leaders have been saying, is that they are already doing it. This is something that we know within our Cali PA TAC committee. We are visiting tribes and seeing all the actions that tribes are doing today, right now. They are not waiting. And that's the reality, is the state somehow has this concept that the tribes will be behind them in this effort. No, we want to be leading this effort. And I'll even take side by side on this effort, because that's the reality, is that the tribal beneficial uses are meant to achieve uses that the tribes were enjoying before the contamination occurred. And that's the reality of what we want to get back to, because then the land will be able to provide its sustenance for our humans, anyone living on this landscape, for our future generations. That's what we want to attain. That's our purpose for engaging in this process, is to help create standards that show that activities that are engaged in actually are safe to occur, because those activities, as I was saying, are the memories of how life used to be and how the earth used to be able to sustain human capacity. And we can attain that from our landscape here in LA if we had these components of tribal leadership engaging. Because here's the reality: by having the tribes lead, you are pretty much engaging and activating a population of humans that have an inherent obligation to the relatives that we all believe are the plants and animals. And why? Because the DNA that is shed from our bodies is recycled into the plants and animals. And over those thousands of years, those plants and animals share the same exact DNA that our bodies are created from or are made from. And that makes them a relative. And when you treat something as a relative rather than a resource, you treat it differently. And that's the way our tribes want to lead this effort, is to treat it in the way that it's a relative with a relationship that helps benefit both. And that's a reality that can happen with investment and workforce development, with investment of allowing tribes to take a leadership role in this effort, because this is something that is a unique component that California is wanting in terms of building these relationships with tribes. Well, here's an opportunity to allow tribes to show that, hey, we are obligated to this. We are not taking this as any just flim-flam, opportunity. This is a real chance for us to really make a difference in our future sustainability for our loved ones and for your loved ones. It's not just for tribes, it's for everybody. So I want to thank you for this time, and and I have much more to say, but I'll end it with that.
Well, I can't thank you enough. It's great to see you, Mr. Tutimez. I really appreciate your leadership at the LTAC, your passion. I always learn a lot from you every time we engage. And so just thank you for those comments and look forward to your continued contributions in this discussion. Much appreciation.
And we look forward to having more. He's part of the working with us on the guidance document. So there's more that he wants to provide, and we look forward to hearing it also. So excellent. The last speaker that we have is Javier Silva. If you could unmute him.
Hello again. Good afternoon. Javier Silva, a member of the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo, and I'm Noyo and Yokeo descent. I just wanted to provide a couple comments that I just want to follow up with others real briefly. So we mentioned that, outreach to the tribes is the first step. It's probably shouldn't be the first step. Working with the water boards, the regional water boards and the state water boards, should include more than talking about the water quality objectives and the basin plan. So it's a good intro maybe, but the water boards are doing a lot and regulate a lot, and I think that and do a lot of action, and so I think that involving the tribes early on in regards to a lot of what the state board or the regional water boards are doing should be a priority. So you should already be into a consultation with the tribes before they request a designation. So early on, it involves the co-management concept that tribes have been expressing to the state around a lot of specific management plans around species, deer, elk, and then as Jolene had mentioned, abalone and kelp, which I'm involved in. We're involved in helping frame and guide what the state is doing around the management of significant species that are culturally significant really to us. And so a lot of that, we've noticed that, the degradation of our areas and how we need to continue to express this, not to one agency, not to two agencies, not to three agencies, not to four agencies, to quite a bit of agencies that we are having to repeat ourselves and continue to have to participate in these processes that take quite a bit of time and effort, even on the behalf of the tribe too. So mindful that the state is limited, but mindful that the tribes are as well, in being able to actively participate in everything that the water board or any other sister agency does. So it's really important when engaging the tribes that, I think it was mentioned earlier, working with the sister agencies, but looking at other engagement plans and other other places where tribes are providing their concerns and issues with the development of actions or whatever actions the state is doing. So just wanted to mention that real quickly. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly, Mr. Silva. Points all well taken, and agree that, especially it can the resources are thin, and so it can be frustrating to feel that you have to go to 10 different agencies, 5 or 6 different agencies, and explain yourselves over and over again in order to get some outcomes. And I think that's where we can start to focus better on, and I think the LTAC here at Cal EPA is an example of that, a better focus on our interagency coordination so that we're better coming to tribes with kind of a single point and already synthesizing our regulatory authorities a bit and figuring out how we can do work in common that lowers that burden for tribes as they come in the door. And I completely agree as well that the engagement has to be frequent and not just project specific, but really taking advantage of kind of convenings like the LTAC in order to just get some economies of scale, basically, in all of this work. So much appreciation. Thanks for your continued engagement in all of this.
Thank you, everyone. That was our group. So if anyone has questions for anyone, please express them. And otherwise, I think we're ready to go to the next.
Fantastic.
agenda
Thank
item.
you. Thank you so much, Ms. Norris, for that. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, if any questions have come up at this point, anything folks would like to further clarify, and then otherwise are really looking forward to the written comments on the draft guidance so we can really dig in and make sure that we're getting this first final draft, if you will, of the guidelines, as dialed in as we possibly can. So thank you. All right. I think that is bringing us to tribal elected comments, but would like to hand things over to Mr. Nate Blacksmith here to just give a little instruction here at the top.
Sure. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to provide a quick overview of guidance on public comments. Next slide, please. So before we begin public comment, we'd like to briefly review today's process. Tribally elected officials will be invited to speak first, followed by members of the public. If you would like to provide a comment, please complete the virtual blue speaker card using the link provided. When your name is called, you will have 3 minutes to share your comments. We appreciate everyone taking the time to participate and ask that comments remain focused on the Tribal Beneficial Uses draft guidance document. Next slide. Thank you. Because today's board workshop is focused on Tribal Beneficial Uses draft guidance, we also want to briefly address comments related to other water boards projects or proceedings. Some water board matters are subject to ex parte communication requirements, which are designed to ensure transparency and fairness in board decision making. If you have comments on another project, we encourage you to participate through that project's public comment period, consultation process where applicable, or public hearing. If comments on another pending board matter are made during today's workshop, they will be treated as potential ex parte communications. To support transparency, the comment, along with the commenter's name and organization, will be forwarded to the appropriate project team. Thank you for your participation, understanding, and awareness regarding these processes. I'd like to thank the many tribal representatives, community members, regional boards, state board staff who helped shape and draft this through consultation, working groups, public engagement. Your perspectives have been essential to this process, and we look forward to continuing that collaboration. Chair Esquivel, that concludes our presentations. I'll turn it back over to you to open public comment portion of today's workshop.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blacksmith. Really appreciate those comments. And for just further clarity, the 2 major water rights proceedings that we have ex parte bans on communication are the sites proceeding and the Delta Conveyance Project. And so those are largely likely ones that folks may butt up against here, and really appreciate the word of just explanation here about that. So thank you. Well, first, I'd like to make sure we go to any tribal elected officials either here in the room or on the platform. I don't see any that have identified themselves as much, but if you are, please do. And if you're on the platform, just raise your hand or otherwise pop up here if folks are in the room. And again, want to make sure we take any tribal elected officials first. And if we don't see any hands pop up or anyone pop up here, I'll then just go and I will take commenters in the order in which folks entered the system to request comments. Let me take one last glance at the Zoom platform. Not seeing any. So let's first go to Dean Tonena, and then be followed by Heidi Brow, and then Brandy McDaniels. And for sake of just planning here, I have at least signed up about 12 individuals, 12 or 13 individuals for comment. So we'll first go to Mr. Tonena.
Yeah, just wanted to emphasize how important this process is and how important it is to the tribes. We just have had a history of situations where we don't get the outcome that was promised, or whatever was promised was just meaningless for us as a tribe. So, we really want to see the TBU process successful and done in a way that is meaningful to our tribal needs. And we also, want to point to the racial equity document that was, put together a few years ago, but that, we need to be keeping that in mind as well too, because there's a lot of history here of racial injustices. In our case, people have taken our land and our waters, and this is just a way for us to try to step back, as Matt was pointing out, that we're wanting to move back to a system where our tribes are healthy again, that we're in balance with what we've always done, recognizing that things are different today, but we need to have that justice component to what we're doing here. It's all of the resources that people have identified, lifeways are important, but there's also that element of injustice that we've been experiencing repeatedly, decade after decade. And even looking at some of these laws that are on the books there, that some of these laws are not even meaningful. They may appear to be beneficial to tribes, but if you get into the details, there's just so many obstacles that they're meaningless. And so we're really looking for meaningful outcomes in this, and wanted to again thank the board and all of the regional water board staff for assisting with us. And we want to be as partners. We want to provide solutions, and that's the other thing I wanted to mention is we're identifying problem areas, so to speak, but we're also here to offer solutions, because it's been pointed out, we've been here for generations and generations, and we have an understanding of these systems in our homelands like no one else does. And so we want to, again, offer our assistance, but also that we do want to be part of the discussion on the solutions as well. So I thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you incredibly, Mr. Tonena, again, for your now years of engagement with us on this project, but just on better improving the relationships here with our tribal partners. And to your point, yes, very much need to ensure that this isn't just words on paper, but result in meaningful further action from us. And to your point as well, when it comes to the history of genocide and displacement that we've all inherited, I know for some it can feel like, well, wasn't that just so long ago? But it wasn't. It's just a couple of generations ago that much of this atrocity, essentially sponsored by state government, happened here within the state. And so we're all collectively inheritors of that and still reconciling it, truly, in this century. Again, it can feel like a distant history, but it isn't, and it's still here before us, and certainly the consequences of it are still here before us. And so it is with great humility that we undertake the work, we understand the inequities, and we do better here in this century so that the centuries past from now don't have to continue to struggle with such a fundamental dark mark on all of us. And the intentionality of government in essentially conducting genocide here within the state. We have to be just as intentional here in our actions in this century. So thank you. Can't thank you enough for your leadership in the space.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go now to Heidi Brow, be followed then by Brandy McDaniels and then Gregory Wolfen.
Hi, this is Heidi Brow. Hi. um, so I have worked for the Paulo Band of Mission Indians for about 20 years in their water resource program, and I also work with SWIA, the planning group, on this. And I've only been doing this for a couple of years on the tribal beneficial use work, but I just wanted to say that I really appreciate Adriana and Phil and all the other state staff and regional staff that we work with down in San Diego on, developing this guidance, because I do think even though, there's still a lot of room for improvement, but I see that there's been, we've been able to come a long way just in a few years that I've been working on this, and I appreciate that. I also, it occurred to me as I have been listening today that earlier it was mentioned that most of the other beneficial uses were done in the 70s. And so there's, it's kind of a new game for many of the staff. And I think that that is an opportunity to really kind of broaden how we go about this and think outside the box and really have tribes take a more, to have tribes take a more of a leadership role in this, because I know that there's so much knowledge that tribes have, and all the, as Javier mentioned, all the co-management efforts that have been going on throughout the state, and there's a number of other examples, but I just think that tribes view water resources and aquatic resources as relatives, and a much more holistic approach than normal Western science, which is my background. And I think that there's really big opportunity to be a leader and really kind of push how we develop these TBUs, and how we like doing things on a watershed wide approach instead of just segment by segment, and to really explore the potential of like what narratives can do, so that we can work on gathering data that is needed to later develop numeric criteria. I do see that both on our regional board and just like interactions with Adriana over the last couple of years, that I think that tribes have been pushing this more holistic approach, and it's I see more evidence of it making its way into the guidance document, into the work that we're doing with our regional, board down in San Diego. And I'm very grateful for that. And so I just hope, and I encourage that that continues. And I also wanted to say that I really appreciate a lot of board member Blumenfeld's comments about just the, like inequity and asymmetry of resources, and how many tribes wish we could move this process along faster. We've been working on it for quite some time. So I appreciate a lot of those comments, and I hope that you, as a board, when you're looking at this, that you take that into consideration, because he has been a very good tribal partner since his time with the US EPA, which is when I first started working for the tribe down here. So thank you. That's all I need to say.
Well, thank you for those contributions, Ms. Brow. Really appreciate that. Did mean to mention as well, Board Member Blumenfeld is still paying attention to this. He's just tuning in virtually. So thank you. Your comments are well taken, and really appreciate your contributions across all this. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Gregory Wolfen, be followed by Alan Bakak, and then Tricia Velasquez.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, sorry I'm not in person. I anticipated driving down. I like to engage in person, but I just had some other things going on. Well, first and foremost, thanks for the platform to be able to provide some type of comments within the TBU process. So we've been engaged with the Water Board and the TBUs for some time now. First and foremost with the Pitt River. So little factoids. So the Gregory Feather Wolfen is CL Maui and a citizen of the Pitt River tribe. I was a little confused about the tribal leader thing because I'm an elected official of the tribe, but also work within the environmental program and been appointed other roles within the tribe, dealing with either water quality, quantity, now taking on the Satilla Highlands National Monument work, and trying to pursue an ONRW for the Medicine Lake Highlands. But well, first and foremost, we started this process with the Pitt River. So the Pitt River, the way that we believe is the Pitt River runs from the Warner Mountains out in Modoc County on the border of Southern Oregon. And it runs all the way to the Delta. So I try to crunch some numbers, and so it's roughly 607 miles of a big tributary. I guess people call it the Granddaddy River of the West. And so there's associated tributaries of the Pitt River. And so the Pitt River tribe, as well as the Pitt River, actually river, we're in the North Coast region of Siskiyou, Central Valley by way of Shasta, Modoc, and Lassen, Lahontan by way of Lassen. So we have a big area. Our tribe encompasses the 3.5 million acres, which is known as 100 mile square, and encompasses 4 counties and 4 national forests as well. So it's a big area to really be involved in. And so the jurisdiction of the tribe is recognized by the DACA 347 statute of 1959, as well as through our adopted constitution. So the mainstream Pitt River is 207 miles, and from Shasta Dam to the Delta, it's around roughly 400 miles. And so the Pitt River tribe is tied into these areas historically, as mentioned by many other tribes too, since time immemorial. And so within these areas and tributaries, there are what we call smoking guns. So you have shell mounds, you have village sites, you have places of historic presence. And so I caught a conversation earlier about the history being recorded through oral narration. And so what my opinion is, our stories and everything are written in stone, whether they're stacked cairns, whether they're petroglyphs, or they're just remnants of human existence. And so that's something that I go by, that's left over by my ancestors within our areas. So what I can say is that the Pitt River tribe, we are actively engaged with the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board with the TBU process, as mentioned before, starting with the Pitt River, but also we have pursued the Medicine Lake Highlands as well. Medicine Lake is it's a place of origin for the tribe. We have narratives that tie us to those areas. It's a spiritual epicenter, and it's used for spiritual cleansing, rehabilitation of yourself. So the area does feed into the Fall River Valley, the water cascades through the Fall River Valley, which contributes to the Pitt River as well. So it's a very important area. It supports a large water system. The Fall River Valley is the largest spring complex in the Western United States. And so, which is why we want to protect it and enable those TBUs, and hopefully in pursuit of ONRWs once the administration changes over. But that's kind of wishful thinking right now. But the TBUs is something that we are engaged in with the 2 local bands. So you have Ajamawi and you have Wampsini, but also tribal practitioners who utilize this area for spiritual practices, for cultural practices, and subsistence lifestyles. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. But yeah, I just want to provide those comments that we are actively engaging and that we will be providing some comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfen. Really appreciate all the local leadership and work that is ongoing with the tribe in the region, with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and just really appreciate the overview of efforts and look forward to the comments ultimately on further comments on the guidance and continuing to move forward here. So thank you. And thank you again for that just continued work and leadership. I know with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, it's been Just an incredible, I know, effort and example for us here at the State Board. Next, I'd like to call up Alan Babcock, be followed by Tricia Velasquez, and then Angelina Cook.
Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity just to be able to speak before the board, and also just for today. Today was a day where I've learned a lot about the process that's gone on to being able to move this forward and making sure that we're moving in a good way with the tribal beneficial uses. And it's been a long time in coming. I know this has been working over a decade on being able to protect the public health for tribal populations, and I'm glad that we're at least getting to a place where there's movement, continued movement without this. But one thing that's come up throughout the day, and would just like to thank all the tribal presenters throughout the day that have been sharing it, is that tribal uses, whether they're for subsistence or for cultural uses, they're occurring and have been occurring since time immemorial, regardless of if those uses have been or are being protected. And so there is a potential then for negative impacts to those tribal populations. And there continue to be those negative impacts the longer that this process goes on. So being able to look at how to protect these uses over time is really important, as well as considering how to do it in a timely manner as well. One thing I am hearing through the day is that resources are not available. And so I'm just wondering if the state board can really make this whole process a priority by encouraging resources to be included within like budget recommendations that go to the legislature, to ensure that the resources at those regional levels that are working on this become available, so that all these processes can be moved through in a manner that works. It is recognized that that water board staff have new workloads due to shifts of burden from the federal government. But in looking at that, I also know that the Legislative Analyst Office has recently highlighted those issues for the upcoming budget, and so that the water board can do the work needed. And so it does give me hope that in bringing these kind of concerns forward, the limited resources today can result in something different tomorrow, that would help in being able to not only support the efforts on that regional level, but also to create opportunities to support tribes. We heard about the need to fill data gaps, and I feel that tribes could really use some support from the state in being able um, to develop some of that numerical data or numerical criteria that's needed. It just takes, as you know, the ability to go in and to look at waterways specifically for the needs that we have. Um, it's 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 also important to ensure that these draft guidelines, that they really do have some sort of timeline to them. We talked about that throughout the day, that there isn't one currently. And as I consider, so we're located. Oh, I didn't even say who. So I'm Alan Baycock from the Owens Valley Indian Water Commission. I'm an environmental specialist here, and so we're within the Lahontan region. And it took 3 years for us to be able to move towards having definitions placed within the basin plan, and glad they're there now, and things are working through that process. But that's just step one. Step two of this 10 place process that is drafted out here. So how to be able to reduce that, how to be able to help find ways to also just recognize where some maybe inefficiencies exist, so that we can move through this process and designate uses in a good way for tribes and protecting those uses. Another thing I wanted to comment is just about the consultation. There has been conversation earlier today about it. and the big C and the little c, and just, yeah, sometimes consultation has definitely different things connected to it. Legality is connected to it. Tribal policies. I know tribes have created their own policies around consultation as well. And just to recognize that this work today is both consultation as well as collaboration, really working together to be able to come to a common goal of protecting these uses into the future. And maybe a final thing is just hearing about the siloing of things that has gone on in the past, and a look at how we can break down those and really make this a multidisciplinary way of approaching it, and engaging folks like OEHA and other agencies within Cal EPA or within the state of California. So I think just considering how to help regions and being able to recognize breaking down some of those silos to be able to make sure that there are pieces being connected across different areas that would be able to help support the development of these designations moving forward. Thank you for the time, and appreciate just the conversation we've had today.
Thank you as well for your time, Mr. Bakak, and your contributions here to the discussion. All points very well taken. And just to land just quickly on your point around resources to get the work done, was glad to hear in the update from the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board that they're obviously, contracting to be able to do more work, but importantly, also are having funds available for the tribes themselves to engage in this, and agree that we need to think about how we resource the effort, both certainly on our side so that we're getting our work done and abiding by reasonable timelines, but also that we're also funding and creating the capacity for tribes to be able to engage in that discussion. And so it was really, like I said, heartened to hear the North Coast kind of figure out that component. Be good to make sure that we continue, obviously, to keep our eye on that. And to your point, work with the legislature to continue to get support. So hopefully folks are tuning in, are interested in wanting to continue to support the board in its work. So thank you. All right, next I have on my list here Tricia Velasquez, be followed by Angelina Cook, and then Regina Chicazola.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Tricia Velasquez. I'm the Central Valley organizer at Save California Salmon. We want to thank the board for moving forward with this next step of the Tribal Beneficial Uses designation process and guidance on designating TBUs. However, we also want to echo the concerns brought forward by tribes, including the timeline for the process, restrictions surrounding restrictions surrounding the inclusion of future uses, the burdens placed on tribes throughout the process, and other concerns. We ask that progress continue to be made at a reasonable pace that does not further delay essential protections. We also want to remind the board that it is essential that tribes continue to be meaningfully engaged at every stage of the process to ensure that cultural uses are adequately protected. In addition, we want to emphasize the importance of making sure that once regions or the state board adopt a plan, including TBUs, that there will be opportunities to amend them in the future as our understanding of water quality issues and associated technologies continues to expand, such as those related to harmful algal blooms and other contaminants. We plan on submitting further comments in writing before the deadline to continue engaging in this process. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate those comments and continued engagement, Ms. Velasquez. Next, I'd like to call up Angelina Cook, be followed by Regina Chigazola, and then Andrea Ventura.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelina Cook. I'm a restoration associate with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I'm located in McLeod, California, which is the ancestral homelands of the Winnemem Wintu tribe. First, I want to thank you for this effort to amplify tribal authority in water management. I also want to express frustration for the overly complex administrative processes that perpetuate extractive over holistic water management at the local, regional, and state levels. I have one question and one comment concerning implementation of tribal beneficial uses and how this process will ever empower tribes to assert their inalienable rights to clean water needed for life, culture, and nourishment. I have yet to see any real evidence of effective implementation of existing laws listed in the regional basin plans. For the past year and a half, for example, the North Coast Regional Board has been delivering presentations about plans to discontinue waivers for waste discharge permits after 20 years of issuing routine waivers in the Shasta and Scott Valleys. My understanding was that the TMDL was finally at the brink of being enforced. But 2 days ago, the regional board distributed an order seeking to renew existing waivers of waste discharge permits in both watersheds. So my question is, why should tribes jump through the gauntlets, hoops, and hurdles of designating TBUs on regional basin plans if the timeline for implementation is so protracted and likelihood of enforcement is so low? I would also like to push back on the claim that California lacks resources and capacity needed to enforce water laws that protect the public and tribal trust. This claim has been stated multiple times today, and I've heard it recently in regional water board meetings. Board member Blumenfeld helped illuminate this morning that the water board does indeed have the staff and budget necessary to manage water in an equitable and sustainable manner. If you consolidate administrative connectivity, it could go a long way towards strengthening environmental law enforcement at the local level. And this is what is required to uphold tribal rights and reverse the regulatory dysfunction that continues to plague our state and counties. I'm not sure if the guidance document outlines the various statutes, sister agencies, and relevant departments within the water board alluded to this morning with overlapping jurisdiction and duties to protect water quality and public health. If not, you should consider including an organizational map of state and county agencies associated with the various laws that authorize enforcement of water quality objectives. In addition to helping the water board be more efficient, it will assist advocates and tribes to be a little more strategic in our efforts to help the state walk its talk when it comes to environmental leadership. So California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance supports the recommendations presented by the Tribal Planning Caucus, especially those connected to designating TBUs throughout entire watersheds and those related to the voluntary agreements. We do intend to review the guidance document more thoroughly now that we have a better understanding of the background. So we will be submitting written comments. And thanks again for this opportunity and for your time and attention.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Cook. Looking forward to the written comments, and thanks for just the continued engagement. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola, be followed by Andrea Ventura, and I believe our last commenter at that point will be Sammy Jerry.
Hello, my name is Regina Chicazola. I'm commenting today on behalf of Communities United for Water Protection. I am not a tribal member, so I just wanted to make that clear, but I have been engaged in the tribal beneficial use process since probably about 2008 on the Klamath River. And I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for how far you've come. It has been a long process and too long, as many people have said. But I have seen some real progress, and I just wanted to acknowledge that progress and acknowledge that the board has been making a real effort to do a better job in this process. And with that, I especially wanted to thank you for the language within the document saying that whole waterways can be designated. I think that's critically important for many reasons. One of them, the data sovereignty reason that's come up quite a lot of different times, but also acknowledging that tribes don't look at beneficial uses and the benefits of waterways just based on small areas. So I think that is really critically important. So I wanted to thank you for that. I know that the racial equity action plan came up earlier in the resolution, and I do want to say that I know that water rights are not being dealt with within this process, but that it will influence water rights proceedings. And I want to once again ask this board to please change the language saying that tribes have lost their water rights in the state of California, because it is not true within the racial equity resolution. And with that, I wanted to say, while I do acknowledge and thank you for the good things in this document, I wanted to, and I want to thank also Sherry Norris and Javier and all the people who have put in way over a decade into this process. I do want to echo some of the concerns that they brought up. And I also want to acknowledge that there was something I found particularly frustrating within the document. And that's when we were talking about the future uses and talking about the 1968, I think it was, date and what future uses consist of. I know there was some language about kind of like people going back to old uses, but I think we need to acknowledge that the uses that are no longer there are because of poor management, including poor management by this board. And when we're looking at future uses, we need to look at situations like what's going on in the Klamath, where the dams just came down. And so now salmon are returning to different watersheds they've never been at. There's a lot of, this is wonderful, and a future use of subsistence fishing could be happening in different parts of the Klamath that they've never happened in before. But, you know, we have issues not only of people trying to, as Sherry said, you know, emulate native cultures and use their species, but also of harming species. And so I think it's really important when we're looking at things like restoration, one, that restoration is prioritized and bringing back tribal uses in areas where they're not being used is critically important, and that restoration is critically important. But also to acknowledge that when we're looking at segments and we're looking at disclosure of uses, that we need to think of this whole watershed approach as a way to protect the species themselves and to protect the tribes. With that, I really wanted to also echo, I was going to say this, and I'm glad Angelina also said it, the burden that happens between the regional and state boards. And also there's areas where I've seen recently where not the regional state boards don't even understand each other's permits and responsibilities well enough. I think I brought that up yesterday with the spraying issue that we're dealing with on the Klamath right now. But I do think some kind of map of who's responsible for what and what kind of permits could be influenced by this process would be very, very helpful for everyone involved. I think it would also be extremely helpful to look at regulatory hurdles within this process. For instance, that date that was in there, the 1968 or whatever it was, because that doesn't look at the fact that that was right after the age of termination in dam building. So obviously, a lot of tribal beneficial uses are being brought back now, but maybe we're not being able to be used within the 1968 timeframe. Also, I think it's important to think about the acknowledging of the need for restoration, like I said before, but also that the regional boards maybe should be more involved with other agencies that are responsible for that restoration, like commenting to people like FERC, people like Department of Pesticide Regulation, DWR, and things like that on behalf of protection of tribal beneficial uses. It might be good to have some guidance within the document on that. And then with that, also, I have so many things, so obviously I need to write a comment letter. But I really want to echo what Sherry said about not feeling comfortable with the voluntary agreement process and how that can protect tribal beneficial uses. I've said this before in different hearings, but voluntary agreements and local cooperative solutions should be used as a way to meet regulations, not as a way to avoid regulations. And I just really think that is a critically important point, and I thank Sherry for that. And then the last thing I wanted to say is when I'm talking about restoration, I'm not just talking about giant things like dam removal. I also think we need to look at things like how has the removal of tules and water pollution taking out tules impacted tribal beneficial uses, and how can we restore some of these really critical species that will actually help the water quality of the state. And actually, this last second thing, and I apologize for this again, is based on yesterday's conversations and some of today's conversations. And I actually thank you for the really good discussion around the Quartz Valley Reservation's request yesterday. I think it's really important within this to also outline prioritization of funding for tribes to engage and prioritization of funding for tribally led restoration and for protection of tribal beneficial uses. We need to actually have a path to implementation, and there could be some guidance in this document as far as that goes. With all of that, thank you so much. Hopefully I did not go over my time. I'm trying to be cognizant since I have pages of notes from today's meetings. Thank you for this wonderful discussion and for everyone who's commented before me.
Thank you as well, and no apologies in the least. Glad to be able to provide the time and looking forward to your written comments, Ms. Chickazzola. As always, really appreciative of your engagement and thoughtful engagement here with the board and helping keep us accountable across a lot of efforts and work. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Ventura. And again, I think our last individual will be Sammy Jerry. But if you're on the Zoom platform and we haven't somehow gotten to you, please do just raise your hand. Or if you're in the room and are looking to further comment, please do just pop up. Ms. Ventura, great to see you.
Great to see you as well. And happy to be here. I first of all want to start out by thanking the board for this workshop. I have been interested all day and learned a great deal, even though I've worked a little bit on this issue. I want to thank Region 1 for its leadership, and I want to most importantly thank the tribes because they're really leading us down the path of protecting not only themselves and their history, which is important for all of us, but also our water that serves all of us. I'm not here to make any technical comments about the guidance because Clean Water Action does believe fervently that, first of all, communities can speak for themselves and should be empowered to do so. And more importantly, in the tribal space, these are sovereign nations and sovereign peoples who understand their needs the best. But as I am learning about these needs and hearing some of the comments that have been made today, I simply want to be here standing in unity with our tribes and as an ally in supporting the things that they are calling for and have articulated. We don't need to articulate those things and repeat them. They have been articulated by the people who have the right voice. What I did want to sign up for today and talk about is the length of time these things are taking. So a little bit of a story, full transparency, my work on beneficial uses started because of work we were doing on TMDLs, particularly the Mercury TMDL in San Francisco Bay, and seeing people, non-tribal people, fishing under signs that said heavy pollution area, don't fish here, out of economic need. There are also other cultures that fish for cultural reasons. And so I realized that the TMDL process wasn't going to really protect these vulnerable people, started getting involved in how do we promote beneficial uses to do so. And that's when we learned the tribes were leading. And I had the great honor in 2017, after 10 years of work, of standing with Ms. Norris and Ms. Ryan and other tribal folks at the Water Board hearing that adopted the definitions for 3 beneficial uses, most particularly today, the tribal uses that you've heard about, as well as non-tribal subsistence fishing. My frustration and that of our organization has been that we're not seeing broad designations of waterways. And I'm going to use Region 2 as a great example. Our work was prompted by San Francisco Bay. Adopting and designating the bay for these beneficial uses has been put into 3 triennial reviews, and it gets pushed to the back burner. Or we get baby steps. In our case, for non-tribal subsistence fishing, we got 1 triennial review where an outside group came up with a questionnaire. This time we're being asked to support their adoption of the definitions. And I've heard from tribal leaders that the process there has not been as robust as it needs to be to engage with our tribes. This work for me started it took us 10 years to get to 2017. It is now 2026. And so I want to reflect on what several other people have said, that basically people are using these uses of water today. These tribes are needing these things today. It does not mean that if we recognize waters as supporting these tribal uses, that we're going to solve all our pollution and contamination problems tomorrow. It doesn't mean that. But why do we have resources at the regional board level that will take on other projects where decisions are being made about water quality, about climate change, and every other thing that can affect our tribes? And these beneficial uses have not yet been designated so that their considerations are being brought into decision-making processes. So what I'm here to ask today is that the state board remind the regions who are not acting quickly and keep putting this on the back burner, but yet funding other projects. I'm asking you today to please put your influence on those boards to say, no, we need to recognize these beneficial uses so we're making the right decisions on all of the other difficult projects that we need to move forward. This should be a priority, not something that will tag on when we're dealing with other technical issues. Again, we stand here as allies to the tribes. We are honored to have that position. We're just standing with them, and we appreciate the leadership that they've taken to protect themselves, to protect California, and protect everyone. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Points well taken, Ms. Ventura, and really appreciate the engagement here. Next, and I believe again, final commenter will be Sammy Jerry.
Thank you. It's not going to work. I'm located in Katasharam, which is the Scott Valley area. But I am a Cuttack tribal member, also on this platform as the Upper Klamath River organizer with Communities United for Water. So one of the big things that I took from today is that if you have a Stone Age body like you are not going to comprehend the complexity of these laws, of these, some conversations. So me not understanding, like how many other people are also not understanding, but then also frustrated because they don't understand. But resiliency is something that indigenous people have always, resorted to. So of course the barriers are going to be there. Yes, of course there's going to be obstacles, but that isn't nothing new to indigenous people. So once again, I just want to come before the board and ask that we are not considered a secondary human, that we are able to come alongside, that we are able to be parallel, that we are able to be seen as such. Because if we aren't, then we're always going to be told this is what you have to do in order to have a voice. And I strongly believe that our youth can be in the positions that the board is in now as indigenous people. And I hope for that, I wish for that. But then also too, I am an advocate for first foods of the First Nations and not having adequate water, not having sufficient water in our systems, in our ecosystem, is plaguing our community. You know, you have people who can't even go swim, you have people who don't want to eat the fish, and then you have people ridicule you for eating your fish, even though that is your ancestral right. So, you know, rather than resiliency, I would like to turn the word to abundance. And, you know, like let's have an enormous amount of basket weavers, and let's change the conversation to where we no longer have, you know, a very small group of basket weavers. We have hundreds, we have thousands. Every tribal member understands what these properties are for. You know, that's the type of thing that I'm trying to convey within my own people. It's a little harder. However, I think it's harder because I'm younger. But then we also have age gaps where elders don't even understand what's going on with the river. They just see visually, hey, my river is green, my river is dirty, I don't want to go there. And that's such a disconnect for people. So once again, thank you for this time. Thank you for the opportunity to learn, and thank you for the acknowledgement that Indigenous people do need to have priority in some states. So again, thank you.
Thank you as well. It's great to hear from you today. Thanks for joining us, Ms. Jerry, for the two-day board meeting and providing comment here. Looking forward to making sure we continue to connect with you and others, and to your point, be able to speak plainly about the work so folks can really connect and contribute well. So thank you. Next, I see Mr. Silva, you have your hand up on the platform, please. Would love to hear from you again here.
Hi, yeah, thank you again, Javier Silva, member of the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo, no Yoyokeo descent. I just wanted to, I just thought of something before I wanted to make a comment on, and that's regarding, you know, we know how the the state works, and I think a lot of people have mentioned, you know, how the state process is, and how it's unfamiliar with tribes specifically, but I guess more of a advice to the regions and to the state that, you know, when we're working with tribes, that we utilize the people that are working with the tribes, actually working on the ground with the tribes, communicating. In the North Coast, we find it really important to keep that connection, keep those open dialogues up. And so it'd be really, you know, important to make sure that the tribes have a space where they come to and feel that it's a place where they can bring their concerns and issues and be a part of a decision going forward. In addition to that, I heard that there's going to be some in the North Coast. There's going to be some restraints on the contractor that's going to be hired to work with the tribes, to engage the tribes. And so that's really concerning to me, because that's a whole nother relationship we have to build with the people that we don't know. And so it's really good to keep things continuous, I guess is what it, and again, my support is for tribe on tribe discussions, before and after, we hear from the state on these activities, which is really important. I think it's the most important thing that I could stress, is that the tribes need to have these conversations amongst themselves that we don't normally have a conversation about what the state water board is doing at our big time. It just doesn't happen. Sorry. But you're more than welcome to come to our big time and bring it up. But like I said, the tribe to tribe discussions is really important in per region. The tribal caucus is evidence of that. It's a statewide thing, so it's really logistically very hard to do, but it's very being done successfully by SIA. But I'm encouraging that happens more locally and regionally as well. So just wanted to throw those comments in. Thank you.
Really appreciate those reflections, Mr. Silva, and completely agree. It's important we keep continuity ultimately with our staff that are doing the work so that we don't have to rebuild relationships over and over. And yes, on the power ultimately of ensuring that tribes can communicate together here and work with us then, ensure that you all have that space to be able to digest the work and again continue to make it meaningful here. So thank you. Points all very well taken. Looking to see if there's anyone else on the platform. I don't see any hands, and we do have folks here in the room who I'd love to make sure we hear from. Please do introduce yourself. Feel free to come up.
Thank you. There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bianca Garza. I'm with the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center. Thank you for this platform, first and foremost. I really appreciate the container that's been created today and yesterday as well. Our organization has a 30-year history of working with the Pitt River Nation. So I'm honored to be here today, and I'm honored to represent all of the work that not only I do, but my colleagues and our predecessors. So Gregory, I appreciate everything that you said today. With that in mind, we understand that things do not happen overnight. 30 years is a long time for our organization to be working, from helping them create their traditional cultural district to fighting Calpine, and of course, most recently, the designation of Satilla Highlands National Monument. With that being said, it's been echoed so many times today, the burden of time, the burden of resources, it should not be on the tribe. And I'm here today to say it again, it should not be on the tribe. With that in mind, I appreciate he's no longer here in the room, Mr. Blumenfeld's comments about resources are available. And so I wonder what it looks like to make those available to us as allies, other allies across the state, and the tribe as well. How do we make that happen for the data? How do we expedite these things? Where can we change the language so that this process, again, thank you so much for what's been done in the guidebook that's been created, but how do we change that? How do we make it a little bit better? With that in mind, I want to thank Sajleen, I want to thank Mr. Palupa for their efforts recently with working with us and with the Pitt River Tribe to help us find some resources to collect data this coming summer in Medicine Lake. I also find it very frustrating that we are not receiving resources because of where we're located. And the irony of that is that we, as Feather expressed earlier, are protecting California's largest spring system. I personally feel responsible for millions of people downstream, farmers, tap water, recreational enthusiasts. We need to be seen, we need to be heard. So again, thank you for today. We are going to be submitting formal comments, so look out for that. But I just wanted to take an opportunity to get up here today and see all of you. I've been with the organization for 9 years, and it's my first time in this room, so thank you so much. Again, I'm the executive director with the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center. I appreciate your time, I appreciate your efforts, and you'll be seeing more of me.
Looking forward to doing so. And thank you for joining us here in person, Ms. Garza, and for your years' long work here around this. And ultimately, really welcome and appreciate the just deepening of the engagement here. And to your point, the acceleration of the work. There is a definite resource discussion that we'll continue to have here. And I know that there are places, I think of the work around Clear Lake where there have been some funding to be able to support the work, the data gathering that some of the tribes have done. It's kind of in pockets here and there. It's not really comprehensive, but I think there is a way for us to at least articulate where those opportunities are. I know recently as well, we had a discussion around what's known as our cleanup and abatement account and getting some of those dollars to the regions and carving out dollars to be able to solicit and be able to, again, fund tribes and projects and other work. So I think there is a need, certainly I heard, around mapping for what are the different agencies that are involved and creating, better resources that articulate what that is. And I think if we can articulate where the resources are that tribes can access, not just here at the state board, but I think of the Natural Resources Agency. I think of some of our sister agencies that are also receiving dollars to be able to support tribes in this work. Again, if we can synthesize that all into better in one place, I think that at least gets us better using the resources that are already there, and definitely have a discussion needed around how we better resource tribes to engage in all of this. So thank you. I look forward to your written comments across all this, and thanks for your reflections again and for being here with us.
Thank you.
Means a lot. All right, I believe that brings us to the end of our commenters and starting to come to the end of today's workshop. I just want to, again, express an incredible amount of appreciation to the tribal engagement here, the tribal leaders that have shared their time, their knowledge, and helped us better bridge both in the drafting of this guidance and as we finalize it, the work. And this isn't, there's a lot of work still yet to do. I think we acknowledge that. And I also want to just thank everyone for their patience ultimately with us and the leadership, Ms. Renteria, Mr. Blacksmith, Mr. Wiles, and I know in all the regional board staff and all the teams behind you for just the deepening of the engagement these last years. We have continued to evolve. We will continue to as well as we engage in this work. And so everyone's just patience with us is appreciated because it has taken a long time. Our efforts here are often not quick. I think of whether it's the Bay Delta Plan update, whether it was our wetlands definition or toxicity provisions or any of the water quality and or water rights efforts here at the board, they can seem protracted. And so we're always trying to do our best to ensure that as we engage in an effort, we keep timely urgency so that people can follow along, people can keep contributing, and doing our best to manage what is certainly a lot of responsibility before this board, and really feel that. I'll say as well that, I think what certainly the guidelines are attempting to do and what we're all collectively attempting to do here is work within the laws that we have. Noting Ms. Regina's kind of frustration about hearing the 1968 date and, uses that were, at that date and not being able to necessarily go before. That's all in statute and law. And it's not, under the board's discretion to have a different interpretation there. And I think that's where we can also be clear where under our own authorities and regulatory, guidelines, if you will, or framework, what we can do and what might require further changes in law if we're finding hurdles or folks are frustrated by particular things. Not everything is under our control, essentially, is what I'm saying. And what we have to remind ourselves is that we're also implementing laws that were handed down to this board and doing our best to be creative and flexible within those. But we hit real, limitations ultimately and what we can do or what we have to consider. And I think important just to keep that in mind as we do all of this work here then as well. This has been an incredible discussion today. I've continue to learn a lot. I know we all collectively are, and hopefully continuing to circle around a common vision and expectations on how we continue to make the work of the adoption of those definitions meaningful by their designation and ultimate protections when we think of our regulatory programs. So just a lot of, again, appreciation to everyone for their contributions, their patience, and for continuing to work with us in this space. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, do you have any further questions or reflections? Board Member Morgan.
Hey, thank you. Just quickly, just want to express my gratitude for all of the tribal participation today and just lending expertise and lived experience to this process. It's been a long process, long overdue. I look forward to the written comments. I've taken a lot of notes from today. Looking forward to making this to be our, what I'm going to call, and I believe the chair has called the first draft, final draft, definitely for it to be a working document, something that where we can take lessons learned and continue to improve the guidance to where it truly is a document that can be used to move forward a process that has been put in place and we have found to be basically have too many hurdles to be, where we have not been able to quickly implement. And I believe that the definitions were to be something to where it could be utilized. And as we start digging in, found that, as with many things, you take many different people and everyone takes a look at it and has a different understanding or a different pathway to get to the end result. And so really taking this document and laying out a clear pathway that can be used and can be repeated so that there is an expectation of how to move through this process with the water board and how to work collaboratively, work together to get to where we're all trying to go. So, I just want to express my gratitude to the water board team for being open, listening, learning and growing along the way, along with me, and, for all the tribal members for truly just, I just cannot express the gratitude I have because it takes a lot. I can only imagine how much it takes from each and every one of you to, what has been stated here, to repeatedly tell a story in order for it to be not just heard, but to be understood so that you can move forward an item that, in my mind, should be simple to move forward. And so thank you for hanging in there with us and being gracious and, believing that we can do this because I know that we can. So thank you again and looking forward to those comments so that we can get the first one across the finish line. So thank you all.
You're here. Thank you so much, board member. I know for the word that comes up to my mind quite a bit is just a lot of humility in this work. And I know, as we've acknowledged, there aren't any other states in the nation that are doing this. There is no playbook to kind of take up and say, this is what we should do or how to approach this. And so just appreciate, again, the communal leadership we all have to undertake this and the humility that we have to have as we know that we're not getting things right and we need to do better. And we only do so by continuing to listen to one another. So thank you. Vice Chair.
Yes, just quickly, I also wish to extend my thanks to everyone for their participation in this. And I do have a question of Mr. Wiles. So I know we're receiving comments and we're likely to make some additional adjustments, but could you speak to, since this is, a living document, we expect that it will continue to evolve, do we have something in mind on process going forward, a periodic check, whether it's before this board or other processes, what's envisioned for ongoing changes to the document? And then how do you determine when you need to put it out for additional public comment versus it's a minor change?
Yeah, great questions. Thanks, Board Member Diadamo. I think we haven't actually landed on an exact series of next steps other than when the comment period closes, staff will be really carefully evaluating the comments that we receive in writing. We'll be reaching out to the board members to have briefings to discuss possible improvements to the draft document. I do expect we'll be putting out another draft following the comment period, working with the board members. From there, it becomes a little less clear. And it's a little bit less clear because, as it was stated, we do want to continue to gain experience, like real on-the-ground experience with the Basin Plan amendments. At some point, certainly is likely, I think, that the board will want to adopt something like this guidance as a formal guidance. It would be essentially a state policy for water quality control. But I don't think we're at the point yet where we know when that will be. But that's sort of the most likely outcome.
So it just strikes me, because there's been a fair amount of criticism for, delay and lack of progress, that we commit to some form of a report, even if it's in the executive director's report, so that all involved will have an idea, a better sense of, if this is just being implemented, if there's going to be a touch point through some other process, just a way to keep the public informed.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Vice Chair. And, I think there's opportunity in the Executive Director's report to, keep updated. Maybe there's a section on tribal beneficial uses and any report ups from the regional water quality control boards on where they are in their various processes. But, this is significant enough and easily and is a priority of the board that, I would make recommendation, and I think Ms. Renteria and others, we should, think about this, but easily a yearly workshop where we're coming back, we're hearing what the progress of the last year has been, where we're at, and to just keep the pressure and the momentum, both in the public discussion and discourse, and then also for us as a board, so that we're iterating off of this discussion and having an opportunity to understand how implementation, as the Bay Delta Plan proceeds, and if we so adopt, and there are their tribal beneficial uses, or the coal tribal beneficial use being designated, how things are going, what it's translating to insofar as protection. So I think there's certainly enough here and enough momentum that at the least having a yearly check-in so that we really synthesize that, I think can be very powerful.
I'd support that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I concur with all the comments my colleagues have shared, and also in the appreciation for everyone who came today, tribal members and others who shared their views. And I also look forward to the comments that you'll submit. And I also wanted to share that I have an open door. Always happy to have a conversation too. So not everything needs to be in writing or in this formal kind of workshop context. Always interested to have more one-on-one conversations with tribes and others to hear your thoughts. I'm in a learning mode, just as we all are, and want to help wherever I can. So just thank you for everyone's participation today. And then as it relates to the sort of transparency in terms of showing our work and where we're at with the processes, I think the website comes to mind too, that you shared this morning, and just keeping that updated with where regional boards and the state board are at with different TBU designations and where we're at in the process, just so anyone can go and get it. I know having these multiple touch points of annual updates, executive director reports, but also just having the website stay current so folks can find that information easily whenever they're interested is a great way to go. Thank you all.
Much appreciated. Thank you, board member. And actually, on the website, I did want to highlight something that is unique, I believe, amongst a lot of the state agencies, and that's our tribal consultation dashboard. I really want to thank Nate and Adriana for their leadership in developing that. It was something we were able to present at the recent tribal summit. And I know there was a lot of interest from a lot of state agencies out there, because I think it is very unique amongst the state agencies to have something so transparent there, as to see all the tribal consultation and what has yielded from it, or what is active. And so to your point, that website has continued to grow as a real critical resource and a hub of not just the engagement on tribal beneficial uses, but on all of our engagement with tribes. So moment to plus up and really thank again folks for developing that. All right. Well, really appreciate again everyone's contributions. This has been a very fruitful 2-day board meeting that concludes item number 8 and our workshop here on tribal beneficial uses. Well, and before I officially conclude, I do want to hand things back to Ms. Renteria and Mr. Blacksmith if there's anything you'd like to leave us with or any thoughts here.
No, just to echo, the thanks for the tribal engagement, the guidance, support and input by the public. It's all helpful and it's helped me learn a great deal as well. So very appreciative. Thank you for today.
Thank you both. Really appreciate your leadership. All right. Well, that brings us to one last moment. The written comment deadline is August 31st for the tribal benefit use draft guidelines. I want to make sure folks end knowing that deadline. And again, we're looking forward to those written comments. That now brings us to the end of the workshop and our two-day board meeting. Our next board meeting will actually be August 18th and 19th. We're taking a little summer break here, and so we will not have our first August board meeting. So we will all see you in about a month. And so otherwise, please do be safe, be well, have a fantastic summer break for those of you vacationing. And we will see you all at our next regularly scheduled board meeting, again, August